Chapter 1644. At the pier, don't kill me. I'm powerless now. You can't do this to me. Shui Hentian could feel the killing intent in Xiao Yu's eyes and felt his scalp go numb. Xiao Yu ignored him and said indifferently, "When you ambushed my father back then, didn't you think that there would be retribution like this? What's the use of begging for mercy now?" As she spoke, Xiao Yu clenched her jade-like hand. The Yuan Dan instantly shattered into pieces, and the only trace of Shui Hentian in this world was completely erased. "Thank you, Lord Mu." Old Fu bowed deeply to Zhuowen. "Brother Mu, I've avenged my father's death." "Thank you." Xiao Yu was already weeping as she looked at Zhuowen and sobbed. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "It's only right to take someone's money and solve their problems." When he spoke up to hear, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and passed 7 of the 8 Nanyang Dao swords to Xiao Yu. "According to the agreement, I've taken the 1st and 9th Yang Dao sword. I'll return these 7 Dao swords to you," Zhuowen said. Xiao Yu and Old Fu looked at each other. They didn't expect Zhuowen to keep his word and only take 2 Dao swords. The two of them knew very well that with Zhuowen's strength, it would be easy for him to kill the 2 of them. If he was greedy, it wouldn't be impossible for him to take all of the 9 Yang Dao swords for himself. However, Zhuowen kept his promise and only took 2 Dao swords. This made the 2 of them have a very good impression of Zhuowen. "Miss Xiao Yu, since you can successfully refine the 1st Yang Dao sword, I wonder if you can refine the 9th Yang Dao sword and use it for me?" Zhuowen gripped the 9th Yang Dao sword tightly. He could clearly sense that there was a tenacious resistance within the sword that was preventing him from controlling it. Xiao Yu looked apologetic and said, "Brother Mu, I'm sorry. The 9th Yang Dao sword is the most powerful one among the 9 Yang Dao swords. Although I have a 9 Yang Dao body, I'm too weak. I can barely refine the 1st Yang Dao sword. As for the 9th Yang Dao sword, I'm powerless." "I see." Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment when he heard this. However, he could understand. After all, Xiao Yu was only an emperor. It was already amazing that she could refine the 1st Yang Dao sword. "Big Brother Mu, how about this? I'll give you a copy of the 9 Suns imprint. With Big Brother Mu's strength, you are completely capable of using the 9 Suns imprint to slowly refine the 9th Yang Dao sword. However, this will require quite a long time." Xiao Yu gritted her teeth. Her jade-like finger suddenly tapped on the 9 Suns imprint on her collarbone. She then pulled her finger and the 9 Suns imprint was projected. As the projection of the 9 Suns imprint appeared, the 9 Suns imprint on Xiao Yu's collarbone became much dimmer than before. Xiao Yu's face also became extremely pale. "Big Brother Mu, take this 9 Suns imprint. With this 9 Suns imprint, you are qualified to refine the 9th Yang Dao sword." Xiao Yu tapped her finger, and the 9 Suns imprint flew out and was caught by Zhuowen. The moment the 9 Suns imprint landed on Zhuowen's palm, he could clearly feel that the resistance within the 9th Yang Dao sword had decreased by a lot. "Miss!" Old Fu's expression changed slightly as he quickly supported Xiao Yu. Staring at the 9 Suns imprint in his hand, Zhuowen was silent for a long time. Soon after, he took out 2 porcelain bottles from his spirit ring and handed them to Xiao Yu. He said, "I won't take advantage of you. Of these 2 bottles, one contains the Earth Spirit Pill and the other contains the Divine Vision Pill. The Earth Spirit Pill can help you break through the Emperor realm in a short period of time. As for the Divine Vision Pill, it can increase your chances of becoming a martial saint by 50%. Xiao Yu took the 2 porcelain bottles. Her beautiful eyes revealed a moved expression. Soon after, she shook her head and said, "Big Brother Mu, these things are too precious. I can't accept them. You have already done me a great favor by killing Shui Hentian." Zhuowen shook his head and said, "I don't like to owe people favors. You giving me a part of the 9 Suns imprint is truly precious." Having said that, Zhuowen walked towards the entrance of the cave. With a wave of his sleeve, the seal on the entrance was removed. He said in a deep voice, "I am now wanted by the Ice Fire Clan's young master, Jiang Binhan. It won't do you any good to have anything to do with me. Moreover, I have already settled your matter, so let's part ways here." After Zhuowen finished speaking, He took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the entrance of the cave. In the cave, Xiaoyu opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. However, there was a trace of melancholy in her beautiful eyes. Miss, we can't follow him. The Ice Fire Clan's young master isn't an ordinary person. We will only be a burden to him if we follow him. Now that Xue Hentian is dead, no one will investigate our identities. We can continue to live in the blood-refining residence. Old Fu sighed softly. Xiaoyu sighed and said, Old Fu, I know about this. I plan to cultivate in seclusion. This time, I must become a martial saint as soon as possible. Then, I will bring the 9 Sons Dao sword back to the Blood Jade County and take back my father's position. At the eastern border of the blood-refining residence, there is a county city called Eternal Blood County. At this moment, a long rainbow swept over at lightning speed and instantly broke the silence on the streets of the Eternal Blood County. Chaos Shuttle? Which big shot has come to our Eternal Blood County? Many warriors in the Eternal Blood County raised their heads to look at the sky. When they saw the appearance of the Chaos Shuttle, their eyes were filled with awe. The Chaos Shuttle was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived above the Eternal Blood County. However, the Chaos Shuttle didn't slow down. It directly swept toward a huge blood tower in the center of the Eternal Blood County. Under everyone's gaze, it directly swept to the top floor of the tower. The interior of the tower was extremely vast. When the Chaos Shuttle arrived, it only occupied a small part of it. The cabin door opened, and Zhang Binhan walked out slowly with Elder Fong and 5 guards. At the end of the tower, there was a huge statue of a blood-colored beast. The statue had 2 horns, and the tips of the horns were hollowed out to form 2 seats. At this moment, there were 2 blood-red-robed figures sitting cross-legged on the 2 seats. One of them was an old man with a head full of white hair, and the other was a middle-aged man with eyes that were sharp like swords and covered in strands of blood red. Their eyes converged on Jiang Binhan at the same time. Immediately, they jumped down and arrived in front of Jiang Binhan and the others. Young Master Jiang, you actually came to the blood-refining residence in person. Sorry for not going out to meet you. The white-haired old man smiled and cupped his hands. Jiang Binhan's eyes flickered. He said lightly, Your blood demon clan knows the principle of showing off your strength temporarily. You actually hide in this small Eternal Blood County and are content to stay in a corner. The white-haired old man's expression didn't change. He smiled faintly and said, Young Master Jiang, you're wrong. After all, our blood demon clan is not a human martial cultivator. Although we are blessed with unique talents, we are too few in number. Naturally, we can't act in a high-profile manner. You don't visit a temple without a cause. I think young Master Jiang must have a purpose this time, right? The middle-aged man, standing beside the white-haired old man, was much more straightforward. It seems that the 2 of you are quite ill-informed. You probably don't know about what happened in the Blood Jade County, right? Zhang Binhan said meaningfully. Oh, what's the matter? The white-haired old man frowned. Ha, Elder Fong, tell them. The corners of Zhang Binhan's mouth curled up into a smile. Elder Fong, who was beside him, began to slowly recount the events that had occurred in Blood Jade County. He specifically mentioned how Zhuo Wen had captured the blood demon. The blood general was captured? That Zhuo Wen is really bold. The white-haired old man and the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with bloody light and murderous intent. Fortunately, the blood brand on the blood general's body hasn't disappeared. You should be safe. However, according to young Master Jiang, this Zhuo Wen is cruel and merciless. It is very likely that he will kill the blood general, the middle-aged man said somewhat anxiously. Don't worry. If the 2 of you can sense the specific location of the blood general with the blood brand, then we can find the approximate location of Zhuo Wen. Then we can investigate carefully. That Zhuo Wen won't be able to escape even if he has wings, Zhang Binhan said unhurriedly. Young Master Jiang is right. The blood general has our blood brand. We can find the blood general's location through the blood brand, the white-haired old man said. Zhang Binhan said rather calmly, The 2 of you, my target is Zhuo Wen, and the 2 of you are quite anxious about the blood general. How about one of you go with me to find that Zhuowen? The white-haired old man and the middle-aged man looked at each other. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man came out and said, I'll go with young Master Jiang. The Blood General is the rising star of our Blood Demon clan. I can't let anything happen to him. Since this Zhuowen is so blind, I'll let him know the horror of the Blood Demon clan. Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior Blood Forest. Zhang Binhan raised the corner of his mouth and cupped his hands in salute. After leaving the cave, Zhuowen was naturally worried about Zhang Binhan. Using the law of void and the law of explosive steps, he crossed several counties and finally came to the northernmost county called Hanming County. The reason why he chose Hanming County was not to search randomly, but because there was a wharf of chaotic beasts in Hanming County. He knew very well that he could not stay in Blood Refining Mansion any longer, although he had gotten rid of Jiang Binhan and the others. However, his intuition told him that Jiang Binhan was not that simple. The longer he stayed in Blood Refining Mansion, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, he planned to leave Blood Refining Mansion as soon as possible. The wharf in Hanming County was extremely large. It was not built by the river, but in the void thousands of feet above. In the void thousands of feet above, there was a huge white jade disk, which was tens of thousands of miles long, suspended. This white jade disk was the main part of the wharf. Zhuowen turned into a long rainbow and instantly swept to the white jade disk. At this moment, there were many people coming and going on the white jade disk. In the center of the disk, there was a cylindrical building. The cylindrical building occupied a large area, and there were nearly 100 windows on the ground floor. Each window had a woman sitting in it. Chapter 1645. Ship Ticketjuan asked around and found out that the cylindrical building was the place where the tickets for the Chaos Beasts were sold. These people were all cultivators from other prefectures. Cultivators who could ride the Chaos Beasts weren't ordinary. Not to mention the expensive ticket, crossing prefectures was extremely dangerous. If one's strength wasn't enough, it was very likely that they would encounter a life and death crisis in an unfamiliar prefecture. Looking around, Zhuowen found that most of the people in the long line were saints. Most of them were profound sages. Although there were far fewer heavenly saints than profound sages, there were still more than 10 of them. Seeing this, Zhuowen couldn't help but sigh. The Central Region was indeed worthy of being called the Central Region. The strength of the cultivators there was much greater than that of the 4 major regions. Moreover, the price of the ship ticket was completely different. For example, the Green Lotus Prefecture that Zhuowen wanted to go to was 6 prefectures away from the Blood Refining Prefecture. Therefore, the price was very high. One needed to buy a heavenly Saint artifact's worth of spirit stones or other treasures. If one was in a neighboring prefecture, the price of the ship ticket would be much lower. Zhuowen stood quietly in a line and waited silently. His mind was immersed in the Azure Dragon Hall. He had already separated the great success Saint Physique and placed it in the Azure Dragon Hall. The 9th Yang Dao sword was also placed in the Azure Dragon Hall. The 9 Yang imprint that Xiaoyu had given to Zhuowen was given to the great success Saint Physique. Zhuowen intended to use the flow of time in the second layer to allow the great success Saint Physique to successfully refine the 9th Yang Dao sword as soon as possible. However, the 9th Yang Dao sword was much more powerful than the 1st Yang Dao sword. The difficulty of refining it was also hundreds of times higher. Zhuowen was very clear that it would take a very long time to completely refine the 9th Yang Dao sword, even with the assistance of the 9 Yang imprint. Of course, even if there was a slight possibility, Zhuowen wouldn't give up so easily. As for the other clone, Zhuowen arranged for it to cultivate mental energy, hoping that it could reach the profound Saint Master realm as soon as possible. Since Zhuowen had inherited the Baifeng Sea of Knowledge, he didn't have any bottlenecks when breaking through to the profound Saint Master realm. However, the mental strength of his clone was still a bit lacking. If his mental strength could reach the standard of a profound Saint Master, Zhuowen would naturally be able to become a profound Saint Master. Time slowly passed, and the line also slowly moved forward. Soon, it was Zhuowen's turn. "Where are you going?" Behind the window, sat a woman with a cold expression. She glanced at Zhuan and asked, "Green Lotus Mansion?" Zhuan replied. The cold woman frowned and immediately took out a long golden bamboo tube from the cabinet and said, "You're in luck. Our Blood Refinement Mansion doesn't have many tickets to the Green Lotus Mansion, and this is the last one. It's due in 3 days, and the ticket price is an Sky Saint artifact or a spirit stone or other treasure of comparable value." 3 days later? Are there no tickets for today? Zhuan asked with a frown. The cold woman glanced at Zhuan and said indifferently, "It's not like you don't know about the relationship between the Blood Refinement Mansion and the Green Lotus Mansion. The two manors rarely interact with each other, so naturally, there are very few tickets to the Green Lotus Mansion. If you don't want this last ticket, you can leave." Hearing this, Zhuan felt a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Since this was the last ticket, he naturally wouldn't miss it. After all, the Blood Refinement Mansion was a place of trouble for him, and he didn't want to stay there any longer. His intuition told him that if he continued to stay, it would only become more and more dangerous. "Okay, this is an Sky Saint artifact. I'll buy this ticket." Zhuan secretly transmitted his voice and immediately handed over a Saint artifact. However, this Saint artifact was covered by Zhuan's Saint energy, so others couldn't see through it. The cold woman put away the Saint artifact and looked at it a little. After finding that there was nothing wrong with it, she nodded and handed the ticket to Zhuan. "Wait, is this a ticket to the Green Lotus Mansion? If it is, I'll take this ticket." Suddenly, a clear voice that sounded like a silver bell rang out from nearby. Soon after, a beautiful figure who was surrounded by several people slowly cut in from the back of the line. The act of cutting in line caused the cultivators behind to be extremely displeased, but no one dared to step forward. The reason was that the aura of the 4 people standing beside the beautiful figure was extremely terrifying. Their aura had far surpassed that of an ordinary quintessential Saint stage powerhouse. Zhuan's attention was also attracted by the bell-like voice. His gaze first landed on the 4 people beside the woman, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. This was because the aura of the 4 people beside the woman was too vast. According to Zhuan's judgment, the aura of the 4 people was most likely no weaker than Shuehentian. In particular, the middle-aged man who carried a huge sword on his back among the 4 people gave him a strong sense of threat. Perhaps sensing Zhuan's gaze, the middle-aged man slowly turned his head. A sliver of terrifying sword chi suddenly flashed through his pitch-black eyes. The sliver of sword chi was like a maggot in one's bones. It instantly passed into Zhuan's eyes. A vast and sharp power burst out from the sliver of sword chi as if it wanted to blind Zhuan's eyes. Zhuan's gaze turned cold. The power of the yellow springs surged in his eyes. The moment the sliver of sword chi entered his eyes, it was swept away and annihilated by the power of the yellow springs. The middle-aged man's eyes were like torches as he looked at Zhuan in surprise. He was a sword cultivator who specialized in sword arts. He was like a sword, so the powerful sword chi that burst out from his eyes was enough to make an ordinary quintessential Saint stage cultivator extremely miserable. The young man before him only gave off the presence of a young Sky Saint, but he was able to withstand the sword chi from his eyes without being affected. He was not simple. The middle-aged man's actions from before naturally couldn't escape the woman's notice, especially when the woman saw that Zhuan was actually completely unharmed by the middle-aged man's sword chi and remained calm and composed. A wisp of emotion appeared in her beautiful eyes. "This brother, can you transfer the ticket in your hand to this little girl? I have important matters to attend to in the Azure Lotus Manor." The woman cupped her hands at Zhuan in a natural and unrestrained manner. Only now did Zhuan's gaze land on the woman. A sliver of surprise appeared in his eyes. The woman's beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, and her beauty was enchanting. She was like a willow tree dancing in the east wind. Her face was as beautiful as a flower, and her eyes were as clear as autumn water. Her lips were like cherry blossoms, and her teeth were like 2 rows of broken jade. The corners of her mouth were curled up in a joyful smile, but there was a glimmer of light in her bright eyes. She was truly a stunner. This woman's beauty was extremely moving, and she was even comparable to Mu Qinxue. However, the temperaments of the two were very different. Mu Qinxue was elegant and unapproachable. She was like a lotus flower that had emerged from the mud without being stained, extremely moving. However, this woman's temperament was very different. She was natural and unrestrained, and there was a trace of luxury about her. Her behavior was dignified and elegant, just like a lady from a noble family. In particular, when this woman smiled, there was a trace of indescribable charm and gentleness in her smile, causing many cultivators in the surroundings to become infatuated. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as he stared at the beautiful woman in front of him and said indifferently, "Sorry, this ticket is very important to this one, so it is inconvenient for me to sell it." As soon as these words came out, the beautiful woman's pretty face stiffened, and she said somewhat unnaturally, "This ticket should be a sky insane artifact, right? This young lady is willing to pay double the price to buy the ticket in brother's hand. If brother still thinks it's not enough, then the sky insane artifact is also negotiable." As soon as these words came out, many people in the surroundings showed surprise. They were all surprised by this woman's wealth. She actually intended to use a sky insane artifact to buy a ticket to Blue Lotus Mansion. This could be described as extremely extravagant. If such a good thing fell on their heads, they would naturally agree. At the same time, some people secretly guessed the identity of this woman. Since she could so readily take out a sky insane artifact to make a transaction, the force behind her was definitely not simple. Zhuowen frowned slightly, but he shook his head and said, "Sorry, this ticket is indeed very useful to this one, so I don't intend to trade it." Saying so, Zhuowen prepared to leave. Rumble. However, the instant Zhuowen took a step forward, a terrifying sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold as he abruptly took several steps back. Soon after, the sonic boom rang out and smashed into the place where Zhuowen had been standing. Zhuowen took a closer look and discovered that it was a huge black sword that had smashed into the ground. Zhuowen was no stranger to the sword's owner. It was the weapon of the middle-aged man with a sword on his back. "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" Zhuowen turned around and stared at the middle-aged man sinisterly. For some reason, the middle-aged man shivered when he met Zhuowen's sinister gaze. It was as if he was looking at an extremely cold, venomous snake. However, the middle-aged man quickly regained his composure and said in a deep voice, "Our young miss has already lowered herself enough. You definitely don't know how to appreciate kindness. If you don't want anything to happen to you, it's best you hand over the ticket. We won't take advantage of you, and we'll buy your ticket with the Emperor Insane artifact." Zhuowen sneered and ignored the middle-aged man. Instead, he looked at the woman and said, "Are you trying to force a sale?" The woman was silent for a moment. Her jade-like hand gently lifted her hair and pushed it to the back of her head. She shook her head and said, "We're not forcing you to sell. Since you don't want to sell to us, we won't make things difficult for you." Saying so, the woman looked at the man with a sword on his back and said, "Big brother Shui Hui, let him go." The middle-aged man frowned and said in a deep voice, "Young miss, we don't know when those guys will catch up. If we miss this flight, we don't know when we'll be able to wait for another flight to Azure Lotus Mansion. This kid is only in the Yang Sky Sacred Realm. What important matter could he possibly have with this ticket to Azure Lotus Mansion? Could his matter be more important than ours?" The woman shook her head and said, "Forget it. I'm not willing to force a sale. If this brother doesn't want to sell, it's useless for us to force him. Moreover, it's only a ticket and there are 5 of us. It's useless." Exalted Spirit. Chapter 1646. Refining the blood, immortal Zhuowen glanced at the lady again. She knew the big picture. Zhuowen cupped his fists and left the pier with large strides. Since the ship to the Green Lotus Mansion would depart in 3 days, Zhuowen could wait for 3 days. He could use the time flow in the Azure Dragon Hall to study the refining method of the blood immortal and refine the ninth Yangdao sword. Jiang Binhan and the others don't know where I am. It won't be easy for them to find me so quickly. I should be safe in 3 days. Zhuowen thought to himself as he walked. Looking at the departing figure, the middle-aged man frowned and said in a low voice, "Miss, are we going to let him go just like that? Although there's only one ship ticket, it can send you back first. Our chaos shuttle has been destroyed by the mysterious man. You can go back to your family first and ask for reinforcement from your family. As long as our family members are here, the mysterious man won't dare to act recklessly." The lady shook her head and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. We have to think of another way. The mysterious man's goal is very clear. He wants us to stay in the blood-refining mansion forever. He not only destroyed our chaos shuttle, but also destroyed our connection with our family. I think if I step on the ship of the chaos beast, the mysterious man will be serious." The lady's beautiful eyes were calm and wise. After being chased by the mysterious man for a while, she vaguely guessed the mysterious man's real goal. He wanted them to stay in the blood-refining mansion forever. However, what she did not expect was why the mysterious person would do such a thing. Was there an unspeakable secret behind this? She also knew that the mysterious man could easily make them stay with his strength. However, the mysterious man didn't do so. Instead, he seemed to be toying with them. The mysterious man is very strong. He is at least a half immortal, or even an earthly immortal. He also has an earthly immortal saint weapon. Ordinary forces can't send someone with such strength and background. Only one of the 9 great families can do it. The swordsman, Xue Hui, had a gloomy look in his eyes. He knew very well that only a few top forces could send out such a top expert, and the most likely was the other clans of the 9 great clans. The relationship between the 9 super clans had never been good. After all, the legend of the 9 great saint talismans being able to combine into a divine talisman had always been circulating in the Middle Plains. It was precisely because of this legend that the relationship between the 9 great holy talisman clans was extremely tense. Each clan wanted to obtain the holy talisman from the other clans and then combine them into the legendary divine talisman. Of course, not every one of the 9 great saint talisman clans had a complete saint talisman. Most of them had flaws. For example, the Ice Fire Saint Talisman of the Ice Fire clan had lost a trace of its origin many years ago and had become incomplete. The woman and the others were from the Wind and Thunder clan. They were passing by the Blood Refining Mansion and were planning to go to the Green Lotus Mansion. However, when they were transferring to the Wind and Thunder Mansion, they were ambushed by a mysterious person, causing the Primal Chaos Shuttle to be damaged. Speaking of which, the mysterious man was also very strange. He was very powerful. If he were to face the 5 of them directly, he could completely suppress them or even capture them. However, he did not do so. There was a deep meaning behind this. Yes, then why did the mysterious man do this? He deliberately left us in the blood-refining mansion. The middle-aged man with a sword on his back frowned and muttered to himself. This man must have an ulterior motive. He destroyed our primal chaos shuttle and forced us to land in the blood-refining mansion. However, he did not do anything to us. His intention is obvious. He wants us to stay in the blood-refining mansion. If we really leave the blood-refining mansion, this man may be serious. Therefore, it is safer for us to stay in the blood-refining mansion now. The woman's beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke. Xue Hui nodded and revealed a look of understanding. He was quite convinced. The woman's analysis was spot on. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that Miss made a wise choice not to snatch the ticket." The woman did not respond to this matter. Her beautiful eyes flashed slightly as she looked at Zhuowen, who had already disappeared from the platform. She thought to herself, "This person has an aura that makes me feel very close to him, causing me to not want to stand against him." Thinking of this, the woman did not want to think too much. She said to Xue Hui and the other 3 in a deep voice, "Let's stay in this county first." The person in charge of the dock was arranged by the Primal Chaos Temple. When the time comes, We will contact the person in charge of the dock. Perhaps we will have a way to contact our family. Once we contact our family, the mysterious man will not dare to stop us from returning, no matter how difficult it is to deal with him." Hearing this, Shui, Hui, and the other three nodded and left the place with the woman. Hanming County was one of the top counties in the blood refining mansion. Its reputation was not inferior to that of the Blood Jade County. It was precisely because Hanming County was so big that the Primal Chaos Temple had set up a dock for the Primal Chaos beasts. Zhuowen randomly found an inn in Hanming County and checked in. 3 days. 3 years in the second world of the Azure Dragon Palace. I wonder if the greater success Saint Physique can completely refine the 9th Yang Dao sword in 3 years. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Immediately, he grabbed with his right claw and immediately grabbed an evil man with blood-red hair and red eyes. "Zhuowen, what do you want? I have not done anything wrong to you. You can't kill me." The blood demon rolled his eyes and could not help but struggle as he shouted. Zhuowen's eyes were cold as he stared at the blood demon. The blood demon trembled and his hair stood on end. The more Zhuowen acted like this, the more terrified he was. In the entire blood refining mansion, only you, blood demon, know my identity. You still want to quibble? Zhuowen smiled coldly. He clenched his right hand and grabbed the blood demon's neck. His 5 fingers contained a sharp saint power. The saint power was extremely surging. It was as if it could pierce the blood demon's neck at any time and take his life. The blood demon fell silent. Immediately, he stared at Zhuowen with a pleading look and said, "Zhuowen, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the blood demon clan will know. It won't be good for you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, you need to cooperate with me to do something." Zhuowen changed the topic. "What is it? As long as you don't kill me, I will agree to anything you want," the blood demon said with a hopeful look. Zhuowen did not speak. He took out the Azure Dragon token and carried the blood demon to the 18th mountain in the 3rd world of the Azure Dragon Palace. Zhuowen greeted the 18th mountain god, Lowe's, and sat on the mountain peak. Then he waved his right hand and threw the blood demon to the side. "You asked me to check your sea of consciousness. I want to see what kind of organization your blood demon clan is. If you allow me to check, I won't kill you. Instead, I will give you a blessing," Zhuowen said indifferently. "Check my sea of consciousness." The blood demon's expression changed slightly. However, when he felt Zhuowen's sharp eyes, he fell silent and said, "Since that's the case, fine. However, you must swear that you won't kill me after you check my sea of consciousness." "I mean what I say," Zhuowen said indifferently. After he finished speaking, the blood demon sighed and relaxed his mind. Checking one sea of consciousness was a very dangerous act. If he did not relax his mind and the other party forcefully checked it, he might become an idiot. Zhuowen pointed his sword finger at the center of the blood demon's eyebrows. Soon after, he slowly checked the blood demon's sea of consciousness. As time passed, his face became a little ugly and his eyes were filled with coldness. After a quarter of an hour, Zhuowen formed a seal with his left hand and pointed at his right hand. Immediately, the sword finger formed by his right hand emitted an intense light. This light instantly entered the blood demon's sea of consciousness and turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. It pulled the blood demon's sea of consciousness out. Puffed. The blood demon spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with pain and malevolence. He shouted, "Zhuowen, what are you doing?" Zhuowen's eyes turned even colder. He ignored the blood demon and pulled his sword finger, forcibly removing the blood demon's sea of consciousness. The moment the blood demon's sea of consciousness left his body, it was as if time had stopped. A blood-red ball of light floated in Zhuowen's palm. There was a small person in the middle of the ball of light. If one looked closely, the small person's face was the blood demon's, and the blood-red ball of light was the blood demon's sea of consciousness. After the sea of consciousness was removed, the blood demon's body lost all signs of life. He fell to the ground, motionless. "Zhuowen, what are you doing? Do you want to kill me?" In the blood-red ball of light, the blood demon's sea of consciousness couldn't help but roar. Zhuan didn't care. Instead, he summoned Xiao He and nodded at her. Immediately, his left eye exploded with a terrifying law of fire. Then, a 9-colored flame surrounded the law of fire, gushed out, and instantly enveloped the blood demon's body. When the blood demon's sea of consciousness saw this, he couldn't help but curse. However, Zhuan didn't care about this. The process of creating the blood immortal was very complicated. The first step was to use the heaven fire to temper the blood demon's body. It was like a sword that had been calcined in a furnace. Only after being tempered thousands of times could a sword be created that would be immortalized. The first step of the blood immortal was very similar to the sword. It was to temper the body until it was hard enough to form the embryonic form of the blood immortal. Time gradually passed. Half a year had passed. In this half a year, Zhuan used the 9 flames karmic fire to temper the blood immortal's body day and night. The blood demon, on the other hand, would curse Zhuan crazily every day. This made Zhuan used to the blood demon's curses. The embryonic form should be almost done. Zhuan flashed. With a wave of his sleeve, the 9 flames karmic fire immediately disappeared, revealing the body inside. What appeared in front of Zhuan was a charred corpse. Its entire body was pitch black, and it looked extremely miserable. Bastard Zhuan, you will die a horrible death. How dare you turn my body into this? The blood demon was on the verge of breaking down. Looking at the char body, he cursed even more. Whether it's real gold or fake, you will know with one look. Chapter 1647. Half immortal. As the charred surface of the dried corpse continued to peel off, the bloody light became more and more terrifying. In the end, it shot up into the sky and dyed the sky of the third heaven red. Zhuan's eyes flashed. He saw that the charred surface of the dried corpse had finally fallen off, revealing a large bloody skeleton. The bloody skeleton's aura was extremely vast and terrifying. Its surface was covered with hideous bone spikes. It looked like a killing machine. I didn't expect that the blood immortal body, condensed from the first step, would reach the standard of the heaven-defying sacred stage. If you gather some rare materials, it won't be surprising that you can reach the half-immortal realm. Xiao He stared at the bloody skeleton and said with satisfaction. Zhuan nodded and waved his sleeve. Immediately, he took out a lot of materials from his spirit ring. There was no lack of precious spirit herbs and strange ores. These were all resources that Zhuan had collected or plundered over the years. The materials needed to condense the blood immortal body were not very particular. Therefore, Zhuan took out the materials that were stored in his spirit ring, but never used. If it weren't for the fact that it was difficult to condense the materials for a saint artifact, Zhuan might even use a saint artifact as a material. However, this was very unrealistic. After all, a saint artifact was too hard. It was very troublesome to condense it. Therefore, Zhuan didn't plan to choose a saint artifact. Kid, don't you still have the blood lightning in the golden thunder bamboo? Take out the blood lightning and integrate it into the blood immortal body. Xiao He looked at Zhuan and said. Zhuan's eyes lit up. With a flick of his finger, he took out the golden thunder bamboo. The surface of the golden thunder bamboo was covered with countless blood lightning, covering the golden color of the golden thunder bamboo. Leave the rest to me. You just need to watch the blood demon's sea of consciousness. This dragon lord has a use for the last step. As Xiao He spoke, he took control of the materials that Zhuan took out. Of course, this included the golden thunder bamboo that was covered with blood lightning. Whoosh! Xiao He flew to the top of the blood immortal's head and spat out a ball of ink-black flame. Under Xiao He's control, the ink-black flame wrapped around the various materials in her hand and began to condense. After the condensation was completed, Xiao He merged the liquid made from these materials into the blood immortal's body. Time passed slowly. Half a year had passed. The materials that Xiao He had refined were all integrated into the blood immortal. At this moment, the blood immortal's aura had reached the peak of the heaven-defying saint realm. Just a little bit more, and I can become a half-immortal. Black's eyes became serious as he waved his little claw and pulled out the 7 blood thunders that had fused with the golden thunder bamboo. Then he pressed them down, and the blood thunders gathered inside the blood immortal's body like rivers flowing into the ocean. Crackle. The power of the blood thunder was extremely strong. It kept surging on the surface of the blood immortal's body, but it couldn't destroy the blood immortal's body. This showed how strong the blood immortal's body was. The blood immortal's body is a little bit stronger than my saint body, Zhuan murmured as he squinted his eyes. After another month, the blood thunder finally integrated into the blood immortal's body. The blood immortal's aura rose again. It broke through the peak of the heaven-defying saint realm and became a half immortal. Phew, it's finally done. Although the blood immortal doesn't have any power of law, its principle is similar to your saint body. Its body is unparalleled in the world. With the power of the blood thunder on its surface, it's comparable to a half immortal. Moreover, the blood demon has the bloodline of the ancient blood demon. It has the potential to become an immortal. Therefore, your blood immortal has great potential. Xiaohei let out a sigh and laughed. Looking at the blood immortal, who was surrounded by terrifying blood thunder, Zhuan's eyes shone. He could feel the terror of the blood immortal. Even if Zhuan's original body integrated with the saint body, he might not be the blood immortal's opponent. However, although the blood immortal's aura was strong, it didn't move at all. It didn't have any vitality. It was like a skeleton with a terrifying aura. There's one last step. Give me the blood demon's sea of consciousness. Facing Zhuan's puzzled gaze, Xiaohei spread out its little paw. Zhuan waved his sleeve and gave the blood demon's sea of consciousness to Xiaohei. Hey, what do you want? Don't tell me you want to kill me? The blood demon's expression suddenly became nervous. Xiaohei revealed its signature cheap smile and said, Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to give you a good fortune. As it spoke, Xiaohei's claws quickly formed a seal. Immediately, a black flame swept out and enveloped the blood demon's sea of consciousness. Then, the blood demon's horrified screams were heard. However, the screams became lower and lower. In the end, it became completely silent. Xiaohei waved its little paw. Immediately, the black flame dissipated and revealed the blood demon's sea of consciousness. The blood demon's sea of consciousness didn't change. However, the little person in the depths of the sea of consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Or it could be said that Xiaohei used some kind of secret technique to block it. Boy, imprint your consciousness on the sea of consciousness. When the time comes, you can use this imprint to control the blood immortal. Right now, the blood demon's sea of consciousness is the most compatible with the blood immortal's sea of consciousness. As long as you can control the sea of consciousness, you can control the blood immortal. Xiaohei said. Hearing this, Zhuan nodded. Immediately, his right sword finger pointed between his eyebrows. He separated a strand of consciousness and imprinted it in the blood demon's sea of consciousness. After that, Xiaohei landed on the blood immortal's head and pressed the blood demon's sea of consciousness into the blood immortal's Tianling point. Boom! The moment the blood demon's sea of consciousness was pressed into the blood immortal's Tianling point, the blood immortal's hollow eyes suddenly burst out with an extremely strange blood flame. Around the blood immortal's body, waves of raging blood thunder burst out. It looked extremely terrifying and strange. Xiaohei quickly retreated and left the range of the blood thunder. Instead of being angry, his eyes were filled with joy. He said, Looks like it's a success. Your blood immortal is comparable to a half immortal. She is very powerful. If there is a chance in the future, she may become an earth immortal. At this moment, Zhuan's eyes were fixed on the blood immortal, who was surrounded by blood thunder. He could clearly feel that he had a blood connection with the blood immortal. As long as he used his mind, he could control the blood immortal. At this moment, Zhuan's eyes had a trace of understanding. He knew that the most important part of the blood immortal should be the blood demon's sea of consciousness. This sea of consciousness was the bridge and medium between him and the blood immortal. Without the blood demon's sea of consciousness, he could not control the blood immortal at all. Xiaohei, the blood demon's sea of consciousness, should have fallen into a deep sleep. Will he wake up and escape my control? Zhuowen's eyes were like torches. Xiaohei smiled and said, Yes, but when the blood demon wakes up, he will not be able to escape your control. Because you have left a deep imprint in his sea of consciousness, he will not be able to resist you. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Since Xiaohei said so, he was relieved. The blood immortal is finished, but the 9th Yangdao sword is still difficult to refine. Zhuowen put away the blood immortal and focused his mind on the Great Success Holy Body. He found that even though the Great Success Holy Body had the 9 sun mark, in the past year, there had not been much progress in refining the 9th Yangdao sword. Let's go out first. The 9th Yangdao sword is much more powerful than the 1st Yangdao sword. It is natural that it is difficult to refine. Zhuowen sighed. He immediately said goodbye to Lowe's and left the Green Dragon Palace. Sitting in the room of the inn, Zhuowen was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he said to Xiaohei, Xiaohei, I'm afraid that my location has been exposed. Xiaohei landed on Zhuowen's shoulder and asked doubtfully, What do you mean? Because of the blood demon. Previously, I checked the memories in the blood demon's sea of consciousness. I found that the blood demon's body was imprinted with the imprint of 2 high-ranking members of the blood demon clan. Those 2 high-ranking members can use this imprint to find my location. Zhuowen looked a little helpless. He did not expect things to develop to this point. The blood demon clan still has this trick up their sleeves. With Jiang Binhan's power and intelligence, it is impossible that he does not know about this. I'm afraid that Jiang Binhan will ask the 2 leaders of the blood demon clan to find your specific location. Xiaohei said with an ugly expression. After you refine the blood demon into the blood immortal, I wonder if the imprint on the blood demon's body has been removed. If it has been removed, then everything will be easy. Otherwise, it will be difficult, Zhuowen said. Xiaohei nodded. Suddenly, she transmitted her voice. How about this? Just in case. Hearing Xiaohei's idea, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He immediately nodded and said, This method is the safest. Not bad. After discussing for a while, Zhuowen took out the blood immortal and left her in the room. Meanwhile, Zhuowen opened the door and left the inn. He found another inn not far away in Hanming County and stayed there. After staying in the new room, Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, Whether the imprint on the blood immortal's body has been removed or not, we will know after testing it. Another day passed. On this day, a Primal Chaos shuttle suddenly flew over to Hanming County. The Primal Chaos shuttle was extremely fast. It directly landed in an extremely spacious square in Hanming County, attracting the attention of many warriors in Hanming County. Several people walked down from the Primal Chaos shuttle. The person in the lead was dressed in snow-white clothes. He was extraordinarily handsome. He was the young master of the Icefire clan, Jiang Binhan. Standing beside Jiang Binhan was the gray-clothed old man, Fong Lao, and a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe. This middle-aged man was one of the 2 leaders of the Blood Demon clan, Xuelin. Zhuowen, who had checked the memories of the Blood Demon's sea of consciousness, naturally recognized Xuelin at a glance. Xuelin's strength was not simple. His cultivation had reached the peak of the heaven-defying saint stage. Due to the characteristics of the Blood Demon clan, his battle strength was even more terrifying than a heaven-defying saint stage saint. It was said that he could fight against a half-immortal. After Jiang Binhan and the others walked down from the Primal Chaos shuttle, the faces of 5 people in the crowd around the square became gloomy. These 5 people were the 5 people from the Wind Thunder clan that Zhuowen had met at the dock. Chapter 1648. The blood immortal shows her might. Xue Hui was extremely vigilant. He secretly transmitted his voice to the woman. Miss, Jiang Binhan's arrival is too strange. Could his target be us? If so, the mysterious man was probably sent by Jiang Binhan. The woman shook her head and replied, It shouldn't be Jiang Binhan. The mysterious man is too powerful. He's even more terrifying than Elder Fong. Although Jiang Binhan is the young master of the Ice Fire family, his status in the family is not as high as Jiang Zetian and Jiang Binwei. Jiang Binhan can't mobilize such a terrifying expert. The possibility of it being Jiang Binhan is very low. Hearing this, Shui Hui's eyes flickered. He asked doubtfully, "Then why did Jiang Binhan come to the blood refining mansion? And he happened to come to our Hanming County. This is too much of coincidence." "I don't know about this." The lady shook her head and frowned. She also felt that Jiang Binhan's arrival was very coincidental. Although she could not rule out the possibility that it was an accident, she could vaguely feel that Jiang Binhan's arrival was related to the mysterious person. At this moment, Jiang Binhan turned his head to look at Shui Lin beside him. He smiled and said, "Senior Shui Lin, is he here?" Shui Lin's bloodshot eyes scanned the surroundings. Immediately, he formed a seal with his right hand. Blood qi gushed out from his fingertips and transformed into a strange pattern. The pattern was blood red in color. It spun once in the air before suddenly shooting off in a certain direction. "Right here, young Master Jiang, follow that bloody light with me. I can sense the aura of the blood general. He's not far from here," Shui Lin said to Jiang Binhan. He stepped on the ground and rushed out like a shuttle, closely following the bloody light. "Let's follow him," Jiang Binhan said. Then, he led Fong Lao and the 5 personal guards and followed closely behind. Their speed was extremely fast. The people around the square naturally felt that Shui Lin and the others were unusual. The moment Shui Lin rushed out, they consciously made a path for him. When Shui Lin, Jiang Binhan, and the others left the square with Shui Lin, the eyes of the 5 women hidden in the crowd flickered. Among them, Shui Hui said, "Young lady, you are so accurate. Jiang Binhan's target is not us." The woman nodded and said, "Let's follow them and take a look. I wonder who it is that made Jiang Binhan mobilize so many people to capture him." Since the woman had spoken, the 4 of them naturally had no objections. They nodded and secretly followed Jiang Binhan and the others. The 5 women did not attract Jiang Binhan's attention because Shui Lin, Jiang Binhan, and the others had already attracted the attention of many martial artists on the street. Among them, there were some curious cultivators who followed Jiang Binhan and the others. Since the 5 women did not show any peculiarities, they naturally would not be noticed by Jiang Binhan. The blood-red light was extremely fast. It quickly stopped in front of an inn. With a swoosh, the blood-red light entered the inn and disappeared without a trace. The moment the blood-red light entered the inn, on a seat on the 2nd floor of a restaurant not far from the inn, a slender young man suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of intense coldness in his eyes. She was still found? It seems that the brand on the blood immortal was not removed at all. This person was Zhuowen. At this moment, the coldness in his eyes was extremely intense. He took a step forward and disappeared from the 2nd floor of the restaurant. "The blood general is in here." Shui Lin's eyes flickered with coldness. He immediately nodded at Jiang Binhan and took a step forward and rushed into the inn. Jiang Binhan stood quietly outside the inn. He had no intention of going in. Beside him, Old Fong said in a deep voice, "Young master, are we not going in? The blood general has been captured by Zhuowen. Senior Shui Lin will definitely ask for it and may even fight with him. Let's not join in the fun for now. After the conflict between the Blood Demon clan is resolved, we will go in and settle our old score with Zhuowen," Jiang Binhan said lightly. Old Fong's heart trembled when he heard this. He immediately nodded and did not say anything else. He could see that Jiang Binhan was planning to take advantage of the situation. Since the blood general was in Zhuowen's hands, with Zhuowen's character, it was naturally impossible for him to hand it over easily. At that time, Shui Lin would most likely have a conflict with Zhuowen and may even have a great battle. Zhuowen possessed a part of the first Yangdao sword, an earthly immortal sacred artifact, the 9 Yangdao sword. Although it was only a part of the first Yangdao sword, its power was still very impressive. It was enough to fight against the blood forest and even suppress it. Of course, as long as Shui Lin did not die. Jiang Binhan could take the opportunity to capture Zhuan. Old Fong set up an air-restricting domain around. This time, we can't let this guy escape using the law of the void again. Jiang Binhan suddenly said to Old Fong. Yes. Old Fong cupped his hands together and leaped into the sky. Both of his hands formed a seal, and a sealing power immediately permeated the empty space around the inn. The range of the sealing power extended for several hundred meters, and coincidentally encompassed the entire area around the inn. Some of the surrounding cultivators who were flying over the inn immediately lost their balance and fell to the ground the moment they entered the inn. Air-restricting domain. Many of the surrounding warriors' faces changed slightly as they looked at this scene in horror. They immediately gathered outside the air-restricting domain and silently observed everything around the inn. They could naturally smell that there was something unusual about this place. This was especially so for the gray-clothed elder who had set up the Forbidden Sky domain. The aura on his body was extremely vast and terrifying. The moment they came into contact with him, they felt their hearts palpitate and did not dare to look him in the eye. It seems that something big has happened. The aura of these people is so terrifying. I don't know what they are planning to do in this inn. The surrounding warriors discussed animatedly. They first noticed the gray-robed elder. When the gray-robed elder respectfully returned to Jiang Binhan's side and saw the 5 personal guards behind Jiang Binhan with extremely powerful auras, their eyes were filled with awe. At this moment, the warriors in the inn also noticed the strange situation here. At the same time, they thought of the terrifying aura of the man in the blood-red robe who had rushed into the inn before and tactfully left the inn. Dear guests, what do you mean by this? This inn doesn't seem to have offended any of you, right? The shopkeeper in front of the counter hurriedly walked out and squeezed out a rather ugly smile as he looked at Jiang Binhan and the others. Jiang Binhan remained calm and said indifferently, "Shopkeeper, we are just looking for a person in your inn. You don't have to be too alarmed. After we find this person, we will leave on our own." The shopkeeper complained incessantly in his heart. When he saw the gray-robed elder set up the air-restricting domain, he knew that entering his inn would likely lead to an unknown battle. Although he was furious in his heart, due to the terrifying aura of Jiang Binhan and the others in front of him, the shopkeeper could only swallow his bitterness in his stomach. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion abruptly rang out from within the inn. Soon after, the inn violently trembled. Soon after, the inn collapsed with a bang under everyone's gazes, turning into ruins. Looking at this scene, the shopkeeper's face turned ghastly pale. He continuously retreated while wailing in his heart. Swoosh! A burly figure suddenly flew out from the ruins. Jiang Binhan's eyes were piercingly cold. Soon after, he realized that the person who flew out from the ruins was none other than the leader of the Blood Devil clan, Xuelin. What happened? Xuelin is actually in such a sorry state. Could it be that Zhuan has become so powerful? Old Fong, stop him. The instant Xuelin flew out, Jiang Binhan's pupils involuntarily shrunk. Old Fong, who was beside him, nodded slightly and instantly rushed out. Gray chi erupted from his hands. The instant Xuelin was about to reach him, Old Fong's hands, which were covered in gray chi, suddenly pushed forward and pressed against Xuelin's back. Swoosh! However, the instant Old Fong's hands made contact with Xuelin, a terrifying blood lightning suddenly spread from Old Fong's back. It followed Old Fong's hands and spread to his entire body. Old Fong was caught off guard and was hit by the blood lightning. The power of this blood lightning was extraordinary. After circulating around his body, it directly paralyzed his entire body. Bang! The instant Old Fong was paralyzed by the blood lightning, Xuelin's body heavily collided with Old Fong. Soon after, Old Fong was sent flying along with Xuelin. What? This scene was a little strange in Jiang Binhan's eyes. The instant Old Fong came into contact with the blood forest, he was sent flying backwards without any ability to resist. Fortunately, Old Fong was extremely powerful. After a short period of paralysis, he twisted his right hand and the gray chi spread all over his body. He directly pressed against Xuelin's back and completely caught Xuelin. "Senior Xuelin, are you okay? Who put you in such a sorry state?" After Old Fong caught Xuelin, Jiang Binhan could not help but ask anxiously. Xuelin spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was slightly pale as he said in a deep voice, "It's a monster. The strange thing is that this monster has the brand I left on the Blood General. This brand cannot be transferred. This monster is a Blood General. But how is that possible? How can a Blood General become like this?" Speaking of this, Xuelin's face became extremely agitated, as if he had been stimulated. His voice trembled slightly. Jiang Binhan did not understand. Just as he was about to continue asking, a roar suddenly came from the ruins in front of him. Immediately, a terrifying blood shadow swept out like lightning. Its target was Jiang Binhan. "Young master, be careful." Jiang Binhan's eyes turned cold. The 5 personal guards behind him shouted and rushed out. The aura of the heaven-defying Saint Realm was fully displayed. 5 heaven-defying Saint Realm saints as guards. Who is this young man? Chapter 1649. Elder Fong's shock. What's that? When the 5 guards' attacks were instantly destroyed, Jiang Binhan's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but step back. However, although the bloody figure destroyed the 5 attacks, it paused for a moment. Jiang Binhan finally saw the bloody figure's true face. All that was left of the blood shadow was a huge skeleton. The skeleton was blood red, and its spine, hands, legs, and skull were covered with ferocious blood-red bone spikes. Furthermore, the surroundings of these bone spikes were filled with traces of blood-red lightning. They looked powerful and strange. The moment Jiang Binhan saw the blood shadow, he couldn't help but shiver. The shape of the blood shadow was so strange and ferocious that even he couldn't help but feel disgusted. "What is that?" Not far away, Elder Fong also saw the appearance of the Blood Immortal. His expression turned serious. He could feel that the Blood Immortal gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. "This thing has the aura of a Blood General. I suspect that it's a Blood General." Xuelin's body trembled. He looked at the strange-looking Blood Immortal with lingering fear. The Blood Immortal gave him a terrifying deterrent. It was as if the thing standing in front of him was a huge blood mountain. "Blood General? How did the Blood General of your Blood Demon clan become like this?" Elder Fong's expression was strange, as he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Xuelin's eyes showed a trace of hatred. He said, "This must have something to do with the Zhuoan you mentioned. I don't know what despicable means that Zhuoan used to turn the Blood General into this. Now the Blood General doesn't have any intelligence. It looks like a complete monster." Elder Fong's eyes narrowed. He stared at the Blood Immortal and said, "This monster's aura is terrifying. I'm afraid that the 5 guards won't be able to stop it. I have to return to the young master." As he spoke, Elder Fong stepped into the air. His entire body shot out like an arrow and landed beside Jiang Binhan. Oh, the moment the Blood Immortal was blocked by the 5 guards, the Blood Immortal roared towards the sky. The bone spikes on her body spewed out extremely dense and terrifying blood lightning. In an instant, the Blood Immortal was enveloped by the terrifying blood lightning. Whoosh! In an instant, the Blood Immortal's aura skyrocketed. She stomped her foot in the air, and a ring-shaped wave of air suddenly spread out. Then, the Blood Immortal turned into a terrifying blood shadow and disappeared from where she stood. "Stop him!" The faces of the 5 personal guards changed slightly. They looked at each other and burst forth with their strongest power in tacit understanding. The power of the 5 people gathered together and turned into a tortoise-shell-like defensive shield in front of them. In the fight just now, the 5 of them had realized that the Blood Immortal was extraordinary and terrifyingly powerful. They knew that if they wanted to fight her head-on, even if the 5 of them worked together, they would still be at a disadvantage. Therefore, when the Blood Immortal attacked again, the 5 of them tacitly chose to defend. The Blood Immortal was extremely fast. In an instant, She was in front of the defense of the 5 people. Then, like a killing machine, she used both her hands and feet to attack the defensive shield quickly. The ferocious bone spikes on her hands and feet also blasted the defensive shield without mercy. Every hit was able to burst out extremely terrifying blood lightning. The blood lightning bombarded like the power of the heavens. In just 3 breaths of time, countless fine cracks appeared on the surface of the defense formed by the 5 personal guards. In the end, it collapsed inch by inch. Poochie! The moment the defense collapsed, the 5 personal guards spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale, and they flew out in 5 directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the 5 personal guards flew out, 5 yellow lightning-like water droplets flew out from between the ribs of the Blood Immortal. They were extremely fast and flew towards the 5 personal guards who were flying out. The 5 personal guards were seriously injured, and when they were flying out, their defense was at its weakest. Therefore, they didn't even notice the 5 yellow spring water droplets. Watch out! Jiang Binhin's pupils constricted slightly, but he saw it clearly. He took a step forward, waved his sleeve, and a long saber rushed out from his sleeve. As soon as the saber came out, it was like a long river hanging in the sky. It even emitted the sound of flowing water. It sounded extremely creepy. The saber was called the Long River Saber. It was another one of Jiang Binhin's incredible saint treasures. While he was in the Eastern Land, Jiang Binhan used this saber. Its power was terrifying. Speaking of which, Jiang Binhan did have a lot of treasures. Jiang Binhan had shown 2 heaven-defying holy treasures. One was the Great Mountain River diagram, and the other was the Long River Saber in front of him. The Long River Saber was extremely fast. Before the saber reached the 5 yellow spring water droplets, the Blood Immortal arrived on time and blasted her palm over. Rumble! A terrifying explosion sounded. The Long River Saber, which had turned into a long river, was blasted away. The Blood Immortal stood still like Mount Tai. What? She blocked my Long River Saber? Jiang Binhin's face darkened. He couldn't help but take a few more steps back. The Long River Saber was an incredible saint treasure for attacking. Now, it was blocked so easily by the Blood Immortal, which really shocked Jiang Binhan. The moment the Long River Saber was blocked, the 5 yellow spring water droplets had completely sunk into the 5 personal guards' foreheads. Then 5 shrill screams came out. Jiang Binhan looked at the 5 personal guards with a gloomy look. They had completely turned into 5 dried corpses in front of his eyes. Zhuowen, where are you? What's the point of hiding? Come out if you have the guts. Jiang Binhin's eyes were spitting fire. He couldn't help but yell at the surroundings. This time, he made a mistake. He didn't expect Zhuowen to have such a terrifying Blood Immortal. If he knew, he wouldn't have brought so few people to encircle Zhuowen. However, the Blood Immortal's response was a roar. After the Blood Immortal slapped the Long River Saber away, a pair of eyes formed by blood flames coldly stared at Jiang Binhan. Then, she rushed towards Jiang Binhan. Young master, be careful. This monster's strength is probably no weaker than a half-immortal. Old Fong's gaze was extremely cautious. He waved his sleeve, and a skull scepter appeared in his right hand. There was a palm-sized skull at the top of the scepter, and wisps of grayish-black gas drifted out from the skull. It looked extremely strange. Undead. Elder Fong snorted coldly and uttered an incantation. Suddenly, dense gray and black gas spread out from the scepter. The gas grew more and more, and finally formed countless undead spirits. Elder Fong cultivated the law of undead. The scepter in his hand was called the Undead Scepter. It was a heaven-defying saint treasure. It contained countless undead spirits refined by Elder Fong. If all of them were released, their power would be extremely terrifying. At this moment, Elder Fong released almost all of the undead spirits in the Undead Scepter to face the Blood Immortal. After all, Elder Fong was only at the peak of the heaven-defying saint realm. Even if his strength was a bit stronger than Shui Hentian, there was still a big gap between him and a half-immortal. The Blood Immortal in front of him gave him too much pressure. She was comparable to a half-immortal. If he didn't use all of his strength, he wouldn't be her opponent. Countless undead spirits whizzed past and rushed toward the blood immortal. The sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling suddenly spread thousands of meters around the inn. Many warriors covered their ears and coughed out blood after hearing this terrifying sound. The 5 people from the Wind and Thunder family in the crowd looked at this scene in shock, especially the woman. She frowned and said in a deep voice, "This crimson monster's strength is terrifying. What kind of person brought such a terrifying monster here?" Shui Hui replied, "Jiang Binhan called out a person's name just now. That person's name is Zhuowen. Perhaps this monster was brought here by Zhuowen." Zhuowen? This person's name is extremely strange. I've never heard of him in the central region. It's really strange. The woman frowned slightly. The woman basically knew all the young talents in the central region, but this was the first time she heard of Zhuowen's name. And this unknown person could bring such a terrifying monster here. Even Jiang Binhan was forced into this state by him. The blood immortal was extremely fast. She wasn't afraid of the countless undead spirits at all. She directly rushed in and tore with her claws. Suddenly, the dense fog of undead spirits around her was torn apart. Elder Fong's expression was extremely serious. His hands continuously formed seals, and the fog of undead spirits instantly rolled and drowned the blood immortal. However, the blood immortal was very familiar with it. She stretched out her claws again and was able to tear the fog apart. This made Elder Fong's expression extremely ugly. "King of the undead." Elder Fong bit open the tip of his tongue and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood into the mist of death. Instantly, the ceaselessly surging mist of death started to ceaselessly converge towards the center, and in the end, it formed an enormous black shadow that was over 1 kilometer tall. Within the black shadow, countless undead spirits were wriggling. They had big bellies and huge bodies. The aura on their bodies was extremely terrifying. As soon as the black shadow appeared, a huge palm whizzed down and fiercely blasted towards the blood immortal. The blood immortal didn't want to be outdone. The blood thunder wrapped around her and turned into a blood thunder palm. She faced the sky and attacked. Boom! In an instant, the blood thunder and the fog collided. Terrifying ripples appeared in the surrounding void and spread out. Because of this, the space collapsed inch by inch. As for the buildings on the ground within a radius of dozens of miles, they were all turned into dust under the ripples of the collision. The onlooking cultivators were even more horrified as they retreated step by step, not daring to get too close to the battlefield. Whoosh! The blood thunder was like the power of the heavens. It instantly spread up the palm, formed by the fog of undead spirits. The palm suddenly collapsed and turned into dust. Because of this, the black shadow retreated step by step. This made Elder Fong tremble with fear. He looked at the blood immortal in horror. "Blood Forest, why don't you lend me a hand? This monster can only be defeated by the 2 of us working together. Otherwise, if he defeats us one by one, we'll be in trouble." Chapter 1650. Surprise attack. Xuelin's eyes flashed. After a moment of silence, he finally decided to attack. The Blood General had the ancient Blood Demon bloodline and was an important descendant of the Blood Demon clan. He had the potential to become an immortal. He couldn't let the Blood Demon clan lose him for nothing, especially when he could feel that his imprint on the Blood General was on the blood red monster in front of him. He was sure that this blood red monster was the Blood General. I must take the Blood General away. Otherwise, the Blood Demon clan will suffer a great loss. Xuelin's eyes were gloomy. He clenched his right hand and swiftly formed a blood-colored seal. Immediately, he violently smashed it against his chest. Immediately, Xuelin's body began to swell, and the clothes on his body were torn apart. Rumble! In an instant, Xuelin's body grew to hundreds of feet tall. His entire body was filled with blood qi, making him look like a horrifying blood giant. Xuelin's aura also skyrocketed. He was infinitely close to the blood immortal. "Brother Fong, let me help you." Xuelin's current appearance was somewhat similar to the ancient blood demon. Clearly, this was a secret technique that Shui Lin had inherited from the ancient blood demon. Rumble. Shui Lin took a step forward and instantly swept to the side of the black shadow, formed by countless dead souls. He punched out. Blood, chi gushed out and rumbled toward the blood immortal in front of him. Bang! 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 Immediately, Shui Lin and Elder Fong joined forces to fight the blood immortal. Although the blood immortal was strong enough to fight two people at once, Elder Fong and Shui Lin weren't ordinary people. The blood immortal couldn't suppress the two for a while. The battle between the three became more and more intense. It almost reached the ninth heaven and shook the entire Hanming County. The entire sky was covered by dark clouds as blood lightning surged. Three figures shuttled through the dark clouds in the sky like gods as they continuously bombarded each other. The aftershocks from their attacks could even shatter the surrounding space into pieces. It was exceptionally terrifying. At this moment, in the general's mansion in the center of Hanming County, a long-haired man in armor looked up at the terrifying battle in the sky. His face was full of bitterness. He was the general in charge of Hanming County, but he couldn't stop the chaos in Hanming County, because the strength of the three people who caused the chaos this time was too terrifying. He knew very well that if he were to interfere, he would definitely die a graveless death, because just the aftershocks of the battle between the three of them were enough to kill him. Wasn't he courting death by going up there? The blood-refining mansion is really in chaos recently. The general sighed deeply. Soon after, he slowly walked into the general's residence in a lonely manner. He knew that he could not interfere in this matter. A half-immortal monster? Where did this Zhuowen come from? The coldness in Jiang Binhin's eyes intensified. He knew very well that if Zhuowen had this monster before, he would not have escaped. Instead, he would have fought with Jiang Binhin's men. However, Zhuowen did not take it out last time. Instead, he only took it out when he found Zhuowen. This could only mean that Zhuowen had found it during this period of time, or perhaps he had refined it himself. This guy must be lurking around. I have to be careful. Jiang Binhan took a deep breath. His eyes revealed a rare calmness. Soon after, he waved his sleeve and took out the Great Mountain River diagram, which revolved around his body. Although the Great Mountain River diagram was pierced by the first Yangdao sword, it was not damaged. Naturally, it had repaired itself long ago. At the same time, Jiang Binhan controlled the long river saber to observe the situation around him. He knew very well that two heaven-defying saint treasures might not be useful, because Zhuowen had a part of the first Yangdao sword, an earthly immortal saint artifact. Even though the first Yangdao sword was the weakest of the 9 long swords in the 9 Yangdao sword, it was still far more powerful than a heaven-defying saint treasure. Jiang Binhan had to be careful. If I have no other choice, I can only use that thing. Once I use that thing, I must make Zhuowen submit. I'm sure that the trace of the Ice-Fire Saint Talisman's origin is on him. I must get it. Jiang Binhan thought to himself. His eyes revealed a resolute look. Jiang Binhan's series of actions naturally attracted the attention of many warriors around him, especially when they saw Jiang Binhan take out 2 heaven-defying saint treasures at once. They were all in an uproar. Heaven-defying saint treasures were not something that ordinary people could afford. Even some saints in the sky saint realm might not necessarily have such a heaven-defying saint treasure. However, Jiang Binhan took out 2 of them at once. It could be said that he was rich and overbearing. At the same time, many warriors around were also surprised by Jiang Binhan's cautious behavior. Could it be that there were other enemies? Jiang Binhan should be on guard against the owner of the Crimson Monster. I really want to meet someone who can make Jiang Binhan so cautious. The beautiful woman in the crowd said with interest as she lifted her hair. Time passed minute by minute. The battle between the Blood Immortal, Elder Fong, and Shui Lin was still ongoing in the sky. Moreover, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. The terrifying explosion from the sky reverberated in the entire Hanming County like a cacophony of noise. Suddenly, a shocking chill suddenly erupted from a remote corner. The moment this chill spread, many of the surrounding martial warriors felt it and shivered. Whoosh! The moment the chill appeared, a whistling sound that tore through the air suddenly swept out from the remote corner. Its speed was so fast that it was rarely seen in the world. Jiang Binhan's eyes turned cold. He immediately stared at the figure that was rushing over and said coldly, "Zhuowen, you finally came out. Although the crimson monster you brought is indeed powerful, it has been entangled. Although you have the first Yangdao sword, I have a treasure that can restrain the first Yangdao sword. It's not too late for you to stop now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The chill on Zhuowen's body increased instead of decreasing. He stepped on the void, and the ground under his feet suddenly exploded. His speed increased greatly. He had used his actions to directly express his intentions, which was that he had no intention of stopping. Seeing Zhuowen's actions, Jiang Binhan's eyes were full of coldness. He said indifferently, "You forced me to do this." As he spoke, Jiang Binhan formed a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, the long river saber turned into a long river and rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't even look at the long river saber. He waved his sleeve, and the spirit-devouring lava river at his waist turned into a terrifying lava river. It completely separated the long river saber, and Zhuowen's speed didn't decrease. "It's him?" The moment Zhuowen appeared, the beautiful woman in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Shui Hui and the other 3 people beside her also revealed a look of surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect that the person behind the scenes who had forced Jiang Binhan into such a situation was the young man they had met at the dock. Fortunately, Miss is wise and didn't have a conflict with this person. Otherwise, the 5 of us would really be in trouble, Shui Hui, who carried a giant sword on his back, said rather happily. Although he was also at the peak of the heaven-defying Saint Realm, he was only on par with Elder Fong. Elder Fong was suppressed by the Blood Immortal. If it wasn't for the help of Blood Forest, he would have been defeated. Although Shui Hui was rather proud, if he were to face the Blood Immortal, he would probably be defeated faster than Elder Fong. Once he was defeated, none of the 4 people beside him would be a match for the Blood Immortal. Thinking of the consequences, Shui Hui and the other 3 people felt a lingering fear. Only the beautiful woman's beautiful eyes were bright. She was rather curious about the origin of the young man in front of her. He was actually so powerful and had so many trump cards. The Great Mountain River diagram can't stop me. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He waved his sleeve and instantly took out the first Yangdao sword. As soon as the first Yangdao sword appeared, it was like a rising sun. It immediately turned into a golden light and instantly pierced through the Great Mountain River diagram. This aura is a celestial saint weapon? This guy actually has a celestial saint weapon. When the first Yangdao sword appeared, many warriors around felt the vast and terrifying aura within it. They couldn't help but be shocked and couldn't help but be in an uproar. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes flickered. She was more knowledgeable than the others. She said in a deep voice, "The first Yangdao sword of the 9 Yangdao sword of the Blood Refining Mansion." This guy actually has the first Yangdao sword? Is it the 9 Yangdao sword of the Blood Refining Mansion? In other words, this guy has the audacity to rob the mansion guarding treasure of the Blood Refining Mansion? Shui Hui said with his eyes wide open. "I'm afraid so. Wasn't there a rumor that the mansion master of the Blood Refining Mansion, Shui Hentian, had died? I didn't quite believe it at first, but I'm afraid I have to believe it now." The beautiful woman sighed softly. Shui Hui and the other 3 people looked at each other. Their eyes began to show respect. This guy had the first Yangdao sword in his hand, which was enough to kill an ordinary heaven-defying Saint Realm expert. Even if the 4 of them were to face the first Yangdao sword, they would probably die unless they also had a treasure that could compete with the first Yangdao sword. "Isn't Jiang Binhan finished?" Shui Hui said with a frown. The beautiful woman shook her head and said, "You underestimate Jiang Binhan. Jiang Binhan's cultivation might only be at the Sky Saint Realm, but he's the son of the current family master of the Ice Fire family. Although his cultivation isn't outstanding, he has many trump cards. The current family master of the Ice Fire family Jiang's Wumei, won't let anything happen to her son. As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, the first Yang Dao sword pierced through the defense of the great mountain river diagram and stabbed towards Jiang Binhen's heart. The coldness in Jiang Binhen's eyes intensified. Looking at the first Yang Dao sword that was getting closer and closer, he didn't show any signs of panic. Chi! Jiang Binhan took out a damaged iron folding fan from his sleeve and opened it abruptly. Wisps of terrifying cold light burst out from the surface of the iron folding fan, like countless hidden weapons flying out. Ding! Chapter 1651. Substandard Immortal Artifact. Countless sparks flew as Jiang Binhen's pupil shrank. He held the iron folding fan in his hand and couldn't help but retreat. However, the first Yang Dao sword couldn't pierce through the damaged iron folding fan. Get lost! Jiang Binhan roared furiously. He clenched his right hand and suddenly raised it. The first Yang Dao sword that was on the surface of the iron folding fan was pushed aside. Soon after, a gust of black wind swept out from the iron folding fan. The gust of black wind soared into the sky and turned into a black pillar. Even the first Yang Dao sword was pushed back by the gust of black wind. Zhuowen clenched his right hand, and the first Yang Dao sword returned to Zhuowen's palm like a rising sun. Zhuowen's gaze became extremely serious. He stared at the iron folding fan in Jiang Binhen's hand and frowned slightly. Although the iron folding fan looked damaged, it was extraordinary to be able to push back the first Yang Dao sword. Moreover, the might of the black wind that surged out from the iron folding fan couldn't be underestimated. Zhuowen, you forced me to use this immortal artifact. Although it's a defective artifact, it's not something that your incomplete earthly immortal saint artifact, the first Yang Dao sword, can contend against. Jiang Binhan grinned. He stomped his right foot on the ground and soared into the sky like an arrow. Then, he waved the iron folding fan in his right hand, and the gust of black wind in the sky became even more terrifying. It swept towards Zhuowen. Whoosh! Whoosh! The gust of black wind was extremely terrifying. The surrounding space was shattered by the gust of black wind as it swept towards Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. Substandard Immortal Artifact? Zhuowen's gaze became extremely serious. He had naturally heard of substandard immortal artifacts. The so-called substandard immortal artifact was a defective immortal saint artifact. It was naturally impossible for a blacksmith who forged a immortal saint artifact to have a 100% success rate during the forging process. There would always be a failed product. This kind of failed immortal saint artifact was called a substandard immortal artifact. The materials used to forge this substandard immortal artifact were exactly the same as the immortal saint artifact. It still possessed the terrifying aura of an immortal saint artifact. However, because it was a failed product, its might was far inferior to a real celestial saint artifact. Even so, it was still much stronger than a heaven-defying saint artifact. Sure enough, Jiang Binhan has a subimmortal artifact. I knew it. With his identity and Jiang Wumei's protection, it's impossible that he doesn't have a subimmortal artifact. The beautiful woman hidden in the crowd was not surprised when she saw Jiang Binhan take out the substandard immortal weapon. She had already expected it. Fang Lao, who was fighting with the blood immortal in the sky, also noticed Zhuowen's sudden attack. He was worried about Jiang Binhen's safety. However, when Jiang Binhan took out the iron folding fan, a substandard celestial artifact, the worry in his heart disappeared. He knew that even if Zhuowen had the first Yang Dao sword, so what if he had the iron folding fan? He couldn't hurt Jiang Binhan at all. Swoosh! The black wind was extremely fast. In an instant, it was in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. The first Yang Dao sword flew out of his hand. The first Yang Dao sword turned into a blazing sun. It slowly emerged and heavily bombarded the black wind. Boom! 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 The black wind and the golden light kept exploding in the air. The first Yang Dao sword was a part of the 9 Yang Dao sword. In a sense, it was also a substandard celestial artifact. The first Yang Dao sword suddenly slashed out. The shadow of a blazing sun surged, and then it suddenly exploded, bursting out countless dazzling golden light. The black wind whistled and was finally annihilated by the explosion of the golden light. The first Yang Dao sword turned into a long golden light. It instantly swept across the void and pierced towards Jiang Binhan. Jiang Binhan was not to be outdone. He made a gesture with both hands and took out the iron folding fan. It swept into the sky and began to violently collide with the first Yang Dao sword. The aftermath of the collision of the two substandard celestial artifacts was no less than the aftermath of the Blood Immortals battlefield on the other side. The surrounding larger buildings were turned into ruins because of it. The moment the iron folding fan and the first Yang Dao sword collided, Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and a dull explosion sounded. Zhuowen swept towards Jiang Binhan below like a meteor. His speed was extremely fast. Jiang Binhan naturally saw Zhuowen rushing towards him. His eyes were cold. With a flick of his finger, he took out a long sword that was covered with purple runes. Heaven-defying Saint Treasure, Violet Sword. Jiang Binhan snorted coldly. He held the violet sword in his hand and suddenly flicked it towards the sky. The countless purple runes on the long sword surged with extremely blazing purple light. Soon after, the purple light finally gathered into a terrifying sword light that soared into the sky. Heaven-defying Saint Treasure again. Jiang Binhan is simply a mobile treasure house. Not only does he have a substandard celestial artifact, but he also has 3 heaven-defying saint treasures by himself. Looking at the violet sword in Jiang Binhan's hand, Zhuowen was extremely surprised. Even he was shocked by the number of treasures Jiang Binhan had. Slaughtering Finger of Netherworld. Zhuowen pointed with his right finger, and 220 drops of Netherworld water droplets were attached to his index finger. Suddenly, his index finger burst out with dazzling golden light, as if it was plated with gold. Ding! As the finger fell, Zhuowen's long hair fluttered without wind. A killing intent emerged from his body. At this moment, it was as if Zhuowen had turned into an ancient god of killing, walking step by step with endless killing intent. Ever since he comprehended the real slaughtering finger of Netherworld displayed by Taoist Song Long at the Blood Cauldron Spirit, Zhuowen had a completely different understanding and application of the slaughtering finger of Netherworld. The power of this finger was many times stronger than the massacring finger of the Netherworld that he had used before. Rumble. The purple sword radiance was extremely fast and swept in front of Zhuowen in an instant. The coldness in Zhuowen's eyes rose as he pointed at the sword radiance. Immediately, there were continuous explosions in the air. As the finger fell, the purple sword radiance suddenly stopped. Then, countless cracks appeared on its surface, and it immediately shattered. Whoosh! The wind whistled as Zhuowen continued to fall like a meteor. His gaze was focused on Jiang Binhan. A killing intent swept out, causing Jiang Binhan to feel a chill in his heart. A mere Yang Sky Saint Stage cultivator can erupt with such terrifying battle strength. You're comparable to those monstrous geniuses in the central region. But now that you've met me, you're destined to die. Jiang Binhan snorted and took out a golden talisman. He held the golden talisman in his left hand and pressed it against his chest. The golden talisman instantly melted into his chest. In an instant, Jiang Binhan's aura continued to rise. 2 rays of golden light shot out of his eyes, and the tips of his hair were dyed golden. At this moment, Jiang Binhan, who should have been in the Sky Saint stage, had his aura rising steadily because of the golden talisman. Finally, he climbed to the peak of the heaven-defying saint stage. A mere Yang Sky Saint stage cultivator. I'd like to see how you're going to fight me 2 levels above you. The corner of Jiang Binhan's mouth revealed a mocking smile. He stomped his feet, and countless cracks began to appear on the ground. Then, the ground collapsed into ruins. Jiang Binhan soared into the sky like an enraged lion. Rumble! Jiang Binhan brushed past Zhuowen in an instant. At that moment, he slashed out with his sword. His target was Zhuowen's vital point. Zhuowen's slaughtering finger of the underworld abruptly shot out, accurately landing on the tip of the violet Luo sword. With a ding-dong, The violet Luo sword remained unmoved, while Zhuowen was forced to retreat. Haha, your cultivation is still too low. How can you compete with me now? I won't kill you today. I'll just cripple you. That thing on you will definitely be mine. Jiang Binhan laughed wantonly. He stepped into the air and continued to attack Zhuowen with the violet sword in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them fought again. Jiang Binhan, whose aura had skyrocketed, seemed to have taken an aphrodisiac. It was as if he had endless energy. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was forced to retreat under his attacks. However, Zhuowen was extremely calm. He quietly looked at Jiang Binhan, who was like a raging lion in front of him. His eyes were cold. Zhuowen is being suppressed. He'll be defeated in less than 100 moves. Shui Hui, who was in the crowd, said in a deep voice. The beautiful woman beside him had bright eyes. Her eyes didn't fall on Jiang Binhan, but on Zhuowen's calm eyes. At this moment, Zhuowen's calmness surprised the beautiful woman. She even felt strange and a little suspicious. Maybe not. The beautiful woman looked away and murmured, "Now you can only take a beating. Zhuowen, it's too late for you to beg for mercy. Your future is destined to be in my hands." Jiang Binhan grinned and clenched his fist. He held the violet sword and slashed out. In an instant, 10 purple sword shadows appeared in front of him. Then, the 10 sword shadows quickly divided. 10 turned into 100, 100 turned into 1,000, and 1,000 turned into 10,000. All that could be seen were purple sword shadows. Violet slash. As soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of purple sword shadows danced in the air like purple pythons, rushing towards Zhuowen and drowning him in an instant. However, the moment Zhuowen's figure was submerged, Zhuowen's cold demon-like gaze pierced through the gap and landed on Jiang Binhan. He said calmly, "You can't control my fate." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuowen completely disappeared in the countless purple sword shadows. Ridiculous. You're already at this stage, and you still dare to say such arrogant words. Jiang Binhan sneered, but soon his expression changed. He heard 2 ear-piercing sounds coming from his left and right, sandwiching him in the middle. Who's there? Jiang Binhan's eyes were cold. He slashed out with a violet sword, and 2 purple sword shadows swept out. The 2 figures did not change their positions, but 2 huge mountains fell from the void behind them. The 2 huge mountains were like Mount Tai, and they directly annihilated the 2 sword lights. Boom! Boom! The 2 huge mountains didn't lose their momentum and slammed toward Jiang Binhan, trying to crush him into meat paste. Jiang Binhan didn't dare to be careless. He used his body movement and quickly retreated, trying to avoid the attack of the 2 huge mountains. However, when Jiang Binhan retreated, an extremely strong aura swept toward him from behind. Chapter 1652. Ice and fire split talisman behind Jiang Binhan. A stalwart young man with golden veins all over his body rushed over with disheveled hair. The young man's eyes shone with golden light that was as sharp as a blade, and his features were clearly defined. The young man's appearance was none other than Zhuowen. However, the aura and decorations on Zhuowen's body were very different from the Zhuowen who had been enveloped by the violet sword qi. It was the clone of Zhuowen's great success, Holy Physique. Crouching Dragon Fist. The great success, Holy Physique, glanced at Jiang Binhan indifferently. He raised his right hand into a fist and punched toward Jiang Binhan. Wherever the fist passed, there were countless explosions. As soon as the fist was thrown, the air flowed backward and countless huge dragon shadows appeared. These dragon shadows submitted to Zhuowen's feet. Jiang Binhan's pupil shrank. He swung the violet sword back and placed it in front of him to block Zhuowen's fist. Crackle! The punch landed on the violet sword, and a series of firecracker-like muffled noises were heard. Jiang Binhan groaned and retreated dozens of steps. He was forced into the gap between the 2 huge mountains that were squeezing him. Rumble! The 2 huge mountains arrived as expected and pressed toward Jiang Binhan, who was in the middle. Jiang Binhen's face turned ugly as he roared. He twisted his right hand and slashed out with the violet sword. A purple ring of sword chi spread out in all directions and slammed into the two mountains. However, it only made the two mountains tremble. It couldn't break them at all. Jiang Binhen's face darkened when he realized this. At this moment, the great success holy physique stepped into the void step by step. He grabbed the void with his palm, and a terrifying force surged around his palm. The force condensed into an even more terrifying and shocking palm. Rumble. The earth-shattering palm pressed down and reached Jiang Binhen in an instant. Jiang Binhen, who was sandwiched between the two huge mountains, had nowhere to run. He could only brace himself to resist the shocking palm. Bang! As the palm fell, Jiang Binhen felt that there was a huge mountain pressing down on his hands. The power of the great success holy physique was too terrifying. Even though Jiang Binhen had forced his aura to the peak of the heaven-defying saint stage, he still felt powerless in the face of this mighty power. Kacha! A crisp sound of bones cracking was heard. Jiang Binhen's sword-wielding right hand began to distort irregularly under the tremendous force. The aura on Jiang Binhen's body began to recede slowly like a tide. Jiang Binhen was sent flying and smashed onto the ground. Rumble! An explosion was heard, and the countless sword silhouettes not far away were shattered. 4 huge Buddha silhouettes appeared from within. The 4 Buddha silhouettes bowed to the sky, and a terrifying Buddha's might came crashing down, completely destroying the surrounding sword silhouettes. The sword shadows shattered, and the 4 Buddha shadows turned into 4 rays of golden light and disappeared into the Buddha demon eye between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Whoosh! After Zhuowen escaped, the great success Saint Physique stepped into the void and merged with Zhuowen's body. Then Zhuowen grabbed the violet sword and threw it into the spirit ring. He descended from the sky and landed not far from Jiang Binhen. At this moment, Jiang Binhen had already struggled to stand up. When he saw Zhuowen coming, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes, and he could not help but step back. At the same time, due to Jiang Binhen's defeat, the long river blade and the great mountain and river diagram had lost their spirituality. They were destroyed by the spirit-devouring lava river in one fell swoop. Then, the spirit-devouring lava river suddenly rolled up the long river blade and the great mountain and river diagram to Zhuowen. Zhuowen patted the spirit-devouring lava river to show his appreciation. Then he openly put away the long river blade and the great mountain and river diagram in front of Jiang Binhen. Looking at this scene, the corners of Jiang Binhen's eyes twitched violently. He roared, and suddenly, the iron folding fan that was fighting with the first Yang Dao sword turned into a gust of black wind and quickly returned to Jiang Binhen's hand. Zhuowen did not stop Jiang Binhen's actions. After putting away the first Yang Dao sword, he said calmly, "Young Master Jiang, we have no enmity between us. Don't you think it's rude of you to come looking for me so many times?" Jiang Binhen's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "This time, I miscalculated. I really did not expect that you, who came from the 4 great regions, would have so many trump cards. This time, I am truly convinced of my defeat. However, don't you know why I came looking for you?" Zhuowen's right hand froze. Then, he said expressionlessly, "Young Master Jiang, I really do not know what you are talking about." Jiang Binhen snorted coldly and said through voice transmission, "I think you should know about the ice-fire holy symbol. You have a strand of the ice-fire holy symbol's origin that my ice-fire family lost back then. This thing is not something that you can possess. If you do not want to be killed, I think you should wisely hand it over." Zhuowen fell silent. He stared at Jiang Binhen, and his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. He had already guessed when Jiang Binhen was tracking him. However, now that Jiang Binhen had suddenly spoken, his guess was completely confirmed. His killing intent rose like a volcanic eruption, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Jiang Binhen was the first to bear the brunt of Zhuowen's attack. Naturally, he could clearly sense the murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes. Vigilance filled his eyes as he coldly said, "You are the first person who has dared to kill me in so many years." The Icefire clan is one of the 9 great saint symbol clans. That thing will only burn your hands if it is on you. I think you're a wise person. Handing it over to me is the best choice. Zhuowen remained silent. He walked towards Jiang Binhan step by step, and the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. Instead, it grew stronger. "You are courting death." Jiang Binhan's eyes were filled with hatred. He had already explained the stakes in detail, but Zhuowen still did as he pleased and still wanted to kill him. After speaking, Jiang Binhan took out another talisman. However, this talisman was very different from the golden talisman he had taken out before. The surface was red and blue, and the 2 colors were on the left and right sides of the talisman. Zhuowen suddenly stopped. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the talisman in Jiang Binhan's hand. He felt a strong sense of danger from the talisman, as if the talisman was a ferocious beast that could devour him. Master's Icefire Doppelganger Talisman. Elder Fong, who was originally trembling with the blood immortal, also felt that the atmosphere on Jiang Binhan's side was not right. When he saw Jiang Binhan take out the red and blue talisman, he could not help but exclaim in shock, "I must get that thing back, no matter the cost." Jiang Binhan's eyes were filled with madness. He immediately crushed the talisman. Then, a surge of ice energy and fire energy suddenly rushed out. Immediately, the 2 energies intertwined and began to wriggle and combine. A heaven-like pressure exploded from the 2 intertwined energies. The moment Zhuowen felt this terrifying aura, he actually smelled the scent of death. This aura was far beyond what he could endure. Zhuowen, run. This is a doppelganger talisman of the celestial saint level. Once it comes out, it is not something you can fight against. Run now. In the sea of consciousness, Xiao He roared passionately. Even without Xiao He's reminder, Zhuowen knew what to do now. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and immediately put the Blood Immortal, who was fighting with Elder Fong and Blood Forest, into the spiritual ring. Then, Zhuowen immediately used the Law of the Void and directly disappeared into the void. Not long after Zhuowen left, the intertwined energies of ice and fire finally stopped wriggling. Then, a middle-aged man in a long robe and a feathered crown appeared. This middle-aged man's entire body was formed by the combination of ice and fire energy. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and lowered his head to look at Jiang Binhan. This Icefire Doppelganger Talisman was given to Jiang Binhan by the current master of the Icefire family, Jiang Zhuomei. It was branded with a part of Jiang Zhuomei's power, but did not have much intelligence. It would only follow Jiang Binhan's orders. "Take me with you. Chase after that person. We must catch him. Just don't kill him," Jiang Binhan said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and immediately lifted Jiang Binhan up. Then, with a stroke of his right hand, he immediately opened the void and stepped into the void passageway. The middle-aged man did not master the law of the void. However, his strength was strong enough so he could walk and run in the void passageway. Of course, warriors of the same level who had mastered the law of the void would naturally be much faster than the middle-aged man in the void passageway. Unfortunately, Zhuowen was not at the same level as the doppelganger. Even though Zhuowen had mastered the law of the void and could come and go freely in the void passageway, he did not have the slightest advantage in front of the doppelganger. Young master has used the Icefire Doppelganger Talisman. Then, it is inevitable that we will catch this person. Elder Fong's eyes flickered and his anxious heart calmed down as he muttered to himself. Standing beside him, Blood Forest's eyes flickered, but he did not interrupt. "Miss, where are you going?" In the crowd, Shui Hui saw the beautiful woman take out a compass and could not help but ask, "I need to follow him and take a look. Coincidentally, I have the Thunder Compass with me, which can allow me to travel quickly in the void passageway," the beautiful woman said faintly. "Miss, why are you following him? If you're discovered by Jiang Binhan, what will you do? Jiang Binhan is not a good person. Moreover, he has taken out the Icefire Doppelganger Talisman. If you are discovered, you will be powerless to resist," Shui Hui quickly stopped her. The beautiful woman tucked her drooping hair behind her ear and said, Zhuowen's aura gives me a completely different feeling. I have to go and take a look. Shui Hui, you can't stop me. Having said that, the beautiful woman formed a seal with her jade-like hand. A trace of lightning condensed from her fingertip and pointed at the thunder compass. In an instant, countless thunderbolts swept out. Then, the beautiful woman stepped on the thunder compass. The thunder compass flickered and entered the void, disappearing in an instant. Seeing the beautiful figure disappear, Shui Hui and the other three looked at each other and stared at each other. Chapter 1653. Interception. Zhuo took explosive steps in the dark void passageway. Like a rainbow, he shot through the passageway. However, his eyes were extremely cold and sinister. This was because the terrifying doppelganger was carrying Jiang Binhan a few thousand meters behind the void passage. This doppelganger should be a doppelganger of an earth immortal sage. Moreover, it's a doppelganger condensed from the energy of ice and fire. Although its strength might only be 1% of its original strength, it's still stronger than a half-immortal. It's unwise for you to fight it head-on now. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao Hei's eyes were extremely cautious. This Jiang Binhan sure has a lot of treasures on him. 3 heaven-defying sacred treasures, 1 substandard immortal artifact. And now, he even has an earthen immortal clone protecting him. Zhuo Wenlu mumbled helplessly. In terms of strength, Jiang Binhan was really inferior to Zhuowen. However, in terms of treasures, Zhuowen was no match for Jiang Binhan. However, Zhuowen also knew that Jiang Binhan was the young master of the Ice-Fire family. It was normal for him to have a lot of treasures on him. With my Void Law and Explosive Steps Law, even if it's an Earth Immortal Doppelganger, it won't be able to catch up to me in a short time. Now that I have a ticket to the Green Lotus Mansion, I'll just board the ship when the Chaos Beast is about to take off. Zhuo, when planned in his heart, and he made up his mind in his heart. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to go head-on against the earthly immortal realm clone with his current strength, and the best method now was to delay until the time to board the vessel. Zhuowen's speed is really fast. Even the earth immortal doppelganger that Father refined for me can't catch up to him in a short time. Jiang Binhan frowned slightly and thought to himself, whoosh! The two of them chased and fled. Time gradually passed, and soon a day had passed. Jiang Binhan, who was chasing from behind, felt that something was wrong. This was because he realized that Zhuowen seemed to be stalling for time. Moreover, although Jiang Binhan had been constantly fleeing in the void passage, he didn't leave the Cold Cry County at all. Why is Zhuowen circling in the void around Cold Cry County? Could it be that this kid is waiting for something? Jiang Binhan frowned slightly as he pondered. Soon, his eyes lit up as he thought of something. Hanming County is the only county city in the Blood Refining Mansion that has a Chaos Beast wharf. The purpose of this man's trip to Hanming County is obvious. He probably wants to board the Chaos Beast and leave the Blood Refining Mansion. At this moment, there was a wise look in Jiang Binhan's eyes. He stared at the fleeing figure in front of him with a mocking smile. This was because he just so happened to know the person in charge of Hanming County's docks. Thinking of this, Jiang Binhan took out a communication jade talisman. After entering a message, he threw the communication jade talisman into the air and sneered at Zhuowen. Since I already know your purpose, there's no need for me to force you into a corner. Jiang Binhan smiled coldly. Zhuowen, who was still fleeing in front, naturally didn't know what Jiang Binhan was doing behind him. He was currently searching for a suitable location in the void passage. After all, the 3rd day had passed, and the Chaos Beast should be arriving soon. In Hanming County, there were many people standing on the white jade disc that was thousands of feet high. People were coming and going. Around the crowd, there were many soldiers in armor who were maintaining order. The wharf was a small station set up by the Chaos Temple. Naturally, there were people from the Chaos Temple stationed there to manage it. Wei was the person in charge of Hanming County's wharf. At the same time, He was also a disciple of the Chaos Temple. However, he was sent out to manage the wharf. There were many disciples like Wei Yi who were sent out by the Chaos Temple every year. Naturally, they couldn't be stationed at this small wharf all the time. The reason why they were sent out was to complete the missions given by the Chaos Temple and to complete their own training. I'm quite lucky. This time, I'm only in charge of managing the wharf in Hanming County. I only need to stay there for 20 years before I can return to the temple. At that time, I'll still be rewarded. However, I really don't understand. Why do the geniuses of the Chaos Temple rush to the 4 main battlefields? It's not like they don't know where the 4 main battlefields are. Those places are too dangerous. Without enough strength, ordinary people don't dare to go there. Even the divine son, Yuan Hongwan, has entered the 4 main battlefields to train. However, Yuan Hongwan is a peerless genius. Although his cultivation is only at the half-immortal realm, he has defeated the old earthly immortal in the Chaos Temple. He's a rare genius. I can't compare with such a genius. Yuan Hongwan will become more and more powerful after entering the 4 main battlefields. I'm afraid I can only be cannon fodder. Wei Yi leaned against a pillar. He couldn't help but think of Yuan Hongwan's peerless appearance. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of awe. Wei Yi knew very well that the 4 main battlefields were famous for being dangerous places in the central region. Every year, many warriors would go there to train. However, less than 1 in 10 would be able to come out alive. The survival rate was extremely low. Generally speaking, if one really wanted to protect himself in the 4 main battlefields and obtain his own opportunities, his cultivation would need to be at least at the earthly immortal realm. As for warriors below the earthly immortal realm, very few could survive after entering the 4 main battlefields. However, if they could survive, they would basically become immortals in the future. This was also the specific reason why the 4 main battlefields were famous for being dangerous in the central region. However, every year, many warriors would rush there like a flock of ducks. I'll definitely explore the 4 main battlefields in the future. However, I'll have to wait until I become an immortal. Although an immortal can only become a true celestial sage by comprehending Tao meaning. Even if I can't comprehend Tao meaning, I can still become an immortal. However, my strength will be weaker than those who comprehend Tao meaning. However, it's more than enough to protect myself in the 4 main battlefields. However, I'm still too far away from the earthly immortal realm. I'm only at the peak of the heaven-defying saint realm. I'd better work hard to become a half-immortal first. Thinking of this, Wei Yi frowned slightly. He opened his right hand and took out the communication jade charm. The communication jade charm flickered. Apparently, someone had sent him a message. It's Jiang Binhan from the Ice Fire family. I heard that Jiang Binhan had a big fight with someone in Hanming County and caused a great disturbance in the county. However, I was still on my way to Hanming County at that time, so I didn't see him. I wonder why Jiang Binhan is sending me a message now? After saying this, Wei Yi's mind entered the communication jade charm. He slowly narrowed his eyes. The message inside was very simple. Brother Wei, help me intercept a person. Don't let this person get on the giant chaotic beast. I'll definitely reward you handsomely in the future. The message also included Zhuan's appearance. Intercept a person? Wei Yi's eyes flickered as he murmured in a low voice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment Wei Yi's eyes lit up, a terrifying sound suddenly came from the void in the distance. Soon after, a huge beast whizzed over from afar and stopped at the edge of the white jade disc in an instant. The huge beast looked like a whale. Its body was huge and was about 1/3 the size of Hanming County. As soon as the beast landed in the sky above Hanming County, it was like a dark cloud covering the sky, causing Hanming County to fall into darkness. This beast was a behemoth of chaos, and it was obvious that this behemoth of chaos had been modified. This was because on the behemoth of chaos back, there were countless buildings, pavilions, and palaces. There were rows upon rows of buildings. Around these buildings, there was a layer of pale blue light shield. It should be the defensive circle of these buildings. Its purpose was to prevent these buildings from being crushed and destroyed by the terrifying power of the void when the beasts of chaos traveled through the void. At the edge of the giant chaotic beast's back, 10 white jade stairs slowly descended and stopped on the white jade disc. At the edge of the white jade stairs stood 10 beautiful maids. These maids stood at the entrance of the ship to check the tickets. The third 1000 Class B flight has arrived. The final destination is the lunar battlefield, one of the 4 major battlefields. It will pass through 30 prefectures. Passengers of this flight, please board the ship in order. A loud voice came from the giant chaotic beast. Then, the passengers on the white jade disc lined up and slowly boarded the cabin of the giant chaotic beast. Wei stretched and slowly walked to the center of the white jade disc. A terrifying thought swept out from his sea of consciousness. It was like a vast sea that spread out in all directions, as if it was searching for something. After a while, Wei opened his eyes and murmured in a low voice, "It seems that the person that Brother Jiang wants me to intercept is not here. However, I need to be vigilant. If the person intercepting me this time has a high cultivation, then I won't get involved. Of course, if the person's cultivation is not high, then it'll be a piece of cake for me." With that, Wei's gaze fell outside the white jade disc. He knew that since Jiang Binhan had sent a message, the person he needed to intercept would definitely come to the dock to board the ship. Time passed slowly. After about 2 hours, the passengers on the dock had basically all boarded the cabin. The originally lively white jade disc was now rather quiet. There's only 15 minutes left before the giant chaotic beast leaves. Why isn't the person here yet? Wei frowned slightly. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a streak of light shot out from the void. The streak of light was extremely fast, and it landed on the white jade disc in the blink of an eye. Wei glanced at this streak of light casually. Then his eyes shone brightly. He thought to himself, "So, it's just the Yang Sky Saint Realm. Then I'll help you." With that, Wei stepped forward and walked toward the slender figure in the streak of light. The person who had turned into a streak of light was none other than Zhuan. Although he had been in the void passage before, he had been constantly paying attention to the dock outside. When almost all the people on the dock had boarded the ship, he knew that the giant chaotic beast was about to leave. Therefore, at this moment, he rushed out of the void passage and landed on the dock. When Zhuan was about to board the giant chaotic beast, Wei blocked in front of Zhuan. "Who are you?" Zhuan's eyes turned cold as he asked coldly. Chapter 1654. Setting sail. Zhuan frowned when he heard this. He stared coldly at Wei, and then with a flip of his right hand, he withdrew his ticket and said, "This is my ticket. I should be able to leave now, right?" Wei glanced at the ticket in Zhuan's hand and shrugged. "Leave it to me. Let me take a closer look." Zhuan's eyes narrowed. He stared silently at Wei and kept the ticket. He realized that there was something wrong with Wei. He seemed to be stalling for time. Rumble. Suddenly, the chaos beast that was stationed at the edge of the white jade disc started to tremble violently. The 10 white jade stairs on the back of the chaos beast started to shrink slowly. It was obvious that the chaos beast was about to set sail. Zhuan's eyes darkened. He stared coldly at Wei and said, "I have the ticket. The chaos beast is about to set sail. You still don't want to leave?" Wei crossed his arms and said calmly, "I asked you to pass the ticket to me for a closer look, but you kept it. As the person in charge of this dock, I seriously suspect that there is something wrong with your ticket. If you don't pass it to me for a closer look, you won't be able to leave." Zhuan's eyes grew colder. At the same time, he looked at the white jade stairs that were about to shrink into the chaos beast. He knew that he didn't have much time left, and Jiang Binhan would catch up with him at any time. "Take it. I bought the ticket 3 days ago at your dock. There shouldn't be any problem. Hurry up and check it. Otherwise, the ship is about to set sail." Since Wei was the person in charge of the docks, Zhuan could not act rashly. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to take out the ticket. He hoped that way he would quickly complete the inspection and allow him to enter the chaos beast. The corners of Wei Yi's mouth curled into an arc as he received the ticket. Soon after, he began to seriously check it. Are you done checking? There shouldn't be any problem with the ticket. Zhuowen was a little anxious as he looked at the white jade stairs that were about to completely shrink. He couldn't help but ask Wei Yi. Wei Yi slowly looked at the ticket. Then, with a squeeze of his right hand, the ticket immediately shattered. He said indifferently, "This ticket is fake. What are your intentions for bringing a fake ticket with you? You're really bold." Zhuowen's pupils shrunk slightly. Soon after, he stared at the ship ticket that had already been reduced to pieces. His eyes gradually turned dark and cold as a thread of killing intent erupted from within. Wei Yi also felt the terrifying murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes. His heart couldn't help but tremble, but he quickly calmed down. He thought, this kid is only at the Sun Sky Saint stage. And I can't believe I was scared. He is stage. Is Sun Sky Saint stage. Are you? You. Zhuowen roared and pointed with his finger. The slaughtering Yellow Springs finger appeared, and the Yellow Springs behind him surged. Wei Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, but he sneered, "Looking at your appearance, it should be because I saw through your fake ticket and you are angry and guilty. In that case, let this king teach you how to be a good person." After saying that, Wei Yi laughed loudly and punched out. Instantly, countless terrifying explosions resounded in the surroundings. Ding! The fist and finger collided in an instant. Immediately, the two of them came to a standstill as if time had stopped. Subsequently, the ground beneath their feet began to vibrate intensely. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. Finally, it shattered into countless pieces, forming an enormous pit. Invisible ripples spread between the two of them, causing the white jade plates beneath their feet to tremble violently as if they could break at any time due to instability. The smile on Wei Yi's face completely froze. He felt a terrifying force coming from his fist, causing his fist to feel sore and painful. The force grew stronger and stronger. He grunted and retreated dozens of steps. On the other hand, Zhuowen only swayed but didn't retreat. What? Wei Yi was shocked. He was a heaven-defying Saint Stage cultivator, and he was at such a disadvantage in a head-on clash with a Sun Sky Saint Stage cultivator. This was beyond his expectations. I don't believe it. Wei Yi was unwilling to admit defeat after being pushed back by Zhuowen. He snorted coldly and took out a double-edged spear from his spirit ring. The surface of the spear emitted countless flames. Fire explodes the sky. Let's see how you deal with this. Wei Yi raised his spear into the sky. The flames on the surface of the double-edged spear instantly grew many times stronger and soared into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky was covered by terrifying flames, as if the flames could even burn the sky. Countless flames ignited in the sky. Soon after, Wei Yi grabbed the long spear with his right hand and suddenly swung it. Immediately, the two long spears rushed towards Zhuowen as if they had just left the line. The flames that incinerated the sky rumbled and came crushing down. Wei Yi sneered inside. His fire explodes the sky was extremely powerful and was his strongest move. An ordinary heaven-defying Saint Stage cultivator wouldn't be able to take it. Although this Sun Sky Saint Stage cultivator was a bit unusual, he didn't think he could take it. Blood Immortal. Zhuowen's eyes grew colder and colder as he summoned the Blood Immortal without hesitation. Roar! As soon as the Blood Immortal appeared, she roared at the sky and slammed her palm down. Countless blood lightning filled the air and met the flaming spear. Bang! Wei was shocked to find that the flaming spear was sent flying by the Blood Immortal's palm. The flaming flames that crashed down from the sky all collapsed under the blood lightning. What kind of monster is this? Wei was shocked. After retrieving the flaming spear that was sent flying, he retreated continuously. However, Wei didn't have time to think because the Blood Immortal was already in front of him. She slammed her bloody claw down as if she wanted to tear Wei apart. Wei clenched his teeth and raised his spear to block the Blood Immortal's terrifying attack. Pucci! Unfortunately, the Blood Immortal was too terrifying. She slammed her palm down and broke the flaming spear in half. Then, Wei spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back in a sorry state. At this moment, Wei was really complaining. He was cursing Jiang Binhan in his heart. If he knew that this Sun Sky Saint stage cultivator had such a terrifying thing as the Blood Immortal, he wouldn't have stood out. Come back. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and tried to recall the Blood Immortal. However, the Blood Immortal roared and stared coldly at Zhuowen with a pair of ferocious eyes. She didn't listen to Zhuowen's order and rushed toward Wei Yi instead. Wei Yi's face was extremely pale. He clenched his teeth and immediately took out a token without thinking. The surface of the token was flowing with brilliance and revealed a trace of simplicity. This token was his identity token as a disciple of the Chaos Temple. There was a powerful defense restriction in it. It was a life-saving item given by the Chaos Temple to its disciples. Wei bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the token. Immediately, the token emitted a bloody glow. Soon after, the bloody glow transformed into a bloody barrier that surrounded Wei Yi's body, appearing faintly discernible. Boom! The Blood Immortal's claw landed on Wei Yi's body again, but it was blocked by the blood-red barrier. Even with the Blood Immortal's power, she couldn't break the blood-red barrier, which showed how extraordinary it was. However, Wei Yi, who was inside the bloody barrier, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler. The blood-red barrier was formed by his essence blood through the seal in the token. Although its defense was very strong, if it encountered an extremely powerful attack that exceeded the range of what it could withstand, it would still be affected. The Blood Immortal's attack was clearly beyond what Wei Yi could withstand. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were extremely cold. He didn't expect the Blood Immortal to go against his order. It should be the Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness. If I'm not wrong, the Blood Demon should have awakened and is trying to control the Blood Immortal, Xiao He said in Zhuowen's Sea of Consciousness. Zhuowen sneered and said, "Trying to control the Blood Immortal? How daring! The Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness has my mark. Let's see how he can control the Blood Immortal." As he spoke, Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand. A bloody mark flew out and entered the Blood Immortal's forehead. Suddenly, the Blood Immortal covered her head with both hands and roared at the sky as if she was enduring some kind of extreme pain. "Come back," Zhuowen said coldly again. The Blood Immortal roared at Zhuowen as if she didn't want to surrender. Zhuowen's eyes became even colder. He instantly sent out 10 bloody marks into the Blood Immortal's forehead. Suddenly, an even more intense pain drowned the Blood Immortal like a tide. The Blood Immortal knelt on the ground and kept howling. "If you don't want to suffer, then come back," Zhuowen said coldly. The Blood Immortal roared, but in the end, she still surrendered. She turned into a bloody light and entered Zhuowen's spiritual ring. At this moment, the white jade stairs had completely shrunk. The 2 huge wings on the sides of the giant chaos beast began to flap. A mysterious space law leaked out from the inside of the giant chaos beast. Zhuowen took a step forward and used the law of the void to instantly appear at the entrance of the chaos beast. At this moment, the entrance was already sealed. A maidservant guarding the entrance had just put away the white jade stairs and was about to leave. "Miss, can I board the ship?" Zhuowen quickly cupped his fist and asked. The maid raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhuowen. She said, "The ship is about to depart. The cabin door is also closed. You can wait for the next flight." But Zhuowen still wanted to say something, but the maid had already put away the white jade stairs and left the entrance. She didn't even look at Zhuowen. Whoosh! Suddenly, the giant chaos beast flapped its wings. Suddenly, the space around the giant chaos beast began to collapse inch by inch. The power of the collapsing space kept pressing down, which made Zhuowen's face change drastically. "Go!" With a deep voice, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and used the void law. He immediately left the giant chaos beast's surroundings. Chapter 1655. Lei Tingqinjua, Wen's eyes turned cold as he watched the primal chaos beast disappear into the spatial collapse. He turned his head slightly, and his eyes landed on Wei Yi, who was slowly standing up with his hand on his chest. Wei Yi's pupil shrank as he felt Zhuowen's gaze. He took a few steps back and said cautiously, "What do you want?" "I am a disciple of the Chaos Temple. Do you dare to kill me?" "Even if you are a disciple of the Chaos Temple, it doesn't matter." Zhuowen was filled with killing intent. He stepped into the air and disappeared like lightning. Wei Yi's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he kept retreating. He was extremely nervous. Whoosh! However, when Wei Yi retreated a few dozen meters, a terrifying blood lightning came from behind him and hit his body. Poochie! Wei Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and fell forward in a sorry state. Luckily, he was protected by the token, so he didn't suffer any serious injuries from the collision. Roar! Behind Wei Yi, the Blood Immortal's huge body descended. Her feet, covered in bone spikes, stepped on Wei Yi's body. Countless blood lightning filled the air and kept attacking Wei Yi's protective shield. Seeing that Wei Yi's protective shield was still strong, Zhuowen frowned. He ordered the Blood Immortal coldly, "Break this person's protective shield, but don't kill him." Roar! The Blood Immortal's burning blood flames stared coldly at Zhuowen. She actually roared at Zhuowen. Her eyes were filled with arrogance. "Did you forget the pain just now? If you want to try again, I can help you." Zhuowen glanced at the roaring Blood Immortal indifferently. He formed a seal with his right hand and sent out a terrifying blood mark. As soon as the blood mark appeared, the roaring Blood Immortal's eyes showed a trace of fear. Even though she was extremely arrogant, the pain she felt when the blood mark entered her forehead still scared her. She didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. It was too painful. Roar! Roared the Blood Immortal. Her blood-red eyes fell upon Wei Yi. Her heart was filled with rage. That rage came from Zhuowen's blood-colored mark, and she needed to vent it. Now, Wei was undoubtedly the best target for her to vent her anger. Boom, boom, boom. The Blood Immortal went crazy and kept attacking Wei Yi's protective shield. Suddenly, terrifying ripples appeared on the surface of the protective shield, and the ripples were getting more and more violent. Wei Yi's mouth full of bitterness. Looking at the protective shield was getting more and more ripples. His face was pale. He knew that the shield couldn't last long. Jiang Binghan, that bastard. B** starred Jiang Binghan. B. At this moment, Wei Yi cursed Jiang Binghan in his heart filled with regret. Crack! Not long after, cracks began to appear on the surface of the protective shield. The cracks grew larger and larger until it finally shattered completely. Wei Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen. The Blood Immortal grabbed Wei Yi with her right hand. She hesitated for a moment and then rushed to Zhuowen. She handed Wei Yi to Zhuowen unwillingly. Zhuowen waved his sleeve. His Saint power tied Wei Yi up like a rope. Then, without even looking at Wei Yi, he put him into the Azure Dragon Palace. He couldn't kill Wei Yi yet. After all, he was a disciple of the Chaos Temple. It wouldn't be right to kill him. Air sealing area. The instant he put away Wei Yi, the cultivators in the white jade disc had already hidden themselves. However, Zhuowen looked around, and his expression turned extremely ugly. After being stopped by Wei Yi and not being able to board the Chaos Beast, Zhuowen knew that Jiang Binghan had caught up. However, Jiang Binghan was quite insidious. After he arrived, he didn't help Wei Yi. Instead, he set up an air-sealing area and hid in the dark. He watched Wei Yi being captured by Zhuowen. Brother Zhuo, you're quite calm. You didn't kill Wei Yi because you didn't manage to ascend the Chaos Beast successfully. You didn't? That's out of my expectation. Jiang Binghan slowly walked out of the void in front of him. The avatar of ice and fire followed closely behind him. Looks like you caught up early. You didn't think to hide in the dark and watch the show. Zhuowen said with a gloomy look. Jiang Binghan said calmly, Brother Zhuo, don't talk nonsense. I just arrived. Brother Zhuo took a lot of good things from me. I think you should hand them over. Zhuowen sneered. Hand them over? That's ridiculous. He since Brother Zhuo doesn't want to hand them over, don't blame me. Jiang Binghan wasn't angry. He stared at Zhuowen indifferently. Then, he cupped his hands to the middle-aged man's avatar and said, "Catch this guy. I have great use for him." The middle-aged man nodded and stepped into the void. Suddenly, ice and fire energy gushed out of his body, and he quickly rushed towards Zhuowen. Blood Immortal. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. He summoned the Blood Immortal beside him. The latter roared and rushed out. The Blood Immortal could feel how terrifying the middle-aged man was. So, she used all her strength. Blood thunder gushed out of her body and exploded into a sea of blood thunder. The middle-aged man's eyes were very calm. He grabbed the void with his right hand, and the ice and fire energy turned into a big hand. Bang! The big hand was extremely terrifying. When it hit the Blood Immortal, countless blood thunder were annihilated. The Blood Immortal was smashed to the ground, stirring up a lot of dust and forming a huge crater. Zhuowen's pupils shrank into needles. The middle-aged man was too terrifying. The Blood Immortal was an existence comparable to a half-immortal, but she was thrown into such a mess by the middle-aged man's palm. Fortunately, the Blood Immortal's body was extremely strong. She roared and jumped out of the crater and continued to rush towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man snorted and flicked his finger. The ice and fire energy turned into a terrifying cyclone. Like a marble, it blasted towards the Blood Immortal. The Blood Immortal let out a wail and flew backwards. She landed not far from Zhuowen. Rumble. The moment the Blood Immortal was blown away, the middle-aged man instantly arrived and grabbed at Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. The underworld water droplets condensed into a shield. At the same time, the power of the saint body exploded from his body. The four golden patterns overlapped, and he released the spirit-swallowing lava river. Boom! Boom! However, the middle-aged man was too terrifying. Whether it was the shield formed by the underworld water droplets, the four overlapped golden patterns of the saint body, or the spirit-swallowing lava river, none of them could withstand the power of his palm. Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were extremely gloomy as the Buddha demon eye opened. The Buddha kowtows 9 times to heaven. The first kowtows to heaven, the second kowtows to heaven, the third kowtows to heaven, the fourth kowtows to heaven. The first kowtows to hell, the second kowtows to hell, the third kowtows to hell, the fourth kowtows to hell. Zhuowen immediately used the first 4 skills of the Buddha demon eye. Suddenly, 4 Buddha shadows stood in the void behind Zhuowen. Below the 4 Buddha shadows, countless demonic hands rushed into the sky. As soon as the Buddha demon eye appeared, a terrifying pressure fell. It was as if the heavens and earth were going to collapse because of it. The middle-aged man's hand, which was about to descend, suddenly froze in midair. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Interesting. However, it's not that easy to stop me. The middle-aged man smiled coldly. Immediately, his right palm pressed down from the void. The 4 Buddha shadows and the demonic land below them all collapsed. Zhuowen's face was pale and bloodless as he retreated step by step. An Earth Immortal was too strong. Even if it was only 1% of an Earth Immortal's doppelganger, it was not something that a half-immortal and the current Zhuowen could contend against. Let's see where you can escape to this time. Jiang Binhan whispered with a smug smile on his face. The moment the middle-aged man's palm fell, a disc covered with lightning suddenly shuttled through the void beside Zhuowen and blocked in front of Zhuowen. Sizzle. Lightning disc. Lei Tingqin of the Wind and Thunder family? Jiang Binhan's eyes were gloomy. He immediately looked at a beautiful figure who was slowly walking out of the void not far away. His face was a little pale. Young Master Jiang, you have a good memory. You actually remember my name. The beautiful figure bowed to Jiang Binhan and said in a decent manner, "It's you. You're from the Fenglei clan?" Zhuowen's eyes fell on the beautiful figure and immediately recognized her. She was the beautiful woman who wanted to buy his ticket at the dock. He did not expect her to be from the Fonlay clan. However, what puzzled Zhuowen was why she wanted to help him. "Young master, we meet again." Lei Tingqin smiled sweetly at Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned slightly, but did not reply. Instead, he looked at Lei Tingqin silently. He had a feeling that Lei Tingqin's help was not simple. Moreover, he possessed Lei Sanyu from the Fonlay sacred symbol. Hence, he did not want to come into contact with the people from the Fonlay clan. Lei Tingqin did not care about Zhuowen's vigilance. Her beautiful eyes fell on Jiang Binhan as she said, "Young Master Jiang, can you let this young master go?" Jiang Binhan's eyes were gloomy as he said coldly, "I'm sorry, but I have to take him down. If Miss Lei does not want to get hurt, it's better for you to avoid him. Don't make things difficult for me." If young Master Jiang insists on taking him down, I have no choice but to take action. Lei Tingqin waved her sleeve, and a lightning disk in front of her floated in front of Zhuowen. Terrifying lightning poured out like a waterfall, forming a lightning waterfall. Zhuowen's eyes fell on the lightning disk, and his pupils shrank. He did not know why, but when Lei Tingqin took out the lightning disk, Lei Sanyi in his body became restless, as if it wanted to break out of his body. Chapter 1656. The Devil-Masked Man. The Wind and Thunder clan should be the clan that possesses the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol. I have Lei Sanyu with me, and this girl suddenly came out to help me. Could it be that she sensed something? Zhuowen's gaze fell on Lei Tingqin as he was secretly on guard. The Ice Fire Saint symbol and the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol were his secrets. Now that the Ice Fire Saint symbol had been exposed, the Wind and Thunder clan would not let him off easily if the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol was exposed as well. Zhuowen knew that facing two Saint symbol clans, his life would definitely not be peaceful in the future. Therefore, he would rather die than reveal the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol. Lei Tingqin, your lightning disk is the most important item in your Wind and Thunder clan. Although it is powerful, it might not be able to block my Ice Fire clone talisman. This person has nothing to do with you. Are you really going to go against me for this person who has nothing to do with you? Jiang Binhan frowned slightly. The lightning disk in Lei Tingqin's hand had an extraordinary origin and was extremely powerful. It was the most important treasure of the Wind and Thunder clan. Although the middle-aged man formed by the Ice Fire clone talisman was powerful, he might not be able to break through the lightning disk's defense. Lei Tingqin did things cleanly. She said coldly, "I will protect this person today. As for whether my lightning disk can block your Ice Fire clone talisman, why don't you try and find out?" Jiang Binhan took a deep breath and did not waste any more time. He waved his right hand and said, "Break the lightning disk." The middle-aged man nodded. He stepped into the air and grabbed at the void with his right hand. Terrifying ice and fire energy surged out and condensed into a huge ice fire spear. Boom, boom, boom. The middle-aged man grabbed the ice fire spear and swung it violently. Instantly, countless spear shadows appeared and landed on the lightning disk. Countless lightning liquids splashed out. Although the ice fire spear was extremely powerful, it did not break through the lightning disk's defense. Just as Jiang Binhan and Lei Tingqin were locked in a stalemate, a ghostly figure appeared in the sky thousands of miles above Hanming County, stepping on the clouds. This person was tall and slender, and he wore a grayish-black brocade robe. His black hair hung down to his waist, and he wore a ghost mask on his face. The ghost mask had a strange smile on it, and it made people's hair stand on end. The ghost mask revealed a pair of cold eyes. This person lowered his head and looked down at Jiang Binhan and Lei Tingqin, who were in a stalemate. His eyes flickered and were full of depth. At the same time, when this person's gaze fell on Zhuowen, a meaningful look appeared in his eyes. "It's time to move. Ice Fire clan, Wind Thunder clan, hee, I'm afraid the peace between the two clans is about to be broken. Speaking of which, I have to thank that little fellow, Zhuowen." A hoarse voice was slowly emitted. Immediately, this person disappeared from the sky like a ghost. Not a single trace of him could be found. At this moment, on the white jade disc, Jiang Binhen's face was quite ugly. He stared at the lightning disc. The ice fire doppelganger had already bombarded the lightning disc dozens of times, but there were no signs of it breaking through the lightning disc. This lightning disc is indeed a powerful treasure of the lightning lineage of the Wind Thunder clan. However, we can't continue like this. Lei Tingqin's appearance this time is too strange. She even saved Zhuowen. Could it be that Zhuowen is colluding with the Wind Thunder clan? Jiang Binhen's face was a little strange. He faintly had a bad feeling. After all, Lei Tingqin's appearance was too coincidental. He suspected that Zhuowen was related to the Wind Thunder clan. If Zhuowen was related to the Wind Thunder clan, then Jiang Binhen's heart was even colder. After all, Zhuowen had a trace of the origin of the Ice Fire sacred symbol. If the Wind Thunder clan got their hands on it, then the Ice Fire clan would be led by the nose. No, I have to inform a clan about this. The more Jiang Binhen thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He knew that if Zhuowen was really related to the Wind Thunder clan, then it would definitely be bad news for the Ice Fire clan. At this moment, Jiang Binhen no longer cared about the great merit he would receive if he obtained the Ice Fire sacred symbol's origin. He knew that this matter was a little serious. He could no longer control it alone. Jiang Binhen took out a communication jade talisman and entered a message. Just when he was about to send it, a hand reached out without him noticing. It grabbed his hand and snatched the communication jade talisman away. What? Who are you? Jiang Binhen's face changed drastically. He never thought that someone would be able to snatch his communication jade talisman without him noticing. He didn't even notice it before. Then, Jiang Binhen suddenly raised his head and immediately saw a black-clothed man wearing a ghost mask. He was staring at him with a faint smile. "Protect me." Jiang Binhen immediately retreated. At the same time, he shouted at his doppelganger not far away. The doppelganger naturally wouldn't disobey Jiang Binhen's order. He took a step forward and attacked the mysterious black-clothed man with his palm. "It's useless. What can an earthly immortal's doppelganger do to me?" The man with the ghost mask smiled faintly. He grabbed with his right hand. Suddenly, countless black cyclones rushed out and formed a huge black saber. The black cyclones were filled with dense devil chi, which made the man with the ghost mask full of strange devil chi. The man with the ghost mask suddenly smiled eerily. He swung his right hand, and the black saber slashed out horizontally. The blade of the saber was covered with strange black cyclones. The moment the black saber touched the doppelganger's palm, the palm suddenly froze and was immediately crushed into powder by the cyclones on the blade. Hiss! This scene was naturally seen by Zhuowen and Lei Tingqin. Immediately, the two of them inhaled a breath of cool air. This was an earthly immortal's doppelganger. How could it be so easily destroyed by the man with the ghost mask? This was really beyond their expectations. Lei Tingqin couldn't help but exclaim, "It's him! Let's do it again." The person with the ghost face mask laughed in a cruel manner. The black blade was lifted upwards. Immediately, countless black cyclones began to sweep out from the blade and slashed at the chest of the ice and fire avatar. Immediately, the ice and fire avatar was cut into two. The two halves of the body were completely shattered into pieces by the cyclones. This, Jiang Binhen was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the scene. His mind was like paste and became blank. He couldn't believe that his ice and fire doppelganger talisman was destroyed just like that. Who was this man with the ghost mask? How could his strength be so terrifying? Young Master Jiang, don't be afraid. You will soon be like your doppelganger. The man with the ghost mask turned his head and stared at Jiang Binhen. He let out a sinister and terrifying laugh, which made Jiang Binhen's hair stand on end. "Let's go." At this moment, Jiang Binhen didn't have the courage to face the man with the ghost mask. He let out a low growl and immediately fled. Unfortunately, the man with the ghost mask was much faster than him. The moment Jiang Binhen lifted his foot, the man with the ghost mask had already swept in front of Jiang Binhen and blocked his way. "Who are you?" "I am the young master of the Ice and Fire family. We have no enmity in the past. You'd better weigh the pros and cons. Don't make a mistake. Jiang Binhan retreated step by step. There was a tremor in his voice. The man in front of him was too powerful. He was so powerful that he didn't dare to resist. Young Master Jiang, we have no enmity. However, you must die today. In order to cooperate with me, you have to suffer. The man with the ghost mask spoke with a trace of politeness. However, the words he said made Jiang Binhan despair. The man with the ghost mask slashed with his saber at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Jiang Binhan was in a daze and didn't guard against this attack at all. Of course, even if Jiang Binhan was on guard against this attack, with his strength, it was impossible for him to block it. Swoosh! Blood splattered and drew a beautiful arc in the air. Jiang Binhan's head fell to the ground. The man with the ghost mask was extremely fast. His right palm quickly reached into Jiang Binhan's dantian and twisted violently. The essence core in Jiang Binhan's dantian was completely crushed. At this point, Jiang Binhan was completely dead. At the moment of Jiang Binhan's death, Lei Tingqin and Zhuowen were terrified. The two of them only had one thought now, and that was to escape. Since this man could kill the ice and fire doppelganger so easily, he was at least an earthly immortal. An expert at this level was not someone the two of them could contend against. Boom! However, the man with the ghost mask seemed to know what the two of them were thinking. A terrifying pressure suddenly burst out from his body. At this moment, the sky changed color. Lightning flashed like snakes. As soon as the pressure came out, it was as if countless mountains had collapsed and pressed down on them. Zhuowen and Lei Tingqin couldn't breathe. Who the hell is this person? After he killed Jiang Binhan, is he going to kill us too? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, and his breathing was a little hurried. His mind went deep into the Azure Dragon Hall. He knew that the only way to deal with the man with the ghost mask was to ask the first mountain god for help. Don't be nervous. This time, I'll only kill Jiang Binhan. I won't kill the two of you. The man with the ghost mask suddenly smiled. There was a hint of eeriness in his laughter, as if he had heard the terrifying cry of an owl in a dilapidated graveyard. Hearing this laughter, Zhuowen and Lei Tingqin felt a chill in their hearts. However, they were still skeptical. Lei Tingqin even pointed the lightning pan at the man with the ghost mask. However, the man with the ghost mask did not seem to want to deal with Zhuowen and Lei Tingqin. He stood where he was, and the black blade in his hand dissipated into a black cyclone that entered his body. He crossed his arms as if he was waiting for something. Not long after, the man with the devil mask suddenly chuckled. He glanced at Lei Tingqin and Zhuowen, especially Zhuowen, who had a meaningful look in his eyes. The two of you. See you later. After he finished speaking, the man with the devil mask suddenly turned into a black shadow, like a ghost, and disappeared into the sky. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see his shadow in a breath's time. Not long after the man with the ghost mask left, two figures suddenly rushed over. Young Master. Chapter 1657. Shifting the blame, Shui Lin, who was standing behind Fong Lao, was shocked. He knew that Jiang Binhan was protected by the clone of an earthly, immortal realm expert. Even so, Jiang Binhan was still dead. At this moment, Shui Lin's heart was filled with extreme fear. The way he looked at Zhuowen and Lei Tingqin had changed completely. Oh no, so this is the mysterious man's motive. Lei Tingqin put away the lightning disc. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. She finally understood why the mysterious person had forced her to stay in the Hanming County of the Blood Refinement Mansion. She had also coincidentally met the young master of the Ice and Fire family, Jiang Binhan, and now Jiang Binhan had died in front of her. She was afraid that all of this had been planned by the mysterious man. No matter how stupid she was, she had already guessed the mysterious man's motive. He wanted to stir up the relationship between the Ice-Fire family and the Feng Lei family. Jiang Binhan's death was obviously pushed on a Lei Tingqin by the mysterious man. Jiang Binhan was the son of the current patriarch of the Ice-Fire family, Jiang Zhuomei. Although his talent was not considered monstrous in the family, he was still considered top-notch. Moreover, Jiang Zuomei doted on Jiang Binhan a lot. Once the news of Jiang Binhan's death reached Jiang Zuomei's ears, Jiang Zuomei and the entire Icefire family would probably explode. At that time, Jiang Zuomei would probably go all out to the Icefire family to demand an explanation. At that time, it would be inevitable for the two families to clash. Zhuowen had also considered the consequences. Naturally, his expression was not good. He was alone now and was not a match for a huge force like the Icefire family. If the Icefire family were to blame him, Zhuowen would really have to go to the ends of the world. Lei Tingqin, the successor of the lightning lineage of the Icefire family, and Zhuowen, you little bastard. The two of you are really good. How dare you kill the young master? You are in big trouble. The patriarch will not let you go. Fong Lao came back to his senses and gently put down Jiang Binhan's body. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and Lei Tingqin, his voice full of resentment and anger. Old Fong, we didn't kill Jiang Binhan. Jiang Binhan has the ice and fire doppelganger talisman. That's the doppelganger of an earth immortal. Do you think the two of us can kill Jiang Binhan? Think about it calmly. If it was really us who killed him, we would have left this place immediately. Why would we wait for you to come? Didn't you notice the suspicious point? Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes were filled with calmness. She was fearless in the face of battle. She began to analyze the pros and cons of the situation word by word. This made Zhuowen think highly of this woman. Elder Fong sneered and said, "You don't have to explain. If it wasn't you who killed him, then who? Your excuse is really bad." It's a black-clothed man wearing a ghost mask. He's very strong. He's at least an earth immortal, Lei Tingqin continued calmly. Elder Fong narrowed his eyes and roared. Are you still trying to quibble? You kill my young master. Your Wind and Thunder family won't have an easy time. I'll report this to the family head. Just as Lei Tingqin was about to say something, Zhuowen, who was originally standing behind her, suddenly leaped up. With a wave of his sleeve, a scroll shot out explosively. It suddenly unfurled, and countless mountains and rivers appeared. It was a beautiful mountain and river. These sceneries were like a maze, enveloping Elder Fong and Shui Lin. Master, what are you doing? Lei Tingqin was stunned. Then, she said coquettishly, however, Zhuowen said indifferently, it's useless for you to say this to them now. Jiang Binhan is already dead, and he died in front of the two of us. Dead men tell no tales. No matter how much nonsense you say to them, they won't believe you. If we want to keep this a secret, the only way is to silence them. Kill Elder Fong and Shui Lin. Then, the family head of the Ice and Fire family won't find out about us so quickly. Miss Lei, please lend me a hand and kill these two people. This is the only way we could try now. Lei Tingqin's eyes flickered when she heard this. She hesitated. Miss Lei, this great mountain and river painting won't last long. You should make a decision soon. Otherwise, if Elder Fong escapes, the Ice and Fire family will point their spear at your Wind and Thunder family. You don't want to see this happen, right? Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Lei Tingqin took a deep breath and said, Master, you're right. Lei Tingqin's character was swift and decisive. Once she made a decision, she would carry it out stubbornly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the lightning disk in her hand was summoned and landed on the Great Mountain River diagram. At this moment, the Great Mountain and River diagram was filled with countless explosions. The moment the lightning disk landed in the sky, the Great Mountain and River diagram collapsed inch by inch with a rumble. Elder Fong and Shui Lin rushed out. Elder Fong was furious. Just as he was about to rush out and attack Zhuowen, the lightning disk above their heads exploded with terrifying thunderbolts. Terrifying thunderbolts struck down like boundless lightning punishment, instantly trapping Fong Lao and Shui Lin, who had just escaped from their predicament. Lei Tingqin, Zhuowen, the young master was killed by the two of you. The Ice and Fire family will not let you go. Elder Fong kept roaring in the lightning disk. Although he kept attacking the thunderbolts, he couldn't break through them. Miss Lei, let me in. Let me in these two people. Zhuowen said to Lei Tingqin with cold eyes. Lei Tingqin gently nodded. She controlled the lightning disk to reveal a gap. Zhuowen immediately rushed in with the blood immortal. After Zhuowen rushed in, the gap closed again. Soon, the sound of an intense battle came from the lightning disk. After about half an incense stick's time, the noise of the battle gradually subsided. Lei Tingqin knew that the battle was over. She waved her jade-like hand and put away the lightning disk. Zhuowen's slightly battered figure was revealed, and the blood immortal was put away by her. Zhuowen's eyebrows were filled with tiredness, but his eyes were full of energy. Elder Fong and Xuelin were lying lifelessly behind him, especially Xuelin's corpse. It was almost unrecognizable, as if it had been eaten by a ferocious beast. Xuelin's corpse was caused by the blood immortal. He didn't know if it was because of the blood demon clan, but after the blood demon was refined into the blood immortal, he had an uncontrollable thirst for blood. Especially after the blood immortal killed Xuelin, she actually tore apart Xuelin's corpse and sucked his essence blood. Moreover, after eating Xuelin's corpse and blood essence, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the blood immortal's aura was much stronger than before. It seems that the blood devil's blood essence has the effect of promoting and improving the blood immortal. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. Lei Tingqin glanced at the corpse behind Zhuowen. She wasn't surprised at all. She had seen Zhuowen's battle before. After all, the latter had the blood immortal at the half-immortal realm. In addition, Zhuowen had the first Yangdao sword, a treasure comparable to a sub-immortal artifact. It would be strange if Xuelin and Elder Fong were Zhuowen's opponents. Zhuowen flicked his finger, and 3 wisps of flames shot out from his fingertip. They shot into the corpses of Xuelin, Elder Fong, and Jiang Binhan respectively. After destroying the corpses of the 3 people, he walked in front of Lei Tingqin without changing his expression. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions when she saw that Zhuowen's expression didn't change at all after completing this series of actions. Zhuowen's decisiveness and viciousness left a deep impression on Lei Tingqin. In the situation just now, although she looked calm on the surface, she was still a little flustered in her heart. However, the young man in front of her had always been very calm. He even made a prompt decision to silence them. This was something that Lei Tingqin couldn't do under the circumstances at that time. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and took out 3 spiritual rings. He presented them in front of Lei Tingqin and said, "These are the spiritual rings of Jiang Binhan, Xuelin, and Elder Fong. I didn't take out the things inside. We can share them equally." However, Lei Tingqin waved her hand and said, "I don't need their things. You can take them." Zhuowen was stunned. Soon after, he remembered that Lei Tingqin's position in the Fenglei clan was not ordinary. She probably didn't lack any treasures, especially the lightning disc in her hands. Thinking of this, Zhuowen gently nodded his head and kept the spirit ring. "Wait, is there a chaos shuttle in Jiang Bin's cold spiritual ring?" Lei Tingqin suddenly asked. Zhuowen was stunned. He immediately took out Jiang Bin's cold spiritual ring and erased the mark on it. He checked it with his mind and immediately found the chaos shuttle in the spiritual ring. Swoosh! Zhuowen took out the chaos shuttle and placed it in front of Lei Tingqin. There really is a chaos shuttle. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at Zhuowen and said, "Mister, I still don't know your name." Zhuowen no longer hid his real name. Only Jiang Binhan, Shui Mo, and a few others in the central region could recognize his name. These people had basically been killed by Zhuowen. Therefore, there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. "Mr. Zhuo, I'm Lei Tingqin. I'm the successor of the lightning lineage in the Fenglei clan. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but can you give the chaos shuttle to me?" Lei Tingqin smiled graciously. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "To be honest, I was planning to travel across the prefecture. However, I missed a flight. I need the chaos shuttle." Lei Tingqin wrinkled her nose. It was obvious that both of them needed the chaos shuttle. However, there was only one chaos shuttle. This had become a problem. I heard that you were planning to go to the Green Lotus Prefecture. The Green Lotus Prefecture is an affiliated prefecture of the Wind Thunder Prefecture. It's right beside the Wind Thunder Prefecture. This time, we could travel together. Once I enter the Wind Thunder Prefecture, I can give the Chaos Shuttle to you. What do you think? Lei Tingqin smiled sweetly. Zhuan was startled. He immediately nodded and said, "Since that is the case, I will accept your offer. However, I still have some old grudges in the Blood Refinement Mansion that I need to settle. Miss Lei, can you wait for some time before heading to the Wind Lightning Mansion?" Chapter 1658. Conspiracy. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhuan turned into a streak of light and left Hanming County. However, the moment he left, his body was filled with unimaginable killing intent. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes flickered as she watched Zhuan gradually disappear into the distance. She muttered in a low voice, "It seems that young Master Zhuan is also a person who is quick to repay kindness and revenge. The Blood Devil clan is in for a bad time." With Lei Tingqin's sharp mind, how could she not guess the purpose of Zhuan's trip? 7 or 8 prefectures away from the Blood Refining Prefecture, the Ice Fire clan of the Ice Fire Prefecture, Jiang Zuomei, was quietly sitting on a chair in the depths of the hall. The chair was formed by the energy of ice and fire. It emitted a fiery red and icy blue luster. At this moment, Jiang Zuomei's majestic body began to faintly tremble. A trace of blood red burst out from his eyes. This trace of blood red was filled with rage. His gaze fell on the jade talisman in his hand. The jade talisman had been completely shattered. The ice-fire doppelganger talisman that I gave to Han, or has been destroyed? Han is in big trouble. Jiang Zuomei's face was extremely gloomy. A trace of an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Ding! 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 Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall. Shortly after, 2 armored soldiers hurriedly walked in and knelt in front of Jiang Zuomei. Looking at the 2 soldiers, the ominous feeling in Jiang Zuomei's heart rose to the extreme. These 2 soldiers were not unfamiliar to him. They were the guards who guarded the Life Tablet Pavilion. The Life Tablet Pavilion was where the life tablets of the important figures of the clan were placed. These 2 soldiers guarded the Life Tablet Pavilion all year round. They would only appear when the life tablets in the Life Tablet Pavilion had an accident. Jiang Zuomei took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" "Patriarch, something bad has happened. Young Master's life tablet is broken," one of the soldiers said in a trembling voice. His heart was filled with bitterness. Jiang Binhan was the young master of the family. His status was extremely high, and he was also a strong contender to be the heir of the family in the future. However, his life jade was broken, which was definitely an unprecedented event in the family. Moreover, Jiang Binhan was the son of the current head of the family, Jiang Zuomei. Jiang Zuomei would definitely be furious about Jiang Binhan's death. By then, the entire Ice-Fire family would be in a state of panic. Jiang Zuomei's body trembled, and his eyes turned red. He clenched his fists and said, "Han Er's life jade is broken? I don't believe it." As she spoke, Jiang Zuomei took a step forward and flashed out like a bolt of lightning, instantly disappearing from the hall. At the Life Tablet Pavilion of the Ice and Fire family, there were many soldiers guarding the place. They were all in a state of chaos. Jiang Binhan's life tablet had shattered. Naturally, they knew that this was a serious matter. How could they not panic? Whoosh! Jiang Zuomei arrived outside the Life Tablet Pavilion in an instant. The panicked soldiers knelt on the ground and shouted, "Master!" Jiang Zuomei ignored the soldiers and walked straight into the Life Tablet Pavilion. Inside the Life Tablet Pavilion, there was a high platform in front of him. On top of it, there were jade-colored tablets. These tablets were the life tablets of the important figures of the Ice-Fire family. Jiang Zuomei's gaze fell on the 4th row from the top. His gaze quickly fell on a jade tablet. The words Jiang Binhan were written on it. Obviously, it was Jiang Binhan's life tablet. However, the The jade tablet that represented Jiang Binhan had countless cracks on its surface. Its surface was dim, like a candle in the wind. Honor, Jiang Zuomei slowly walked to the front of the high platform. He stretched out his right hand and gently grasped the cracked jade tablet. However, the moment he touched the jade tablet, the cracks on the jade tablet reached their limit. Soon after, the jade tablet shattered into countless fine powder. Jiang Zuomei stared blankly at the scene. He felt as if his heart was being torn apart. A burning pain assaulted him, making Jiang Zuomei want to roar to vent his anger. Master, what happened to the Life Tablet Pavilion? Why is it so chaotic? Outside the Life Tablet Pavilion, a slender figure suddenly walked in. This person stopped at the entrance of the Life Tablet Pavilion and cupped his fists at Jiang Zuomei's back. This person was in his 20s. He was tall and emitted a biting cold aura. He wore a purple robe, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. It swayed with the wind. It was an indescribable elegance. Jiang Zuomei slowly turned around. At this moment, the rage in his eyes had been replaced by calmness. However, this calmness was as cold as 10,000 years old ice. The moment this person met Jiang Zuomei's eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble. What kind of eyes were those? The depths of those eyes were filled with coldness and brutality. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. This was the first time the young man saw Jiang Zuomei reveal such an expression. However, his attention quickly fell on the high platform behind Jiang Zuomei. When he saw Jiang Binhan's life tablet shattered, his pupils unconsciously shrank. He lowered his head slightly and didn't dare to speak carelessly. However, his heart was filled with astonishment and shock. Jiang Binhan was the master of the family and was deeply loved by Jiang Zuomei. It could be said that Jiang Binhan was Jiang Zuomei's treasure. Now that Jiang Binhan was dead, the anger in Jiang Zuomei's heart had probably reached its peak. Therefore, the young man didn't dare to speak too much for fear of angering Jiang Zuomei. Jiang Zuomei glanced at the young man indifferently and said coldly, "Ziqian, are you feeling lucky now? Now that Hainer is dead, you have one less competitor." The heroic young man in front of her was one of the two monstrous geniuses of the Ice and Fire family, Jiang Ziqian. He was extremely talented. Although he had cultivated for less than 300 years, his cultivation had reached a level that many of the younger generation could only dream of. At this moment, Jiang Zuomei's words caused Jiang Ziqian's pupils to shrink. He respectfully said, "Master, you're exaggerating. Binhan is the son of the master of the family and Ziqian's younger cousin. Both of them were close relatives. Binhan's unfortunate death left Ziqian with no anger or fear left in my heart. How can I feel lucky?" At this point, a trace of hatred appeared in Jiang Ziqian's eyes. It was as if he really hated Jiang Binhan's murderer. Jiang Zuomei waved his hand and looked deeply at Jiang Ziqian. He rubbed his forehead and said, "In the family, your intelligence network has always been well informed. Help me find out what happened to Binhan. Also, who killed him." Jiang Ziqian lowered his body and responded softly. Then, he slowly retreated. However, after Jiang Ziqian left the Life Tablet Pavilion, the corner of his mouth revealed a thought-provoking smile. He muttered in a low voice, "I never thought that Jiang Binhan would have such a day. I just don't know who dared to kill Jiang Binhan. However, Jiang Binhan is the son of the master of the family after all. I can't slack off on the investigation. At least, I can't do a perfect job in front of Jiang Zuomei." After Jiang Ziqian left, Jiang Zuomei slowly collected Jiang Binhan's life tablet. Immediately, he took out a jade talisman and crushed it. The jade talisman fragments began to tumble and eventually gathered into a head that emitted white light. This head was the image of a white-haired old man. "Zuomei, why did you use the life tablet I gave you?" The white-haired old man frowned. Jiang Zuomei knelt on one knee and said with an emotional expression, "Ancestor, Hainer was killed. You have to help me investigate. I know that only you can use your great divine ability to predict the past." Binhan was killed? Who dared to kill a member of the Ice Fire family? Moreover, he was a direct descendant. The white-haired old man's eyes suddenly darkened as he said in a deep voice, Zwame doesn't know. Hainer had my Icefire clone talisman, but he was killed. I can't figure out who killed him despite knowing that he was the young master of the Icefire family. Jiang Zwame's eyes were filled with rage. The white-haired old man's eyes flickered as he said, Let me calculate it. As he said that, he closed his eyes and kept making hand seals. After a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. Ancestor, what's wrong? Jiang Zwame quickly asked. I can't calculate it. Binin's past seems to have been sealed by a force. I can't calculate who killed him. The white-haired old man frowned. Jiang Zwame was startled as she said, Ancestor, even you can't calculate it. You're a celestial immortal who has come into contact with the heavenly Tao. You should be able to calculate such a small matter. The white-haired old man shook his head and said, Although I have come into contact with the heavenly Tao, I don't specialize in the ability to predict the future. I can only do simple divination. Moreover, Binhin's heavenly Tao seems to have been sealed by someone. I can't break it, so I can't calculate it. Jiang Zwame's eyes were filled with disappointment as she said dejectedly, Ancestor, even you can't calculate it. What should we do? The Middle Earth is too big. It's too difficult to rely on manpower to investigate it. There's still room for negotiation. You should go to the Prophet clan. Those old fellows in the Prophet clan are all experienced in divination, especially the goddess of this generation of the Prophet clan. This goddess is very impressive. She can actually communicate with the divination sacred talisman. Although she hasn't cultivated for a long time, her divination abilities are even more terrifying than those old fellows in the Prophet clan. At this point, the white-haired old man looked at Jiang Zwame and said, Prepare a generous gift for the Prophet family. We can only rely on the Prophet family to find out the truth. If we can invite the goddess, then the truth will naturally come to light. Well, I'm at a critical moment in my seclusion. I'll leave this matter to you. If there's nothing important, then don't disturb me. After finishing his words, the white-haired old man slowly dissipated. Jiang Zwame bowed with respect in her eyes. After the white-haired old man completely disappeared, Jiang Zwame walked out of the Life Tablet Pavilion. This time, he prepared a generous gift for the Prophet family. While Jiang Zwame was preparing the gift, the goddess was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat inside a huge sacrificial tower of the Prophet family in the north. In front of her was a huge sacrificial altar. Jiang Zwame will come to my Prophet family in a few days, the goddess murmured in a low voice. Just as she finished speaking, a black-robed man wearing a devil mask walked out from the shadows behind her. He laughed mischievously and said, As expected of the goddess, everything is under your control. Unexpectedly, the goddess shook her head and said, You're wrong. There's one person whom I can't control, even with the divination saint talisman. Who is it? The man wearing the devil mask asked in astonishment. Chapter 1659. Blood Death. Array thousands of miles away from Eternal Blood County, a long rainbow flew across the sky and stopped on a small hill, revealing Zhuowen's slender figure. Before Xuelin died, I checked his sea of consciousness. The Blood Demon clan's lair is in Eternal Blood County. There are two leaders in the Blood Demon clan. One is Xuelin, and the other is an old man called Xue. Xue's strength is similar to Xuelin's. They should be at the peak of the heaven-defying Saint Realm. The Blood Immortal and the first Yang Dao sword should be enough to kill Xue. Moreover, there are 15 people in the Blood Demon clan. The blood essence of these blood demons is a tonic for the Blood Immortal. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. After killing Xuelin, he planned to get rid of the Blood Demon clan. It was not only because the blood essence of the Blood Demon clan was helpful to the Blood Immortal, but also because Xue was a great threat. The brand on the Blood Immortal could not be removed. Once the brand existed, the leader of the Blood Demon clan, Xue, could follow the brand to find Zhuowen's location. If Xue notified the Icefire clan in advance, It would be a disaster for Zhuan. Therefore, he had to get rid of this threat. If he did not, he would not be at ease. Whoosh! Zhuan's eyes flashed. He stepped into the void and disappeared like lightning, heading towards Eternal Blood County. At this moment, at the top of the blood-red tower in the center of Eternal Blood County, an old man in a blood-red robe stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were gloomy. Xue Lin is dead, and the brand on the blood general is rushing towards here. What's going on? The old man in a blood-red robe was the other leader of the Blood Demon clan, Xue Yi. The moment Xue Lin died, he felt that something was wrong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind the old man in a blood-red robe, 14 men in blood-red robes stood respectfully. Set up the Blood Death Array and informed the general in charge of Eternal Blood County, Embark. I hope he can help the Blood Demon clan, Xue Yi said to the 14 men behind him. Blood Death Array? My lord, isn't this array time only set up when the Blood Demon clan, is it? Could it be that something terrible has happened? One of the crimson-robed figures couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He wasn't the only one. All the other crimson-robed men were shocked as well. They had a bad feeling about this. Blood Forest has died. This time, our Blood Demon clan has truly reached a moment of life or death. Hurry up and arrange the Blood Death Array. Also, inform General Demonshine to come and assist us. This time, our Blood Demon clan is willing to pay any price. Blood Robe grimly said. The 14 blood-robed men did not dare to say anything. They hurriedly acknowledged and turned into 14 rays of blood-red light, disappearing from the top of the tower. 13 of the blood-robed figures surrounded the bottom of the blood-red tower and began to lay down powerful restrictive spells. Immediately, the blood-red tower's aura became extremely vast. A stream of blood-red chi rushed into the sky, turning into a spinning pillar of blood. The pillar of blood constantly revolved, radiating with extremely dense blood energy. Immediately, the blood energy revolved around the blood tower, forming a curtain of blood. The 13 crimson-robed figures stood in 13 directions of the blood-red tower. Each of them breathed in and out blood energy, maintaining the curtain of blood around the blood-red tower. Blood Robe stood at the top of the tower, his eyes extremely serious and cold. He knew very well that this person must be the one who captured the Blood General. He wanted to see who this person was. Eternal Blood County General's Mansion. The crimson-robed figure knelt on one knee in the courtyard. The door of the attic in front of him was tightly shut. Do you think Blood Robe is willing to pay any price for me to help him? A cold voice floated out of the attic. Yes, the crimson-robed figure said in a deep voice. Haha, I'm afraid I can't help an opponent that even Blood Robe is so cautious of. After all, I'm only in the Sun Sky Saint realm, far inferior to Blood Robe. However, I can send 10,000 cavalry to maintain the Blood Death Array of your blood-red tower. That's my limit. The door opened, and a stalwart figure in armor with billowing demonic chi slowly walked out. His black eyes stared at the crimson-robed figure kneeling below. If Zhuowen saw this general, he would definitely recognize him. Wasn't this the fourth general, Mo Guang, from the last commander-in-chief battle? The crimson-robed figure frowned and finally sighed in his heart. Yes, if my Blood Demon clan can escape this crisis, I will not forget the general's kindness today. This is my token. Go to the martial arts field and get 10,000 cavalry. Mo Guang's face was expressionless. He waved his right hand and handed a flashing black token to the crimson-robed figure. The crimson-robed figure bowed again and immediately retreated. After the crimson-robed figure left, Mo Guang looked up and stared at the blood-red tower covered by the curtain of blood. His eyes fell on Blood Robe, standing at the top of the tower. He frowned and muttered to himself, Blood Robe is so cautious. Is the person who came this time really so terrifying? Dang, dang, dang. The crimson-robed figure led 10,000 cavalry and immediately rushed towards the blood-red tower. Along the way, countless warriors moved aside to make way for them, their eyes revealing a strange look. What's going on? The general's mansion actually mobilized 10,000 cavalry, and the Blood Tower also released the Blood Death Array. Did something major happen? The martial artists of Eternal Blood County were in an uproar. They had lived in Eternal Blood County for so many years, so they had naturally heard of the Blood Tower. They knew that this Blood Tower was an existence even more terrifying than the General's Mansion, and that they absolutely could not provoke it. But now, the Blood Tower had released the Blood Death Array and was panicking at the slightest sound. Many martial artists knew that something major was about to happen in Eternal Blood County. The crimson-robed figure led the 10,000 cavalry to the base of the Blood Tower. Then, he commanded the 10,000 cavalry to cooperate with the Blood Death Array. They swallowed and spat out their own strength, causing the power of the Blood Death Array to become even more terrifying. The pillars of blood that soared into the sky became even thicker. As they soared into the horizon, the dark clouds in the sky were dyed blood red, becoming a true blood cloud. This blood cloud constantly spun and then slowly sank down, like an inverted funnel. The blood cloud revealed a pressure that shook the minds of many Eternal Blood County martial artists. They felt their shoulders sink, as if a terrifying mountain was pressing down on them. He's here! At the top of the Blood Tower, Shui Yi's eyes flashed red as he stared at the horizon. There was a long rainbow that was like a stream of light that swept over quickly and finally stopped outside the Blood Death Array of the Blood Tower. Who are you? Shui stared at the young man in front of him and asked coldly with narrowed eyes. At the same time, he was somewhat puzzled because the young man in front of him was only at the Yang Sky Saint realm, but he could clearly feel the aura of a blood general from him. Yang Sky Saint realm? Is the Blood Tower mobilizing so many people just because of this young man from the Yang Sky Saint realm? In Eternal Blood County, many martial artists revealed strange expressions. They could sense Zhuowen's aura at a glance. The strength of the Yang Sky Saint realm was indeed not bad, but it was not enough for the Blood Tower to be so cautious. It wasn't just the martial artists of Eternal Blood County, but even the other blood-robed people of the Blood Tower were puzzled. They were only following Shui Yi's orders. They originally thought that a peerless powerhouse would come, but they never imagined that it would be a mere little brat from the Yang Sky Saint realm. But from the General's Mansion, as Demon Shine casually sized up Zhuowen, his entire body froze. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. It's him? How is this possible? Demon Shine couldn't help but recall everything that had happened in Blood Jade County. Not only had this person wreak havoc in the blood refining mansion, but he had even killed mansion master Shui Hentian. Demon Shine had a deep fear towards this person. Have you never guessed who I am? Can't you feel the mark on my body? Zhuowen indifferently said. At this time, Shui was vigilant. He coldly said, Blood Forest was killed by you? Was the Blood General also captured by you? Zhuowen indifferently said, What do you think? Now your Blood Demon clan still has a chance. If you surrender, I will only kill you, Shui. If you don't surrender, I will kill all of you. Shui's pupils shrank, but he coldly smiled. A mere Sun Sky Saint realm cultivator dares to say such bold words. With your cultivation, how could you possibly kill Blood Forest? Blood Immortal, break this defense and kill everyone here. Zhuowen didn't waste any more words. He waved his sleeve, and suddenly, Blood Immortal, who was covered in bone spikes and had a ferocious appearance, was released. A wild and terrifying aura burst out from Blood Immortal. Blood General? Shui's eyes were filled with shock. He could clearly feel the familiar mark on Blood Immortal's body. It was the mark he had left on the Blood General, and the aura on Blood Immortal's body was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Blood Immortal appeared, she crazily bombarded the blood curtain. Every bombardment caused terrifying ripples to appear on the blood curtain, spreading in all directions. The bombardment was so powerful that the entire Eternal Blood County was affected. The earth shook violently, and many warriors couldn't dodge in time, causing many injuries. I'll say it again. If you surrender, I will only kill you. If you don't surrender, I will kill all of you. Zhuan's eyes were cold as he said coldly. Shui's eyes were filled with shock, and the 14 blood-robed men below all looked terrified. Humph! How can the Blood Death formation be so easy to break? Use all your strength and maximize the Blood Death formation's power. This person can't break it, Shui said coldly. The 14 blood-robed men naturally didn't dare to disobey Shui's order. They tried their best to breathe out their own blood power to maintain the Blood Death formation. Under the command of the blood-robed man, the 10,000 cavalrymen roared and poured out their own power. In an instant, the blood on the surface of the Blood Death formation became more intense. It was almost tangible and looked extremely terrifying. If that's the case, don't blame me. The coldness in Zhuo Wen's eyes grew thicker. Shui could feel the imprint on the Blood Immortal's body. Zhuo Wen had to kill him. But since Shui chose to resist, Zhuo Wen could not be blamed for being merciless. Chapter 1660. A terrifying ripple spread out. Shui was the first to be hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt down on one knee. The 14 crimson-robed men were also lying on the ground, looking dispirited. So fast, the 14 crimson-robed men around the blood tower spat out blood at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock. The 10,000 cavalries were even worse off. They were in a complete mess. The 14 crimson-robed men's hearts were shaken, but they calmed down. They risked their lives to use the Blood Death Array. It was extremely powerful. They didn't believe that the young man in front of them could break it. The 14 crimson-robed men naturally didn't dare to disobey Shui. They all used the secret technique, Blood Demon Descends. In an instant, 15 huge Blood Demon Phantoms stood in the middle of the Blood Death Array. The Blood Immortal's attack didn't hit. She stepped on the void with her right foot. Suddenly, blood lightning spread out from under her feet. She disappeared as if she had teleported. Die. This Blood Immortal is really arrogant. Looks like she wants to kill her master and regain her freedom. Today, I will teach you a lesson on how to be a good servant and subordinate. The 14 crimson-robed men were really scared. They couldn't help but look at Shui at the top of the tower. Zhuo pointed his sword at the sky. Then he suddenly slid it down. The first Yang Dao sword rose into the sky and slashed down. Shui's face froze. Then it became extremely ugly. He said in a low voice, "You are dreaming. You want me to kill myself in front of you and disperse the Blood Death Array? Don't even think about it. Let's use Blood Demon Descends to increase the power of the Blood Death Array to the maximum." Zhuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said indifferently, "Looks like you didn't seize your last chance. Now, you have no chance to beg for mercy." The Blood Immortal's speed was extremely fast. She swallowed Shui in a few bites. After that, she swallowed the 14 crimson-robed men into her stomach. At the same time, Zhuo summoned the long river blade, the violet sword, and the spirit-swallowing lava river and attacked the Blood Immortal. Under the control of Zhuo's mind, the violet sword, the long river saber, and the spirit-swallowing magma river, these 3 terrifying weapons, turned into 3 terrifying rainbows and instantly arrived in front of the blood curtain. A terrifying ripple exploded. Zhuo's eyes were gloomy. He formed another seal with his right hand and formed another blood-colored seal. The Blood Immortal roared into the sky. His voice was like thunder as it rolled through the void. Blood thunder continued to wreak havoc on his body. The countless martial artists in Eternal Blood County were shocked. Slash. Pucci. Zhuo did not hesitate to use his holy body. The holy body, which was full of golden veins, stood in front of Zhuo. It threw a punch and collided with the Blood Immortal's claw. "No, don't kill me. You must be a blood general. You and I are both from the Blood Demon clan. You can't kill me." Shui waved his hands and quickly begged Zhuo for mercy. "Let me go. I beg you." Zhuo's mouth was full of smiles. The stronger the Blood Immortal was, the more help she would be to him. Looking at the completely stabilized Blood Death Array, Shui Yi's mood gradually calmed down. He looked at Zhuowen and sneered in his heart. Slash. Another heaven-defying saint treasure and another heaven-defying saint weapon? With the assistance of the 15 Blood Fiend Phantoms, the power of the Blood Death Array was raised to an indescribable level. The Blood Tower that should have been on the verge of collapse was now much more stable and no longer swayed. The Blood Immortal speed was much faster than before her transformation. This series of attacks was seamless. Zhuowen did not even have the chance to form another blood-colored seal. Oh, as for the 10,000 cavalrymen, they could not withstand this terrifying ripple at all. They all exploded into a cloud of blood mist and couldn't be more dead. Unfortunately, the Blood Immortal did not give Shui Yi any chance. Her claws suddenly tore, and Shui Yi did not even have the chance to make a sound before he was torn in half. Then, the Blood Immortal was like a ferocious beast, eating Shui Yi's corpse. Bang! 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 After the long river blade, an even larger river of magma rapidly spread across the sky. In an instant, the surrounding temperature rose sharply. When it came into contact with the air, there was a sizzling sound of burning. Shui Yi's eyes flickered and showed a hint of hesitation. 2 heaven-defying saint treasures, 1 heaven-defying saint weapon, and the Blood Immortal, whose strength was comparable to a half-immortal. This Zhuowen was too terrifying. The Blood Immortal roared. Her eyes were filled with bloodthirsty excitement. She could clearly feel that the blood of the 15 blood demons had a fatal attraction to her. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He could clearly feel that after the Blood Immortal ate the 15 blood demons, her aura had expanded a lot. Especially the Blood Thunder. It seemed to be even sharper than before. Blood Immortal, these 15 people are all yours. Zhuowen hovered in the air and said lightly. Just as many warriors were in a daze, cracks appeared on the surface of the Blood Death Array. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it began to collapse from top to bottom. Humph! Let's see how you can break my Blood Death Array. After speaking, Zhuowen flicked his finger. A dazzling sun gradually appeared behind him. In the middle of this sun, there was a long sword with cold light. This sword was the first Yang sword. Zhuowen did not pay attention to Shui. He waved his sleeve again, and a blade light swept out. As soon as the blade light appeared, a long river gushed out. It was the long river blade. Oh, Shui narrowed his eyes. He recognized the aura on the purple long sword at a glance. It was a heaven-defying saint treasure. However, he soon sneered and said, a heaven-defying saint treasure cannot break the Blood Death Array. Rumble. The Blood Immortal's transformation was finally complete. The Blood Immortal suddenly raised its head and coldly stared at Zhuowen with a pair of burning eyes. Then it stepped forward, and countless bolts of blood lightning surrounded its body. It appeared behind Zhuowen as if it had teleported. Sir, what should we do? Zhuowen took advantage of the moment when the Blood Immortal paused to escape into the void. With a burst of steps, he rushed out of the void thousands of meters away. Then his right hand quickly formed a blood-red seal and threw it out. Zhuowen glanced sideways and immediately noticed the Blood Immortal behind him again. He pointed his right finger, and 240 underworld water droplets appeared behind him. I'll give you one more chance, Zhuowen said calmly. Commit suicide in front of me and put down the Blood Death Array. If you do that, I can let the other blood devils go and not drag them into this. Shui Yi roared, and the blood qi in his body erupted. Suddenly, a terrifying and huge blood demon figure appeared behind him. However, the 14 blood-robed people didn't get far. 14 blood thunder surged out of the Blood Immortal's body and quickly swept out. As soon as the 14 blood-robed people touched the blood thunder, they trembled and completely lost their aura. Shui Yi's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He couldn't help but look at the 2 terrifying rivers in the sky in horror. No wonder you're the Blood Immortal refined by a blood demon with the ancient blood demon bloodline. You're really extraordinary. The Blood Immortal's claw struck out. Suddenly, the underworld water droplets shattered one by one. The Blood Immortal's claw seemed to be invincible. The blood mark was extremely fast. It suddenly sank into the Blood Immortal's forehead. Then, the Blood Immortal screamed in pain. However, the Blood Immortal endured the pain and continued to rush toward Zhuowen. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Many warriors stared blankly at this terrifying scene. This was only the aftermath, and it was already able to cause such terrifying destruction. If this sword were to strike the ground directly, wouldn't it cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crack and the sun and moon to lose their light? The Blood Immortal's eyes were filled with hatred. The blood claw, covered with bone spikes, waved 3 times in the air like lightning. It actually slapped the violet sword, the long river blade, and the spirit-swallowing lava river away. Bright red blood flowed out from the wound. It made Zhuowen's face look quite ferocious. You want to rebel? Zhuowen naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to absorb the resentment. He waved his sleeve, and 220 underworld water droplets flew out. They instantly absorbed all the resentment of the 10,000 cavalrymen who had exploded into a bloody mist. Heaven-defying Saint Treasure. Crack. Oh, the impact of 3 heaven-defying Saint Treasures created a violent vibration. Coupled with the Blood Immortal's horrifying power, the Blood Death formation produced an earth-shattering vibration. The blood tower inside was on the verge of collapse. Boom! Boom! Zhuowen's face was a little ugly. His right hand formed a seal again. He made more than 10 blood marks. In an instant, the Blood Immortal, who was still in the air, immediately held her head and rolled around in pain. The Blood Immortal's blood thunder soared into the sky. She instantly disappeared from where she was and clawed at Zhuowen's back. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and created a thunderous explosion. Immediately, Zhuowen jumped up and dodged the Blood Immortal's claw. However, the blood thunder created by the claw slashed across Zhuowen's cheek and created a scar that was a few inches long. Pucci. The Blood Immortal's voice was filled with hatred. The voice was like a resentful ghost from hell. It sounded extremely horrifying. Her claw, which carried the horrifying blood thunder, blasted at Zhuowen's back. In an instant, the Blood Immortal swept in front of Shui Yi. Her claw swept out and grabbed Shui Yi's neck. With a slash, the Blood Death formation began to tremble violently. With a loud bang, a huge trench appeared on the ground thousands of miles around the Blood Tower. The ground split into 2 halves, revealing an extremely dark abyss. After devouring, the Blood Immortal's blood thunder expanded. Her skeleton was covered by the blood thunder and turned into powder. Her body, which was originally 30 feet tall, had now grown to 50 feet tall. Great success, Saint Body. However, the great success, Saint Body groaned and retreated. The Blood Immortal's body paused, but showed no signs of retreating. Chapter 1661. Blood Immortal betrayal. The blood thunder continued to explode in the sky. The Blood Immortal rolled in the sky like crazy. The blood thunder exploded from her body and rushed out, making the sky look like it was filled with countless blood pythons. Spare me. The Blood Immortal covered her head with her claws. Her eyes were filled with blood flames as she stared at Zhuowen. She knelt in the sky and begged for mercy. Zhuowen was expressionless. His right hand kept forming seals. He had no intention of sparing the Blood Immortal at all. The Blood Immortal was a great threat. Not only was she unruly, but she would also attack her master as soon as she got stronger. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhuowen wasn't weak, the Blood Immortal might have succeeded. Plus, the Blood Immortal's series of actions had been planned for a long time. If Zhuowen didn't punish this ****, there would be endless trouble in the future. Zhuowen wanted to let the Blood Immortal know who her master was. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded. The Blood Immortal's actions before were clearly plotting against you. With the Blood Immortal's intelligence, she couldn't have come up with such a plan. Zhuowen squinted his eyes and said in surprise, "You mean, the Blood Immortal's consciousness has already awakened?" I'm afraid so. Xiao He nodded. Hearing this, Zhuan's eyes turned cold. His right hand continued to form seals. He suddenly jumped up and instantly landed in front of the Blood Immortal. At this moment, the Blood Immortal was being tortured by the blood mark. Although the blood lightning around her was terrifying, Zhuan had the body of a great success saint body. He wasn't afraid of the blood lightning that the Blood Immortal emitted. Zhuan's right hand formed a claw and reached deep into the Blood Immortal's head. Then he suddenly pulled out the Blood Immortal's mind that he placed in the Blood Immortal's sky spirit point. The Blood Immortal's mind was a terrifying sea of blood. The black flames that Xiao He used to cover the mind of the Blood Immortal all disappeared. The tiny person in the depths of the blood sea had already awakened. He was holding his head and rolling about in the blood sea, as if he was in great pain. This tiny person was Blood Demon. Without the Blood Demon's sea of consciousness, the Blood Immortal seemed to be in a daze, without any spirituality. Zhuan waved his sleeve and put the Blood Immortal into the spirit ring. Then, he stared coldly at the Blood Demon's sea of consciousness. Zhuan, why don't you just kill me? Why do you have to torture me like this? The Blood Demon raised his head, his hatred overflowing. The corner of Zhuan's mouth curled up. You are an important part of the Blood Immortal. Why would I want to kill you? However, I can't just let the matter of you betraying your master go. After he finished speaking, Zhuan formed a seal with both hands and rapidly formed countless blood-colored seals, covering the Blood Demon's spiritual sea. Instantly, the Blood Demon's blood-curdling screams became even more shrill. These blood-colored seals are enough to last for 3 days and 3 nights. This is a small punishment. If you do it again, it won't be as simple as 3 days and 3 nights. I will make you suffer forever. After he finished speaking, Zhuan also put the Blood Demon's sea of consciousness into the spirit ring. Then, he looked meaningfully at the Eternal Blood County General's mansion. Then, he turned into a rainbow and left the Eternal Blood County. This glance made Mo Guang, who was standing in the courtyard of the general's mansion, panic. He retreated, not daring to look at Zhuan. This Mu Zhua recognized me. Mo Guang's heart was in a panic, and he couldn't help but whisper. However, when he felt Zhuan's aura leave, he was slightly relieved. The moment Zhuan left, the tense atmosphere in the Eternal Blood County also calmed down. Many warriors let out a sigh of relief, and their hanging hearts settled down. As for the blood pagoda that stood in the center of the Eternal Blood County, it collapsed inch by inch, completely turning into ruins from the Eternal Blood County to the Cold Cry County. Zhuan spent 3 days and 3 nights. When he arrived at the Cold Cry County, he didn't immediately look for Lei Tingqin. Instead, he sent her a message, telling her that he would leave tomorrow. Zhuan casually found an inn and checked into a room. With a wave of his sleeve, he placed down layers upon layers of restrictions. After confirming that no one was around, he released Wei Yi from the spirit ring. You, how dare you? I am a disciple of the Primal Chaos Temple, and you dare to publicly imprison me? Wei Yi shouted out. However, just as Wei Yi's words fell, he completely stopped. This was because Zhuan's right hand was like a knife, firmly blocking his roar, causing Wei Yi to swallow the rest of his words. If you want to die, you can continue, Zhuan indifferently said. Wei Yi swallowed his saliva and fell completely silent. Now, I will ask you some questions. If you answer them well, I may let you go. Zhuan's next sentence immediately made Wei Yi's eyes light up, and he nodded repeatedly. Is there really a Saint Celestial Master in the Primal Chaos Temple in the Central Region? Zhuan asked with a burning gaze. Wei Yi's gaze was a little strange, and he said, the Primal Chaos Temple has gathered the most powerful Arcana Masters in the Central Region. How can we not have a Saint Celestial Master? Moreover, whether it's the 9 great sacred talisman families or the 4 major battlefields, there is no Saint Celestial Master of this level. Only the Primal Chaos Temple has a Saint Celestial Master. Speaking of this, Wei Yi's eyes revealed a trace of pride. The Primal Chaos Temple was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the central region, and as a disciple of the Primal Chaos Temple, he naturally felt proud. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned and said, "Aren't the 9 great sacred talisman families and the 4 major battlefields also a powerful force in the central region? They don't have a Saint Celestial Master?" Wei sneered and said, "It's much more difficult for an Arcana Master to advance than a martial artist. The difficulty of advancing to a Saint Celestial Master is more than 10 times that of a Saint Celestial Master. Do you think it's that easy? The 9 great sacred talisman families and the 4 major battlefields may have Saint Celestial Masters, but they can't cultivate a Saint Celestial Master. Only the Primal Chaos Temple has such a level of Arcana Master." Zhuo nodded and said, "I see. Then, do you know what I need to do if I want to ask a Saint Celestial Master for help?" Wei Yi's expression froze, and then he looked at Zhuo with a strange gaze and said, "Ask a Saint Celestial Master for help? You're thinking too much. Normally, I can't even see a Saint Celestial Master. You, an outsider, want to ask a Saint Celestial Master for help. Are you dreaming? Is it very difficult?" Zhuo frowned and said, "Of course, it's basically impossible." "Wei," he interrupted, "is there no way at all?" Zhuo said in a deep voice. Wei thought for a moment and suddenly said, "There is one way. The Primal Chaos Temple has the most Arcana Masters out of all the powers in the Central Plains, and the Primal Chaos Temple places great importance on the cultivation of Arcana Masters. If you can join the Primal Chaos Temple's Arcana branch and catch the attention of a Saint Celestial Master, then you can be accepted as a personal disciple. Perhaps he might help you on account of the master and disciple relationship." Zhuo fell silent. From Wei Yi's words, he could tell that it was almost impossible to catch the attention of a Saint Celestial Master. Zhuowen's spiritual force talent was indeed not bad, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think that his spiritual force talent would catch the attention of a Saint Celestial Master. "It seems like I have to think of another way. But for now, I'll enter the Primal Chaos Temple first. As for Chen Shui, I'll definitely ask the Saint Celestial Master of the Primal Chaos Temple to help her at all costs." Zhuo said in his heart as he clenched his fists. Wei looked at Zhuo with some fear and said, "Now that I've answered you, can you let me go?" "Yes, but you need to remove all your memories of me. Then I'll let you go," Zhuo said indifferently. Wei Yi's pupils shrunk. However, under Zhuowen's cold gaze, he finally gave in. The sword finger of his right hand pointed at the space between his eyebrows. Soon after, he roared in pain and suddenly stripped the memories related to Zhuo from his sea of consciousness. It turned into a cluster of light, and he directly fainted due to the intense pain. Zhuo waved his sleeve and grabbed the ball of light. He examined it carefully and found that there was nothing wrong with it, so he crushed it. After doing all that, he left Wei Yi in the room while he booked another room in the inn. He quietly waited for the arrival of the next day. The next day, after Wei Yi woke up, he left the inn in a daze. Zhuo took out his communication jade talisman and sent a message. He then stood up and left the inn. On the white jade disc, Lei Tingxin stood quietly with Shui Hui and the other 3. Seeing Zhuo approach, Lei Tingxin's beautiful eyes were filled with smiles. Behind Lei Tingxin and the other 4 was a huge Primal Chaos shuttle. "Young Master Zhuo, you made me wait for a long time. You've finally come today." Lei Tingxin glanced at Zhuo in a slightly reproachful manner. Zhuo laughed and said, "I had some important matters to attend to, so I did delay quite a bit of time. Please don't take offense, Miss Lei." Lei Tingxin pursed her lips and smiled. "I've already removed the seal outside the Primal Chaos shuttle. It can be used by us now. Let's go in together." With that, Lei Tingxin waved her sleeve. The cabin of the Primal Chaos shuttle opened, and the group walked in. Zhuo followed closely behind. After the group entered the Primal Chaos shuttle, a long tail of smoke spurted out from its tail. With a whoosh, it leaped into the sky and left under the envious gazes of countless cultivators in Hanming County. The Primal Chaos shuttle was extremely fast. Zhuo sat in the corner of the cabin and glanced out the window. He discovered that the scenery outside was a pitch-black tunnel. He knew that the Primal Chaos Shuttle had entered a spatial collapse. Without a doubt, the Primal Chaos Shuttle's speed was much faster than the laws of the void that he used. Most importantly, the Primal Chaos Shuttle was an inanimate object. It would not feel tired. As long as it was provided with enough spiritual stones, it could maintain its speed. Using this time, Zhuowen planned to sink his mind into the Azure Dragon Hall and begin to seriously refine the ninth Yongdao sword. Lei Tingqin and the others sat at the very front. Lei Tingqin silently controlled the Primal Chaos Shuttle. Shui Hui and the others behind her whispered to each other. At the same time, they would occasionally look at Zhuowen. Chapter 1662. Old friends, the Primal Chaos Shuttle was indeed fast. In just 2 months, it had arrived above the Green Lotus Mansion. Lei Tingqin turned her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhuowen behind her. She smiled and said, "Young Master Zhuo, the Green Lotus Mansion is below." Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. He nodded and said, "In that case, thank you for seeing me off, Miss Lei." As he spoke, Zhuowen stood up. However, he realized that Lei Tingqin did not land the Primal Chaos Shuttle. He looked puzzled. "Young Master Zhuo, the Wind Thunder Mansion is near the Green Lotus Mansion. Most of the credit for obtaining the Primal Chaos Shuttle goes to you. Why don't you come to the Wind Thunder Mansion for a while? You can send me off. When you leave, you could take the Primal Chaos Shuttle with you." Lei Tingqin pursed her lips and smiled. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He looked a little hesitant. "Young Master Zhuo, you don't have to worry. We're now in the same boat. I have no intention of harming you." Lei Tingqin continued. The coldness in Zhuowen's eyes intensified when he heard those words. Lei Tingqin's words carried a trace of threat. However, it was indeed as Lei Tingqin had said. Jiang Binhan's death this time was related to Lei Tingqin. "Since Miss Lei has invited me, I can't refuse. Let's go together," Zhuowen said with a smile. Lei Tingqin nodded and immediately controlled the Primal Chaos Shuttle. It flew over the Green Lotus Mansion and headed towards the Wind Thunder Mansion. Zhuowen sat quietly in the back. Originally, he was a little happy. This happiness came from the fact that the ninth Yongdao sword in the Azure Dragon Hall had finally been completely refined. 2 months was equivalent to 60 years in the Azure Dragon Hall. This was an extremely long period of time. During these 60 years, the doppelganger of the Saint Physique had been sitting cross-legged on the 18th mountain to refine the ninth Yongdao sword. At this moment, the doppelganger of the Saint Physique in the 18th mountain of the Azure Dragon Hall slowly opened his eyes. Above his head, a terrifying golden sun slowly floated. The golden light shone dazzlingly. The entire third heaven was dyed golden. The 19 mountains standing between the heavens and earth became golden mountains. The boundless sea between the heavens and earth created countless huge waves that soared into the sky. The ninth Yongdao sword has finally been successfully refined. Its power is truly terrifying. The doppelganger of the doppelganger, the doppelganger, the doppelganger, the Saint Physique, the doppelganger. The doppelganger. Is doppelganger body? Saint Physique, Saint Doppelganger Doppelganger. The complete holy body shares the same consciousness as the main body. I can send the complete holy body into the fourth forbidden area of the 19th mountain to comprehend the ninth law. After all, if I can truly comprehend the 10th law, then I will be able to touch the will of the way. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. With a thought, the doppelganger of the Saint Physique, who was standing on the 18th mountain, followed Zhuowen's instructions and rushed toward the 19th mountain like a gust of wind. With the doppelganger's current strength, it would not be too difficult to enter the fourth forbidden area. Zhuowen still had some confidence in him. The Chaos Shuttle only took 2 days to travel from the Green Lotus Mansion to the Wind Thunder Mansion. The Wind Thunder Mansion was a mansion under the jurisdiction of the Wind Thunder family, one of the 9 Saint Talisman families. Its area was much larger than the blood refining mansion, and the number of powerhouses there was also much more than the other mansions. Miss Lei, can you stop? I have some matters to attend to. Not long after entering the Wind Thunder Mansion, Zhuowen suddenly exclaimed softly. Lei Tingqin was stunned. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she said, What matters do you have to attend to? Is it urgent? Do you need Tingqin's help? Zhuowen shook his head slightly and said, I just sensed a trace of an old friend's aura nearby, so I want to go down and take a look. Miss Lei, you don't have to join in the fun. Lei Tingqin revealed a look of understanding. She looked through the cabin at the region outside and said, This is the Thunder Rush County, which is in the southeast of the Wind Thunder Mansion. It's quite far from the Wind Thunder family. Young Master Zhua, you are unfamiliar with our Wind Thunder Manor. You should keep this map for now. There are extremely detailed records of our Wind Thunder Manor in it. Also, this token is my waist token. If young Master Zhuo wants to enter the Wind Thunder Manor, you will be able to enter unimpeded with this waist token. Since Zhuowen had matters to attend to, Lei Tingqin could not stop him. She waved her sleeve and handed a waist token and a jade token to Zhuowen. Zhuowen cupped his fist and opened the cabin door. He jumped out and left the chaos shuttle. Miss, are we letting him go just like that? Shui Hui asked with some hesitation. Don't worry. Mr. Zhua is not someone who goes back on his word. Moreover, this chaos shuttle is a rare treasure for a wandering cultivator like him. He will not let go of such a treasure. Lei Tingqin was full of confidence. Not long after Zhuowen left, she waved her hand and closed the cabin door. She then drove the chaos shuttle away. This is the aura of the laws of hell. This law is very special. Very few people can grasp it. Among the people I know, only Yang Yin, who participated in the Nine Nether Conference, can do it. Zhuowen muttered softly. Soon after, he shot out like a bolt of lightning. To be able to meet an old friend in a foreign land, Zhuowen was quite touched. He naturally wanted to check it out. Thousands of miles away from Zhuowen, four figures shot past like four streaks of light. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that three of the four were chasing after the one in front. The young man who was escaping in front was wearing a white robe. He had a slender figure. However, his white robe had long been dyed red by blood. The young man's injuries were extremely serious. His face was pale and bloodless. However, his eyes were extremely determined as he dodged the pursuit of the three people behind him. Among the three people behind him, one of them was a young man with an arrogant face. Another was a young girl in an emerald green dress with some purple hair. The last one was an old man who was over 60 years old. This person's willpower is extremely firm. Once my soul, severing six-horned bug, enters his body, it will be extremely painful. However, this person actually endured this pain and fled with all his might. How interesting. The young man slowly followed behind and commented, We've been chasing him for 5 days. This guy was already seriously injured, but he was still able to run for 5 days and 5 nights. He's indeed the best toy I've ever seen in my life. The girl behind the young man giggled. The young man patted the girl's head dotingly and said, Shwe, if you want to play with this toy for a while longer, I'll help you capture him and cripple his cultivation so that you can have fun with him. How about that? The young girl stuck out her tongue and shook her head. No need. Although this toy is interesting, it is not enough for me to collect. Let's continue to play for a few more days and then kill him. The young girl's expression looked harmless, but the words she said made people feel disgusted. However, the young man and the old man were not surprised. Haha, since Shwe was said to play for a few more days, then let's play for a few more days. See for yourself the power of your brother's soul-severing bug. The young man smiled slightly. Immediately, the sword finger on his right hand pointed forward. Immediately, the young man, who was originally fleeing in front, let out a painful roar. Many wiggling bumps appeared on the surface of his skin. These bumps headed straight for his right hand. The bumps on the young man's right hand increased. In the end, his right hand was almost unrecognizable. It was almost dozens of times swollen and looked extremely uncoordinated. Poochie! The swollen right arm suddenly burst open. blood splattered everywhere, and a dense number of bugs flew out from it. The bugs were helmet-shaped, and a skull pattern appeared on their backs. It was quite strange. The countless bugs that flew out buzzed and flapped their wings. Immediately, they drilled into the wound on the young man's broken arm and entered his body. Poochie! The young man spat out a mouthful of blood. A trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of despair, but he still did not stop and was still desperately running away. He knew that, with the strength of the 3 people behind him, it would be easy for them to catch up with him. The reason why they did not chase after him was probably just to play with him. It was like a cat catching a mouse. When a cat caught a mouse, it would not immediately kill it and eat it. Instead, it would play with the mouse time and time again, causing the mouse to constantly flee in fear. The cat would follow behind it time and time again. Once the mouse was exhausted or the cat got tired of playing with it, it would kill the mouse. I, Yang Yin, have always been cautious and diligent in my cultivation ever since I entered the Central Plains. I never imagined that I would encounter such a situation for no reason. These 3 people simply do not care about human lives. In their eyes, cultivators with lower cultivation than them are all their playthings. This person was Yang Yin. However, at this moment, the corners of his mouth were filled with hatred. His face was filled with the desire to die, and his eyes were overflowing with hatred. He, Yang Yin, had never offended these 3 people. They had actually treated him like a toy for no reason. The hatred in his heart was so intense that it could reach the heavens. Even if I die, I will make you pay the price. Suddenly, a trace of ruthlessness appeared in Yang Yan's eyes. He knew that if he continued to run, he would only fulfill the wishes of the 3 people behind him. Since he would die either way, he would die with dignity. Hell! With a deep breath, the law of hell began to emerge from Yang Yan's body. Then, from the first layer to the 18th layer of hell, they all collapsed under Yang Yan's control. The collapse of the 18th layer of hell produced a power that was immediately compressed into a wisp of black light. This wisp of black light fell into Yang Yan's left hand. Die! Yang Yin roared angrily. With a flick of his left hand, the black light suddenly swept towards the young girl at an extremely fast speed. The young girl sneered. With a squeeze of her lily-white hand, dark green Saint energy immediately swept out from her body and transformed into a ferocious claw. Chapter 1663. Su Clan, the young girl exclaimed. She was at a loss for what to do as she stood rooted to the ground. In her opinion, Yang Yin was already heavily injured. Even if he risked his life to unleash an attack, it would not be that strong. Therefore, the young girl did not care at all. However, it was because of her carelessness that the defense she had unleashed was not very strong. Now that the defense she had set up was broken, she was instantly at a loss for what to do. Oomph! A cold snort was heard. The old man who had been silent all this time waved his sleeve, and a palm-sized whirlwind swept out, blocking the terrifying black light. The old man made a grabbing motion with his right hand, grabbed the black light, and crushed it with his hand. A Saint Stage powerhouse. Haha, looks like I have no hope of resisting. The corners of Yang Yan's mouth were filled with bitterness. No wonder this young man and young woman were so fearless. It turned out that the old man beside the 2 of them was actually such a strong expert. He knew that it was impossible for him to risk his life to exchange for any of the 3 people, and he had already reached the point where he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. The Central Plains is very exciting, but it's also very dangerous. Yang Yin sighed. The desire for death in his eyes grew even stronger. Back then, he had entered the Central Plains with high fighting spirit, but now he had fallen to such a state. He knew that it was not that he could not adapt to the Central Plains, but that the laws of the Central Plains were crueler than the 4 major regions. Cousin, kill him. The young girl regained her senses. She immediately felt a lingering fear in her heart. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were filled with brutality as she said to the young man. "How dare you hurt Schwer? I think you're courting death." The young man's eyes were dark. He waved his sleeve, and a long saber instantly appeared in his hand. "Die!" The young man waved his right hand, and the long saber immediately left his hand. It whistled through the air as it shot toward Yang Yan's back. Yang Yan's mouth was filled with bitterness when he felt the violent whistling behind him. He knew very well that he would not be able to withstand this attack. "I'm going to be free," Yang Yan muttered softly. However, there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. He had worked so hard to cultivate to this level, but now he was going to die here. He was extremely unwilling in his heart. Ding! However, just as the long-handle saber was about to reach Yang Yan's back, a yellow spring's water droplet shot over and pressed against the surface of the long-handle saber. Then, the long-handle saber shattered. "What?" The young man's pupils shrank, and he could not help but cry out in alarm. Yang Yan, on the other hand, revealed a look of hope. Whoosh! A figure slowly walked over from the distance. He appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll, but in reality, every step he took covered several thousand meters. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Yang Yan in an instant. "You are Zhuan?" Yang Yan's pupils shrank as he involuntarily asked. "It really is Brother Yang Yan." Zhuan glanced at Yang Yan, but his pupils quickly shrank as a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Zhuan reached out with his right hand and grabbed Yang Yan's shoulder. The yellow spring's water droplets flowed down Yang Yan's shoulder and entered his body. As the yellow spring's water droplet entered his body, Yang Yan's skin began to wriggle like crazy. It was as if many small creatures were rapidly crawling through his skin. On the other hand, Yang Yan's face was contorted in pain. Countless beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, as if he was enduring unimaginable pain. However, as time passed, the pain on Yang Yan's face gradually subsided. On the other hand, the young man's face turned ugly because he discovered that the 6 horned soul-severing worms that he had released into Yang Yan's body had all been annihilated. How did he do it? The young man's face turned ugly, but his heart was thumping wildly. The 6 horned soul-severing worms had strong survivability. Once they entered a cultivator's body, they would spread rapidly throughout the entire body. It was basically very difficult to expel them. 80% of Yang Yan's body had been corroded by the 6 horned soul-severing worms. Even as his master, it would take a lot of effort to expel the 6 horned soul-severing worms. However, the indifferent young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him had completely annihilated all the 6 horned soul-severing worms that had spread throughout Yang Yan's body. This completely shocked the young man. Moreover, the young man discovered that he was actually unable to see through the cultivation of the indifferent young man who had suddenly appeared. This caused his heart to skip a beat, and he looked at the old man beside him. "Young master, I'm unable to see through this person's aura either. If he doesn't possess an extremely powerful concealment technique, then his cultivation is higher than mine," the old man said cautiously. The young man's face turned stern when he heard that. His eyes flickered, but he suddenly clasped his hands towards Zhuan, who had suddenly appeared, and said, "Brother, I'm Su Huan from the Su family. This is my cousin, Su Shui, and he's the caretaker of the Su family, Su Lei. The 3 of us didn't know this person was related to you. Please forgive us if we've offended you before." If the people of the Wind Thunder Manor heard Su Huan's introduction, they would definitely be shocked because the Su family was renowned in the Wind Thunder Manor. They were the #1 subordinate clan of the Wind Thunder Manor. Due to the Wind Thunder Manor's backing, the Su family could be considered as one of the top forces in the Wind Thunder Manor. Su Huan was very smart. He knew that even Su Lei was unable to see through the young man before him. Moreover, the young man had easily gotten rid of the soul-severing 6-horned beetle. He was afraid that the young man was not simple. Therefore, he immediately revealed his identity and humbled himself. Usually, when he did this, he would be able to gain the other party's favor. At that time, with his means, he would be able to turn a big matter into a small matter, and a small matter into nothing. Cousin, why are you so humble to this person? Since this person is this bastard's friend, let's kill them together. Moreover, this person seems to be quite strong. Why don't we make him my new toy? Su Huan's action immediately caused Su Shui to be displeased. She placed her hands on her hips and spoke in a rather unruly manner. Shut up. Su Huan's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but shout angrily. However, Su Huan's expression changed drastically very soon because the indifferent young man had appeared behind Su Shui without her noticing. When did he appear behind us? Su Huan's pupils constricted slightly as a trace of fear emerged in his heart. Even the old man beside him seemed as if he had seen a ghost. Zhuan's appearance earlier was too strange. He actually did not notice how the young man had appeared in the slightest. Su Shui naturally saw the expressions of Su Huan and the old man. Her beautiful eyes instantly revealed a trace of astonishment, but very soon, a hand suddenly grabbed her neck. Let her go. Su Huan and Su Lei shouted at the same time and rushed toward Su Shui. However, Zhuan sneered and swiftly escaped into the void, disappearing on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already standing beside Yang Yan. I never expected that I would meet an old friend again in such a manner. Brother Yang Yan, the life force in your body. Zhuan pinched Su Shui, but his gaze was sorrowful as he looked at Yang Yan beside him. The soul-severing six-horned beetle was indeed terrifying. Not only could it devour the body, it could even erode the soul. 80% of Yang Yan's body was filled with the soul-severing six-horned beetle. His internal organs were already empty, and even his dantian had been gnawed until it was broken. That was not all. The soul in Yang Yan's sea of consciousness had actually become broken along with his body. The soul-severing six-horned beetle was extremely strange. It could actually use the body of a living being as a medium to erode the soul step by step. This was the first time Zhuan had seen such a strange insect in his life. If only Yang Yan's body was gnawed and his dantian was damaged, he would not die. At most, he would become a cripple who had lost all his cultivation. However, Yang Yan's soul had also been gnawed and suffered heavy injuries. His soul had already begun to disperse. The reason why Yang Yan was able to hold on until now was entirely because of his powerful will. The corner of Yang Yan's mouth was filled with a bitter smile. He looked at Su Shui, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Zhua, help me kill them. This time, I'm begging you." Zhuan was stunned. Looking at Yang Yan, whose eyes were filled with death and hatred, he sighed softly. Although he had not been in contact with Yang Yan for a long time, he could feel that Yang Yan was a person who would not easily beg others. Now he was begging him to kill the three people in front of him. It could be seen how strong his hatred for these three people was. You're going against the heavens. Do you know who I am? I'm a direct descendant of the Su family. If you dare to kill me, my Su family will exterminate your entire family. Although Su Shui was panicking in her heart, when she thought of the powerful background of the Su family, she immediately became much more confident. She could not help but speak arrogantly to Zhuan. In the past, Su Shui often caused trouble and killed people. It was not like this had never happened before. However, after she announced the name of the Su family, those people basically did not dare to kill her. Su family? I don't know them. Zhuan completely ignored Su Shui. With a point in his right hand, a drop of yellow spring water flew out and instantly drilled into Su Shui's glabella. Su Shui, who was dancing with joy, suddenly froze on the spot. Her whole body twitched, white foam came out her mouth, and her eyes rolled back. You should be the mastermind behind the assassination of Brother Yang Yan. I won't let you die so quickly. I'll let you experience the pain of thousands of arrows piercing your heart. As soon as Zhuan finished speaking, Su Shui began to convulse violently. She let out a painful wail that sounded like a ghost's cry and a wolf's howl. Zhuan deliberately controlled the yellow spring's water droplet to slowly absorb this woman's essence. Let go of Shui. Do you want to die? If you kill her, the Su family, and you will be irreconcilable." The young man's expression changed slightly. "I said, I don't know the Su family. I only know that you hurt my old friend. So you deserve to die?" Zhuowen indifferently spat out these words. With a wave of his sleeve, the blood immortal was instantly summoned by him. "Master, what did you call me for?" As soon as the blood immortal came out, she looked at Zhuowen ingratiatingly. At first, the blood immortal was very unruly. However, during the 2 months that Zhuowen stayed in the Primal Chaos Shuttle, Zhuowen repeatedly used the blood imprint to teach the blood immortal a lesson. The blood immortal was really scared of the blood immortal. Now, whenever the blood immortal saw Zhuowen, his heart would tremble. He was afraid that Zhuowen would use the blood imprint to teach him a lesson. "Kill those two," Zhuowen indifferently ordered. "A pure profound saint realm and a heavenly saint realm trash." "Master, don't worry. I'll kill these 2 trash with 1 move." The blood immortal laughed and immediately took a step forward. Along with the terrifying blood thunder, she instantly arrived in front of the young man and the old man. "Master, quickly leave. This monster's aura is too strong. It's comparable to a half-immortal. We're no match for it." Chapter 1664. Lost Sacrifice. Go? Go where? The blood immortal sneered and waved her right claw. Suddenly, blood lightning rolled and turned into a prison made of blood lightning, trapping Su Huan and Su Lei inside. Su Lei roared angrily. He took out scrolls and unfurled them around his body to defend against the terrifying blood lightning. "Yo, it's a heaven-defying saint treasure. Although it's powerful, I'm more powerful. Break for me." The blood immortal let out a mischievous laugh. She clenched her right hand, and the prison formed by the blood thunder suddenly shrank. Wherever the blood thunder went, space began to collapse inch by inch. Crack! Instantly, cracks appeared on the surface of the scroll. A heaven-defying saint treasure cracked? What kind of monster is this? Su Huan was shocked, and his face turned pale. At this moment, he was full of regret. Why did he have to make friends with such a ruthless person? Sizzle, sizzle. The blood immortal sneered. Suddenly, the scroll collapsed. Su Huan and Su Lei didn't even have the chance to scream before they were turned into ashes by the power of the blood lightning. Seeing this, Yang Yan's mouth was slightly open. His eyes were full of complicated feelings. At that moment, he couldn't see through Zhuowen at all. The aura of the blood immortal that Zhuowen had released was as terrifying as that of a god. Yang Yan knew that the young man who won first place in the 9 Underworld Conference in the Eastern Land had reached a height that he couldn't reach on the bigger stage of the Central Land. Back then, Yang Yan was the first to enter the Central Land through the 9 Underworld Great Formation. At that time, he was ambitious and thought that he could shine even brighter on the bigger stage of the Central Land. He even thought that he could surpass Zhuowen, who won first place in the 9 Underworld Conference. But now, his situation made him feel bitter. He didn't have much time left to live. Compared to Zhuowen, he was like heaven and earth. At this moment, Su Shui, who was in endless pain, saw the dead Su Lei and Su Huan. Her eyes were full of despair. In the end, she screamed and turned into a dried corpse. 12 drops of yellow spring flew out from her body. 12 drops of yellow springs? Just how heavy is Su Shui's sin? She actually produced so many yellow springs water droplets. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and collected the 12 yellow springs water droplets. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This was the first time he had collected so many yellow springs water droplets from a single person. "Master, these are the spiritual rings of those 2 people." After killing Su Lei and Su Huan, the blood immortal came to Zhuowen with the 2 spiritual rings in her hands. She showed a fawning expression. "Well done. Enter the spirit ring." Zhuowen took the spirit ring and nodded with satisfaction. After the blood demon's sea of consciousness had awakened, the blood immortal's intelligence had increased a lot. In addition, she had been taught a lesson by Zhuowen for a long time, which had left a deep impression on her. Her arrogance had long disappeared. Now, she was even more careful when facing Zhuowen. Of course, in order to not leave any hidden dangers, Zhuowen had already erased all of the Blood Demon's memories. Now, although the Blood Immortal's intelligence had increased, she didn't know that she used to be the Blood Demon. She only knew that she was the Blood Immortal now. Mistress, I have done so many things for you. You should not put me in the spiritual ring. You can put me in the Black Dragon Palace or outside. I am bored to death in the spiritual ring. I know Mistress is the best. The Blood Immortal laughed. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He stared at the Blood Immortal coldly, without saying anything. His stare made the Blood Immortal's heart beat wildly. She smiled embarrassedly and said, Master is wise. It is safer in the spirit ring. Master is completely thinking for me. I'm so grateful. Master, please put me in the spirit ring. Zhuowen did not say anything. He waved his sleeve and immediately put the Blood Immortal into the spirit ring. Ever since Zhuowen erased all of the memories of the Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness, this Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness had formed a different intelligence. This intelligence bullied the weak and feared the strong. It was like a fox using a tiger's might to intimidate others. Zhuowen did not like the current Blood Immortal. However, there was nothing he could do. The Blood Immortal was one of his trump cards. He could not erase the Blood Immortal's intelligence. That would only weaken the Blood Immortal's power. After dealing with the Blood Immortal, Zhuowen looked at Yang Yin beside him. He sighed and said, Brother Yang. Yang Yin smiled sadly and said, Brother Zhuo, I know my own situation very well. I am afraid that I will not live for long. However, I am satisfied that I can get my revenge before I die. As he spoke, Yang Yin bowed to Zhuowen and said sincerely, Brother Zhuo, I am unable to repay your kindness. However, before I die, I can give the best thing I have to Brother Zhuo. As he spoke, Yang Yin pointed with his right hand. Immediately, a power of law appeared around him. This power of law became more and more terrifying. In the end, it formed 18 layers of hell around him. Law's sacrifice, Yang Yin shouted. Suddenly, the 18 layers of hell shrank and turned into a black light. This black light floated on his fingertip. Brother Zhuo, please accept this law of hell. This is the only contribution I can make before I die. Yang Yin panted. The death intent in his eyes became more intense. Law's sacrifice? Zhuowen's eyes focused. He naturally knew about law's sacrifice. This was a secret method that warriors used to separate their own understanding of the law and give it to another person. It was a method of benefiting others at the expense of oneself. Basically, every saint who had grasped the law knew this secret method, but no one was willing to use it. This was because once the secret method was used, the Saint Chi of the caster would rapidly drain away, and they would become a cripple in the end. The price was just too great. Yang Yin probably felt that he would not live for long, and Zhuowen had helped him get his revenge, so he chose to use the law sacrifice. Zhuowen stared at Yang Yin seriously. He knew that this was Yang Yan's last wish, so he accepted it very carefully. He said, Brother Yang, do you have any other wishes? Wishes? I hope that Su Qian can be happy. Actually, the three of them are from the Su family of the Wind and Thunder Manor. The reason why they came after me was because of Su Qian. When he spoke until this point, Yang Yin laughed at himself. Immediately, he took out a jade hairpin from his bosom and handed it to Zhuowen. He said, I had originally intended to give this jade hairpin to Su Qian. However, it is impossible for me now. If Brother Zhuo has the opportunity to visit the Su family in the future, can you pass this jade hairpin to Su Qian? I will. Zhuowen put away the jade hairpin. He knew that something must have happened to Yang Yin, and this story was related to Su Qian and the Su family. After receiving an affirmative answer from Zhuowen, Yang Yin smiled and said softly, Brother Zhuo, I know that you have a good relationship with Lu Hantian. I once saw Lu Hantian and Wu Dai in the Su family. If you really go to the Su family, you may be able to meet Lu Hantian and Wu Dai. Hearing this, Zhuan's eyes flashed, and he immediately nodded. Many thanks for telling me, Brother Yang. I just happened to know about it. There's no reason for me not to tell you. Speaking of this, Yang Yin suddenly looked at the sky and smiled. The sun is setting. Zhuan followed Yang Yin's gaze and also looked at the red sun that was slowly setting, but he did not say anything. When he turned around, Yang Yin had already closed his eyes and his vitality had been cut off. Brother Yang, rest in peace. Zhuan sighed softly and waved his sleeve. A flame swept out and burned Yang Yan's body. At the same time, Zhuan took out a jade jar and put Yang Yan's ashes into it. He muttered to himself, fallen leaves must return to their roots. Brother Yang, I will take your ashes and bury them in the eastern earth in the future. After he put away Yang Yan's urn, Zhuan took a step forward and instantly transformed into a ray of light that vanished from this place. The most prominent symbol of the prophet family in the north was a huge sacrificial tower that stood in the central area of the former magistrate's mansion. This sacrificial tower looked simple and unadorned on the surface, but no one knew that this sacrificial tower contained the most precious thing of the prophet family, the divination holy talisman. The prophetic saint talisman possessed by the prophet's family was not incomplete. It was a complete saint talisman. However, the tragedy was that the prophetic saint talisman was the most mysterious saint talisman among the 9 great saint talismans. It also had the strictest requirements for its controller. Therefore, although the prophet family owned the complete divination holy talisman, the tragedy was that they couldn't use the true power of the complete divination holy talisman. Fortunately, the current generation of the prophet family had produced a brilliant Yin Tianwei. Although Yin Tianwei was blind, her heart was exquisite. Although her martial talent was low, she was able to communicate with the divination holy talisman's origin power and use a part of its power. It was because Yin Tianwei could communicate with the divination holy talisman that she had a high status in the prophet family and was known as the goddess. Her fame was not only in the prophet family, but also spread across the entire Central Earth. On this day, a rainbow instantly swept to the prophet family's territory and stopped in front of the sacrificial tower. The leader was dressed in a purple robe with fluttering hair and a powerful aura. The current patriarch of the Icefire clan, Jiang Zhuomei, has personally come to seek an audience with the goddess. I hope that the prophet family can make an exception. Jiang Zhuomei's voice was clear and melodious. Behind him, there were 2 rows of guards. Each row was dressed in a red robe and carried a red gift box on their shoulders. Although warriors now had a spirit ring that could store many things, Jiang Zhuomei didn't put the gift in a spirit ring this time. Instead, he came to the prophet family with such a grand ceremony. It could be seen that his sincerity was deliberately done by Jiang Zhuomei. The sacrificial tower was huge, but there was no change in the sacrificial tower when Jiang Zhuomei's voice sounded. There was no one around. Jiang Zhuomei didn't find it strange. He quietly floated in the air and stared at the sacrificial tower in front of him. After about half an hour, the door at the bottom of the sacrificial tower suddenly opened. 2 maids dressed in long robes, each holding a lantern, bowed respectfully to Jiang Zhuomei and said, "The goddess has ordered for Patriarch Jiang to come in." Jiang Zhuomei's eyes were shining. He nodded and entered the sacrificial tower with many guards behind him. The others stay at the bottom of the tower. "Patriarch Jiang, follow me to the sacrificial tower," the 2 maids said indifferently. Jiang Zhuomei naturally didn't dare to object. He gave some instructions to the guards behind him and followed the 2 maids. The stairs inside the sacrificial tower were very long. There was a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. Jiang Zhuomei smelled the fragrance and his eyes flickered. He seemed to have thought of a certain rumor. However, he didn't dare to think too much about it. Finally, the 2 maids stopped. Jiang Zhuomei realized that he had unknowingly followed the 2 maids to a large hall. Chapter 1665. Fonlei clan Jiang's Wumei's gaze was first attracted by the altar. There was a constantly rotating talisman floating above the altar. The talisman was gray and had a strange pattern drawn on it. Strands of strange power radiated from the talisman. However, the talisman was currently wrapped in a gray flame. The flame was like a shackle that firmly locked the talisman at the top of the altar, preventing it from moving forward. Jiang's Wumei knew that the talisman was the foundation of the Prophet clan, the Divination Saint Talisman. After glancing at the Divination Saint Talisman, Jiang's Wumei's gaze fell on the petite figure kneeling on the praying mat. She clasped her hands together and said politely, "Jiang's Wumei is here to see the goddess. I hope that the goddess can help me with something." Yin Tianwei quietly knelt on the praying mat and did not move. She said softly, "Patriarch Jiang, are you here for Jiang Binhan?" Jiang's Wumei took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, "Yes." Yin Tianwei was silent for a moment. Then she extended her jade-like finger and slowly drew a circle in the air. Next, she pointed her right hand to the center of the circle. Immediately, traces of ripples appeared in the circle. Then, one image after another appeared. The truth that Patriarch Jiang wants to know is in these images. Take a look. After Yin Tianwei finished speaking, she pointed with her right finger. The circle that appeared in the image immediately swept out and appeared before Jiang's Wumei. The image in the circle instantly switched to the white jade disc of Hanming County. In the image, Fang Lao and Shui Lin landed on the white jade disc. Fang Lao was holding Jiang Binhan's corpse and staring at Zhuo Wan and Lei Tingxin in front of him with resentment. There was no sound in the image, but one could basically understand the situation just by looking at the various events that happened in the image. When Zhuo and Lei Tingxin cooperated to kill Fang Lao and Shui Lin in the image, Jiang's Wumei's face immediately darkened. His gaze was extremely ugly. Lei Tingxin of the Fonlei clan's lightning lineage. Also, that young man looks unfamiliar. Who is he? Jiang's Wumei asked Yin Tianwei with an extremely gloomy expression. This person's name is Zhuoan, and he comes from the 4 great regions. This time, young Master Jiang secretly went to the blood refinement mansion from the Icefire clan for this person, Yin Tianwei said indifferently. Jiang's Wumei frowned slightly. Of course, he knew that Jiang Binhan had sneaked out, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Moreover, Jiang Binhan had the ice and fire split talisman, so he wasn't worried about his safety. However, this time, Jiang Binhan did not return. Jiang's Wumei did not expect that Jiang Binhan had another purpose for going out. This person only came from the 4 great regions. Why would Honor go to the blood refinement mansion for him? Why is that? Jiang's Wumei asked in puzzlement. Yin Tianwei slowly turned around and raised her head to stare at Jiang's Wumei. Although her eyes were closed due to her blindness, Jiang's Wumei had the illusion that she was being stared at by a pair of bright eyes. Because this person has the origin of the Ice and Fire Saint Talisman that the Icefire clan has been looking for. Therefore, young Master Jiang is in a hurry to go to the Blood Refinement Mansion. His purpose is to take away the origin of the Icefire Saint Talisman from this person and use it as an important bargaining chip to inherit the family head position. Yin Tianwei's voice was very calm, but her words were like countless bombs exploding in Jiang's Wumei's mind, causing his hands to tremble violently. Sacred Lady, well, what you said, is it true? Jiang's Wumei's entire body stiffened. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his whole body trembled. He seemed to be extremely agitated. Yin Tianwei nodded calmly and said, "This is the result of divination. If family head Jiang has any objections, you can choose not to believe it." Jiang's Wumei's eyes flickered, and he hurriedly said with a smile, "Who in the central region doesn't know that the Sacred Lady's divination ability comes from the Divination Saint Talisman? How can I not believe it? But I have one more question. You want to know where Zhuoan is, right?" Yin Tianwei slightly raised the corner of her mouth and said, "He should be in the Wind and Thunder Mansion now." Jiang Zuomei cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, sacred lady." Yes. However, I would like to remind family head Jiang that although this matter is related to Lei Tingqin of the Wind and Thunder family, I think the mastermind should be Zhuowen. After all, Lei Tingqin is the successor of the Thunder lineage of the Wind and Thunder family. She must be someone who prioritizes the overall situation. She would never do such a reckless thing, Yin Tianwei advised. Jiang Zuomei didn't answer, but he sneered in his heart. Yin Tianwei's words sounded like persuasion, so he naturally didn't believe them. In his opinion, Zhang Binhan, who possessed the Ice and Fire clone talisman, could not be killed by Zhuowen of the Four Great Regions. However, Zhang Binhan was dead, so the mastermind must be Lei Tingqin. Moreover, he believed that Lei Tingqin must have the help of the experts of the Wind and Thunder family. Otherwise, she would not have been able to kill Zhang Binhan. Lei Tingqin, the Wind and Thunder family, and Zhuowen. These people are too arrogant. If I, Jiang Zuomei, don't ask them for an explanation, others will think that my Ice and Fire family is afraid of the Wind and Thunder family. Jiang Zuomei's heart was filled with thoughts. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he bid farewell to Yin Tianwei and hurriedly left the sacrificial tower. The Sacred Lady is indeed worthy of being called the Sacred Lady. Her words have led Jiang Zuomei to point his spear at the Wind and Thunder family. I'm afraid Jiang Zuomei really intends to go back and prepare to attack the Wind and Thunder family. In a dark corner of the hall, a black figure slowly walked out. He was wearing a ghost mask, and his voice carried a trace of evil. It won't be that easy. Jiang Zuomei may be impulsive, but the ancestor of the Ice and Fire family, Jiang Binhan, won't be. That old man is very shrewd. Yin Tianwei said indifferently. The man with the ghost mask stopped and said with a frown, "In other words, the two families won't fight." Of course, although Jiang Binhan is the young master of the Ice and Fire family, he's not the only candidate. The Ice and Fire family will not fight with the Wind and Thunder family for him. Yin Tianwei said, "Looking at you, you should have a plan, right?" The man with the ghost mask said confidently. Yin Tianwei slowly stood up and said, "If the two clans really want to fight, they need a fuse. And this fuse is that Zhuowen, the variable that I mentioned." "Why him?" the man with the ghost mask asked. "Perhaps you only know that he has the Ice and Fire Saint Talisman. But do you know that he has another kind of Saint Talisman besides the Ice and Fire Saint Talisman?" Yin Tianwei said. "What kind of Saint Talisman?" the man with the ghost mask asked solemnly. The Wind and Thunder family is divided into two factions. One is the Wind branch, and the other is the Thunder branch. But a long time ago, there were no two factions. Since the Wind and Thunder family lost the key part of the Thunder branch Saint Talisman, the two factions have been divided. And the key part of the Thunder branch Saint Talisman is on Zhuowen. What do you think will happen if the Wind and Thunder family knows that Zhuowen has it? Yin Tianwei turned his head and looked at the man with the ghost mask. The corner of his mouth curled up like a crescent moon. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the man with the ghost mask. He murmured, "This person has something that both the Ice and Thunder family want. It's very likely that the two families will fight over him." Yes, but although the fuse is important, the timing is even more important. The Ice and Fire family already knows that Zhuowen has a shred of the Ice and Fire Saint Talisman, but the Wind and Thunder family doesn't. However, Zhuowen is in the territory of the Wind and Thunder Manor. "I think you know better than me what to do next," Yin Tianwei said indifferently. Of course, the ghost-masked person parted his mouth and smiled. Immediately, he slowly floated to the back in a ghost-like manner. Finally, he disappeared from the hall. Yin Tianwei sighed softly and murmured, "I've been planning for so many years. I hope that thing can really help me break free from this crippled body that can't cultivate. I've already grown tired of this mortal body that has no talent for martial arts. Moreover, the lifespan of a mortal body is limited at the end of the day. Although the old guys in the family cleanse my meridians and change my blood every year, just how long can this last? With this mortal body, I'm unable to live as long as an absolute saint. There are many restrictions as well. This is not what I want, so I need to transform. Yin Tianwei slowly sat down on the cushion as he said that. Strange sounds would ring out from time to time in the darkness of the hall. If one looked closely, they would discover that there were stone shelves scattered around the hall. Coffins were placed on the stone shelves. The coffins were of various shapes and sizes, and they seemed extremely similar to the coffins in the Serene corpse grounds. In the central region of the Wind and Thunder Manor was a huge city called Wind and Thunder City. The energy of wind and thunder permeated the provincial city all year round. From afar, the wind and thunder moved with each other. It was quite a spectacular sight. Outside the Wind and Thunder City, a long streak of light arrived in an instant. A slender figure appeared 100 meters away from the city gate. The Wind and Thunder clan should be in the Wind and Thunder City. The Sioux clan should also be in the city. The person was Zhuoan. He landed outside the city gate like a long streak of light. With his strength, the guards at the city gate naturally would not stop him. Instead, they respectfully welcomed him in. Zhuoan followed the path in the jade slip that Lei Tingqin had given him. Soon, he arrived at the Wind and Thunder clan's mansion. Standing outside the huge mansion, Zhuoan took out Lei Tingqin's waist token and entered a message. Then, he stepped through the door. "Who are you?" The guards at both sides of the door immediately stopped Zhuoan and shouted, "I'm Lei Tingqin, Miss Lei's friend. This is Miss Lei's waist token. I'm sure Miss Lei already knows that I've been invited to the Wind and Thunder clan." Zhuoan picked up the waist token and said. The two guards looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. They stepped aside and did not say anything. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.